are we doing today? I may have came up a little loud on that one. Hold on, let me stop the freaking music. All right, because I just put in some new sound stuff in here, so the audio might sound a lot different. That's right, folks. We are moving up the ladder right now. But listen, chat, that's not what we're here to talk about. We are here to talk about Andrew Tate and his abysmal take when it comes to the whole Israel versus Palestine situation. Now, we've seen a lot of people talk about this, and this is actually one of the conflicts that has caused a big divide amongst a lot of people, by the way, which is crazy, right? The right, we've seen tear each other apart. Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, that's a done deal. Matter of fact, Candace Owens now, there's a lot of stuff that you'll see. It's a wrap. She's basically, she's got to get into that camp with, the Elon Musk and the Andrew Tates of the world, because that's what she's pigeonholed herself to doing, right? And that's the thing. So you got the rift going on with the right, and then on the left, you also have the rift going on with prominent members, especially like a lot of these content creators who are now splitting off from the far left because a lot of their opinions are not aligning at all, which is interesting because what we're witnessing right now is a strange phenomenon because of this Israel versus Palestine situation, where a lot of the left, far left, okay, because I would say I'm liberal. I'm not even left leaning like that, but I'm like right there, smack dab in the middle, right? But you're seeing a lot of people on the far left, similar to the far right, right? You're seeing them now start to embrace a lot of people who are basically, they don't really share anything in terms of opinion or ideology, but as long as they have the right kind of thinking, right? Case in point, Andrew Tate. We've seen that, right? We've seen that with the right doing this just because they parrot the same talking points, and we're seeing that right now. And why are we seeing a weird little union between Andrew Tate on the right and a lot of people on the left who are liking what Andrew Tate is doing right now? It's actually because of that interview with Piers Morgan, the recent one. No, not the one we covered. That one was, oh my God, that one was a headache enough as it is, right? It wasn't that. Essentially, it was because a lot of things that's happening right now is people are starting to basically wake up a little bit. Okay, so what they're seeing now with this video that Andrew Tate did with Piers Morgan, because he said a lot of things that didn't really criticize Hamas. I mean, that was basically it. I mean, that was basically majority of the conversation. Do you think Hamas is a terror organization? Now, anyone who does easy research, it doesn't matter, just a blatant research, okay? You would find multiple countries, including the one Andrew Tate's from, saying Hamas is a terrorist group. So when it came to this conversation, when a lot of people were saying, okay, dude, do you denounce Hamas? Do you denounce all the stuff that's going on right now? Tate couldn't do it. So a lot of people on the left are seeing this as some kind of win, right? And also a lot of people who are, religiously inclined, right? Because they're seeing this as some kind of political win. Yes, Andrew Tate, he stood up for Palestinians. He stood up for these guys. And now he's marching forward, to liberate all the other oppressors out there, because that's what he's called himself, a liberator now, right? A liberator of people who have been oppressed. That's his new shtick. Okay, so a lot of people on the left are embracing this. Matter of fact, they're actually celebrating it. I wasn't going to do a video on this before because we already did a live stream in the past, and I wasn't going to do a video. I wasn't even planning on it, right? But then once I saw this kind of trend happening here, I'm just like, oh, this explains a lot. All of you guys are fake. Both y'all on the right and y'all on the left. You're all fake. All what y'all are proving right now is exactly what everyone we've been talking about. You only care about people as long as they're saying the same talking point you're saying. The moment they pivot, you all of a sudden disavow them. But then they pivot back to saying the same talking points. All of a sudden they embrace them. And Candace Owens is a big factor, right? Because think about it. When it came to interviewing Andrew Tate, we're playing patty cake, patty cake, right? Not calling them out or anything like that. But then what we're seeing now is it's a little bit different, because no one, you guys don't realize how obvious this is, right? People are now looking at you and say, oh, well, if you're willing to accept this guy because all of a sudden now he's parroting the talking points you want, did you guys really stand for what you said you stand for to begin with, right? And we criticized the left and the right for this, because the right was sticking by Andrew Tate, and we're like, this guy's a trafficker, right? Members of the left and people in the middle, everybody were saying this guy's a trafficker. Why would you conservative embrace him? Candace Owens, what the fuck are you doing, right? Are you crazy? Are you out of your goddamn mind, right? And then now Andrew Tate's like, yeah, Palestine. All of a sudden, people on the left, the same people, all right, which is mind blowing. The same people who are condemning that trafficking side, all of a sudden, yeah, I agree with his talking points. Yeah, apartheid, open air prison. It's like, oh fuck. Oh my god. Okay. That basically made me realize that a lot of this stuff we see when it comes to left versus right politics, it's all fake. It's all fake. The people who are the real problem, I'm starting to realize, are the content creators themselves, right? Because they're feeding the narrative. That's essentially what they're doing. Those are the people who are winning. As long as you say the right thing, it just all of a sudden people clap, and then you say the wrong thing, it doesn't happen. So that's the trend I'm starting to notice now, which brings us to the interview that Andrew Tate had. Now, this was part 2, released by Piers Morgan, and they were focused extremely on the specifically on the Israel versus Palestine situation. Now, one thing that comes to mind, especially when it comes to the tater tots that follow Andrew Tate, one of the main things they say about Andrew Tate is he speaks facts, right? He speaks a lot of facts. Look at him. He's speaking facts, bro. Look at all the facts he's spitting. Andrew Tate is so smart, right? Because here's the thing. When Andrew Tate talks about global conflicts, it's not usually an in-depth conversation. We've even reviewed some of the streams they had where Tate's usually in his boxers, and they're talking about global conflicts, or they're talking about the global financial system or certain things like that, right? You could tell that he's just mouthing off. He's not really getting into the weeds of what's going on, into the nuances of the particular financial system and how that operates, or the particular conflict he's talking about. He just says enough to sound like he gets the idea of what's happening, and then to fool the people who are listening to him that he knows what he's talking about. But when you actually grill him on the issues and say, okay, let's actually unfold and unpack what's actually happening here, you start to realize that he doesn't know anything. It's like he stored a bunch of random things he's heard on the internet and just starts spitting that out in rapid succession. And we were able to witness that on Piers Morgan. Oh my God. Piers Morgan was so brutal in this second half. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. He was absolutely brutal. He was even way better of a journalist than Tucker Carlson. I'm gonna just be real with y'all, bro. I would have to say that, because think about it. All the interviews that this man has been part of, Andrew Tate, it was all patty cake, right? Tucker Carlson playing patty cake. Tucker Carlson acting like he never saw. The indictment records. Indictment? What indictment? I'm blind, sir. I can't see. Right? That's Tucker Carlson. Candace Owens knew about it, right? Talking about, oh, hey, Andrew Tate, let's talk about your feelings. How about that? How was life in jail? See, you're such a role model for young boys out there. That was Candace Owens. These people couldn't grill this top G on the actual facts. Test his knowledge. Does he actually know what he's talking about? The info he's feeding to these young men out there, does he know what he's saying, or is he just radicalizing people? And ladies and gentlemen, let I just say that Piers Morgan answered all of that stuff for us, because Piers Morgan basically exposed Andrew Tate for the dumbass we actually know he is. Like, it's actually crazy, because now when you look at this guy's behavior, there's no way on God's green earth you're gonna sit there and tell me this guy knows what he's talking about. He's wrong on his own case. He's wrong on what's going on with Israel and Palestine right now, and he's absolutely wrong. And here's the one thing that you got to ask about some people, right? When they talk about this Israel versus Palestine situation, right? The typical question that comes up is, okay, well, what solution do you guys have, right? What solution do you have, and would you like to see when it comes to stuff like this? And a lot of times they don't have a solution. They're more comfortable just calling it an open air prison, calling it apartheid, calling it a fascist state, right? Goddamn, you're calling Israel a fascist state, okay? Meanwhile, half of the people living in Israel don't even agree with their own government. I don't know about you, and they're able to express it verbally. Okay, they're able to express it verbally. So I'm sorry, but that doesn't seem fascist to me. Okay, now it is kind of funky that dude gets reelected multiple times, but I don't think it's listen. I don't think you guys really understand what fascism actually means. And just throwing the word around, fascist, that's fascist, that's fascist, that's apartheid, that's genocide, that's this. You actually cheapen the word. You cheapen its value. It's no different than like what do you call it? What's that? What's the main thing that people like to use when you're calling people racist, right? That's another ist that a lot of people like to use, right? When you call people racist, you got to understand you need to use it on people who are actually racist. And this was my problem with the far left, right? Because I went back when the whole, that George Floyd and whatnot, and everything was racist. Everything was racist. It's like, hey, calm down. I don't know who the hell you are, but you got to make a distinction between what's racist and what's not, because you are cheapening the value of that word for us. And what essentially happens is now when we actually have a grievance, no one is taking us seriously, because now they're going to be like, oh, racist. Okay. Yeah, everything's racist. You're seeing that with this situation alone. A bunch of ignorant people who don't really want to have a conversation, instead result into these terms. What you're doing is you're cheapening it. So next time someone who actually wants to listen to you and wants to listen to your side of the argument, and they want to learn, if they keep hearing racist, this, genocide supporter, this and that, guess what, bro? They're gonna be like, oh, okay. Oh, really? That's a racist now. That's a genocide. Like, do you guys even know what that means, right? You don't realize how dumb you sound when you're calling things what they are. And Andrew Tate, he unbelievably was repeating the same talking points you hear from these bozos. Over there, prison, apartheid, genocide. It's like, do you even know what a genocide means, bro? Do you know what a genocide means? Because that's not what's happening in Israel. People are dying for sure. Yeah, people are dying, but it's not a genocide. If you knew what a genocide meant, Israel wouldn't have Palestinian people in positions of power within their own country. Okay, I've never seen what is that, a reverse genocide, where you just, the people who you're supposed to annihilate, you're putting them in position of power in your own government. Are you stupid? Like, again, when you have people like this using terms that aren't even the correct term to assign to them, you cheapen the value. And that's what a lot of people are telling these guys, and they're seeing all this stuff unfold. You're just wrong. And I think Andrew Tate may have done probably arguably one of the biggest damages to this cause I've ever seen, because it's apparent that there are certain people shouldn't just be speaking on this stuff because they're too emotional. And I don't know if it's the fact that he's a Muslim, or he's got a responsibility to other Islamic nations out there, right? Where by the way, who are also fascist in nature. They're actual fascists, which is crazy, right? You're calling Israel fascist. Meanwhile, they're surrounded by fascist nations, bro. They're like, which is actual fascism if you look at the definition of it. Have you seen what's going on in Iran right now? It's not the greatest. But again, so you guys look at a guy like Andrew Tate, right? You listen to what he has to say, right? Because it was crazy to me hearing him say those same talking points. And what should be alarming to you guys is next time you're hearing these from these people who are just not really answering the questions, they're answering questions with other questions, and they respond to, oh, it's isms, or ists, or this is fascist, or apartheid. First of all, listen, as somebody who read up on the South African situation, right? You people calling that apartheid is a dishonorable offense to people who actually faced apartheid in South Africa, right? Which is crazy. It show you how far the ignorance is going. So without further ado, I'm gonna play this embarrassing shit show of an interview, because I don't know what else to call it, but it just shows you that there's certain people you just gotta stop. You just gotta stop. If you don't know what the fuck you're saying, leave it alone, okay? Otherwise, you are making it worse for other people. So listen, as we get through this video right now, guys, let's go ahead and get the let's get the sponsorships out of the way. By the way, all right, the video is sponsored by you guys, all right, that more specifically the YouTube like button. So go ahead and sponsor the show while I bring this up by smashing the like button, all right, and we'll go ahead and get this going. This is Andrew Tate part 2.
It doesn't matter which side of the political spectrum you fall on. When you observe a genocide in front of your very eyes, you should be Disgusting.
Which side is waging genocide?
The Israelis are genociding the Palestinians, and you know it as well as everybody
don't
else
know
does.
that.
Well, then it seems like your bosses are not allowing you to know it.
What do you
perhaps.
think of what Hamas did on October the 7th?
Why are you starting the story in the middle?
I didn't. I just asked you about the wider war. I'm now asking you specifically about Hamas.
I cannot professionally answer that question without talking about the context that led up to October 7th.
Well, nothing, to my mind, justifies what happened on October the 7th.
Nothing justifies what happened before October the 7th, Piers. This is the exact point. So you're talking to a man. I don't know what answer you expect from me, because let's forget the fact that I'm a Muslim. You're talking to a man who is fighting oppression to the best of his ability because he believes that the people in charge of the world are enslaving us all.
So now he's taking a situation and making it about himself. So you are the one fighting oppression? How? What oppression? Oppression of what? The girls that you've been trafficking in your villas over in Romania? What oppression exactly have you been speaking out against? Just leave it to this crazy narcissist to hijack other people's cause and hide behind it. Listen, you're a trafficker, okay? Palestine is being bombed. You're not standing up for them. You gotta your shit is with the court in Romania and the women you abused. That's your oppression and battle that you gotta face. But sitting there trying to slide your problems and then mix it in with the actual conflict going on in the global stage right now, that's crazy to me. I mean, guys, yo, this guy cannot help himself.
To the point where I detriment my own life. I end up in a jail cell because I'm speaking against oppression. Then you're asking me what I would do if my family was blown to pieces.
You're not in a jail. Hang on.
You're asking me what I would do if another government came along and blew my family to pieces?
You weren't put in a jail cell because of any oppression.
Absolutely, I was.
No, you weren't.
Of course,
you were put in jail cell because you've been accused of serious sexual crimes.
I would not have been accused if I was not monumentally successful in speaking the truth.
Let me ask you again. It's a simple question. Some people can answer it straight away,
Answer the
including
question.
pro-Palestinians people I've had on my program. Many are very quick to say absolutely. Do you believe Hamas are a terror organization?
And that's a very interesting question, but I think you're peddling asininities.
Well, just answer the question.
Can somebody do me a favor? Google asininities and find out.
Wait, how do you use a word you don't even know the meaning of? The fuck does that? Yo, and there are people embracing this guy and thinking he's spitting facts, and that's the problem with these guys, right? Y'all basically pick winners of debates based off of personalities versus actual topic or conversation, right? You guys are. He's just sitting there, just throwing all these pressure at Piers Morgan, using words that he has to point to his lackey over there to research for him. Yeah, I just learned it today. You're being asinine. Can you look that up, please? I just make sure I want to make sure he knows what it means. Well, yo, just shut the fuck up, dog. You don't know what you're doing. Shut up.
I know what it means.
If it's not, make sure it's added to Webster on Top G's orders.
Okay. Just, are they a terror group?
You're peddling asininities because I'll tell you why, Piers. Let me ask you.
I thought he said asinine. He says asininities. How do you say a word and you don't know what the fuck it means, bro?
I'm not.
Of course you are.
It's a simple question.
That's like me asking.
I'll tell you why I asked. Because the UK, where you were born, prescribes Hamas as a terror
organization. They also prescribe me as dangerous to children in schools. Let me explain something.
Because you are. You're a danger. You're a trafficker. You're about to be convicted. Okay? You're not safe in anybody's schools. You should be outlawed around freaking middle schoolers and high schoolers. Matter of fact, wasn't a traffic victim of yours a 15-year-old by the time you got to her? Isn't that your bottom girl? So if anything, that 15-year-old, that's high school age. You shouldn't be around high schoolers, period. All of a sudden, you got Tristan Tate over here trying to message underage girls. Listen, y'all are weird. So just so you know, it's illegal as an American citizen, Andrew Tate, to sleep with 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds, which you've already broken. So again, they shouldn't allow you near schools. That's a valid statement.
You're not prescribed as that.
If I were to sit here and say, is stealing wrong? And you'd say yes. And I go, but what if the person stealing is trying to feed their family and if they don't, their family are going to die? Is it still wrong? You're trying to take a very nuanced and complicated argument and reduce it down to one sentence.
That's literally not it. It's actually the opposite. What we see for a lot of these guys is like Andrew Tate. They take a complicated subject and try to simplify it. Why do you think it's so easy for a lot of these leftists to digest, right? And just run with it because they think about it from this European perspective where you have a bunch of these white Jews from Europe after after the World War II, and they decided to the Zionists, right? Because that's the new term now, the Zionists, right? You got the Zionists who then petitioned the British, and then they stole the land from the poor Palestinians living there. It's like, bro, if you actually do the research, first of all, yeah, the land was called Palestine, but it wasn't owned to the people called Palestinians. It was owned by the Ottomans. They had that region before, and the English got to it after that. So I mean, I don't know what you would, I don't know what you want. Again, in that area of land, it kept moving forward. It wasn't after when the Ottoman Empire lost World War I, right? Because they sided with the Germans. They lost World War I, and the British won. The empire collapsed. When the empire collapsed, they got the land. Right. And that's when they started working certain things like that. So again, I think that a lot of people, listen, just fucking read, bro. Just because it said it on a map doesn't mean it was owned by people called Palestinians. Okay. And there were Jews there as well. So what would you call those Arab Jews? Non-Arabs? Like what are we doing here? Exactly what are we doing here? All right. So stop thinking about it from this simple mentality of, oh, we have European Jews that came here and then all of a sudden they took over the land. No, there were already Jews there. It's just now they wanted to draw it up since the British owned it. They said, oh, how about we just make this our thing? How about that, right? How about we just make this our land? Why not? And that's what they did, because the British were an empire at the time and they owned it. They did that to a lot of countries. And the thing is, we're talking about Israel and Palestine and how the British drew up those lines. The British did that to all these other countries they've been conquering. Okay, they just drew an amalgamation and said, yeah, now you guys are a country. And guess what? Every single country that was drawn up by the British have never-ending conflicts till this day. You don't believe me? Google it. Okay, so again, I don't think you guys are understanding like the roots of this here.
Just failure.
You're trying to equate stealing with a mob of terrorists breaking over a border, going to peaceful.
Is that what Israel did?
Wait a minute.
A mob of terrorists breaking over a border.
Let me finish.
And killing people. Is that what Israel did?
Going through a border on October the 7th.
Oh, October the 7th.
Massacring young people at a festival, massacring families in their homes in a kibbutz, setting fire to them, cutting their heads off, killing babies.
Oh, killing 40 babies. That was true.
Well, fine.
Were the babies vaccinated?
Why are you being flippant?
I'm not being flippant. The point I
don't find that funny.
No. Whoa. So they're actual videos of them. They filmed it themselves. What do you, bro, you just making a joke that they die of COVID. You're a sick man, dude. That's crazy. At the end of the day, someone who's supposed to care about all lives, those were babies and you're making jokes. Did they die of COVID? Did they have COVID? Like that? You're crazy, bro. Like, whoa, that's insane.
No, but the point I'm making is that the media lies, firstly.
No,
secondly,
I can ask you about different things at the same time, right?
Sure.
So I'm asking you, first of all, specifically, what is your reaction to what happened on October the 7th?
Sure. I'll answer the question professionally. I do not condone the loss of human life on either side. I think anybody doing anything which directly damages civilians is disgusting and abhorrent. However, I would be an amateur if I could not sit and pretend I do not understand the motivations behind either side. This is not even me taking a side. I understand why Israel is doing what it's doing. I understand why Palestine is doing what it is doing. However, I still call the Israeli actions absolutely abhorrent and genocidal.
Okay, we're going to come to Israel.
How is that genocidal? Do you know what genocide means? Okay, and we're talking about the literal term here, not the emotional term of genocide that the left is starting to repurpose it for. What is genocidal right now? Can you explain that? And I wish I almost called him Tucker. Piers Morgan, ask him, what does genocidal mean? Right? You're calling the Israeli government a genocidal government, but the people you're caping for right now, they're actually advocating for genocide. Did you read the Hamas charter when they took power? They're advocating for the elimination of all Jews. So that's called genocide. Getting rid of an ethnic group of people. That's genocide. Okay? Targeting terrorists while unfortunately hitting civilians in the meantime, that's not genocide. That's horrible. That means it's war, but it's not genocide. All right. And on top of that, I don't see a genocide situation where the other side is literally making phone calls to try to warn you that they're about to bomb a building where a bunch of terrorists are. Like, y'all need to get fucking real. Y'all are okay with all this bullshit. Y'all need to get real. You're too fucking emotional. Look at this guy. This guy, Smart Killed Wrestling, says there's no evidence of Hamas killing babies and raping women. You're crazy. They filmed it themselves. So it's AI. It's just AI now. That's what it is. Okay, then that's AI, and you're a dumbass. I'm sorry. You got to take that L with you. Like, are you? So we got to the point where the people who are supposed to be about facts and evidence, right? When it comes to facts and evidence, all of a sudden, no, it's not real. It's AI. They filmed it themselves. This is what I'm talking about. You guys, in your freaking feelings, you're not seeing reality for what it is. People are seeing this all around the place, and they're not siding with this nonsense. The sooner you get the reality, the better. Wake the fuck up. Hamas is a terrorist organization that do not give a shit, and they will kill babies. We even showed a video of them firing a RPG directly into a civilian car. This wasn't a military vehicle. This was a civilian car. Go back to the last live stream. We played it. It was right there. Innocent civilians just trying to get by. Boom, RPG'd. You want to say there's no evidence? It's on there. You keep denying, you keep sounding stupid and unhinged. That's why people don't respect you guys like that. Like it's like again, you guys have the similar mentality to Tater Tot fans, where you can present all the evidence in the book. Here's the indictment record, buddy. It says you're a trafficker. That's what. Look at all the stuff they're alleging here, right? And then they turn around and say, "Oh, what? No, I don't see that. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. Of course, no evidence." And then y'all sit there and say, "How could these tater tots be so stupid?" And then, bam! A couple months later, you guys become the morons. And then we have evidence. You have the Hamas charter. Them saying, "Hey, we want to eradicate Jews." And then y'all will say, "Oh, what evidence? Where did the evidence go? Oh my God, there's no evidence." Again, I'm starting to realize y'all are fake. You only care about people that say the same points that you say. All right. And you don't even want to do the research to even look at what you're talking about. And that's the sad part of society, that even some of y'all niggas right now are falling victims from the same shit. There's absolute evidence. And if you don't believe that, that's entirely up to you, bro. It's not my job to come in and change a worldview. I just comment on clowns, like that comment right there.
Israel's actions, I promise you, we will ask that question specifically. But in terms of what Hamas did on October the 7th, do you accept that was an act of terrorism?
It's an interesting question because
it's not really.
It is.
No, it's a very straightforward question.
Because you're the person who would have called Nelson Mandela a terrorist while he was still in jail. And one person.
Yo, get Nelson Mandela's mouth out of your name out of your fucking mouth, bro. I almost misput my words here. Again, more hiding behind other people that actually fought for something. Okay, Hamas isn't Nelson Mandela. Hamas is a literal terrorist organization classified by your country. Matter of fact, they even received training from ISIS themselves. Okay, ISIS helped them build tunnels too, back when ISIS was pretty popular and were dominating that area. Okay, so you guys, you just saying that, Nelson Mandela though, I mean, come on, I wouldn't call Nelson Mandela a terrorist. Do you even know what Nelson Mandela did? His revolution is way different than what Hamas is calling for. You understand? Like, oh my God, that's why. Oh my God! And what we've noticed from Andrew Tate is this guy likes to hide behind everybody. He's hiding behind everybody, even his own damn opinions. He can't even stand on them on his own, right? He's just, oh yeah, well, what about this? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about you? Let's talk about that. What about you in your case right now? What do you honestly think about Hamas? Are they a terrorist organization or not? Answer the question. Don't tell me about Nelson Mandela. Don't tell me about Kanye. Don't tell me about anybody that you think up the top of your ass, all right? Just tell me what you think about this terror organization. God damn, bro. It's like pulling teeth with these guys.
Person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter.
I wouldn't
For
have
me to
thought of
answer
that.
the question, yes, you would have. For me to answer the question, I have to be very professional, Pierce. For me to sit on the outside in Romania with no personal involvement in Israel-Palestine, it's easy for me to say, yes, it was an act of terror. However, if I was in Gaza, if I was in an open-air prison, if my family had been annihilated by bombs from the sky, if everybody I knew had suffered the loss of a loved one, if I had no chance of any kind of freedom or democracy or standard of life, would I believe it was an act of terror, or would I believe it's an act of resistance against oppression? You have to be very careful how you answer these
So
questions.
What do you mean, bro? Is it a freedom fighters or act of terrorism, bro? If you break it down, it's still terrorist. It doesn't even matter if they're trying to fight for whatever it is they're fighting for, right? And it's not even that. Like, they believe they want to get rid of the Jews in Israel, okay? Because if you were to say Hamas, are you fighting for a two-state solution to get your own land back? I guarantee you, if that was a yes for them, they'd have their land. The thing is, if you look at their charter, right? Because I know y'all don't want to look at Hamas's charter because, some of y'all are tater tots and y'all don't like to look at Tate's indictment report. So it's clear y'all don't like to do research. But in their charter, and I probably would have to bring it up for you guys here too as well. In their charter, it literally says they will not rest until Israel is no more. The Jews are no more. Not just Israel. The Jews. They want to get rid of them. That's genocide. So answer the goddamn question, bro. Like, again, these side, I can't do it, bro. I don't know. Whatever, bro. It is what it is. See, this is why I'm getting sick of this conflict. I'm getting sick and tired of it. I'm done with it. And believe me, people are starting to get that way too, especially now that the left has gotten so crazy. Even people who wouldn't have otherwise researched the Israel situation, they're researching it now. And what they're now finding is they're like, oh, this Hamas people, they seem very interesting. And now they're researching that. And they're realizing, oh, shit, these guys have been radicalizing their people since they were kids. This is the kind of the stuff that they do. All right. Again, people are now starting to realize that, and they're slowly start to point the fingers here and say, okay, you guys are, you people on the left are saying that, these people are freedom fighters. Look what they're doing, bro. I don't know if I really support that. And they're bailing. They're bailing in droves. So what these guys result to doing is they'll call you a Zionist. They'll call you a genocide supporter. They'll call you every trick in the book. But you know what? It doesn't work because y'all been doing it to people on the right for goddamn who knows how long. So you guys are now resulting to do it to people or anybody who disagrees with you based off the facts that they're looking at. And y'all are thinking y'all have a win? Glacia, shout out to you for the $5 in the chat. Glacia says, keep up the good work, and we'll try to keep we'll keep tricking on you. I mean, continue to help you advance in your hobby. Maybe this will eventually butt into a second career. That'd be cool. You know what I'm saying? Because that'd be dope. I'll do more videos and react. Y'all know I edit my videos myself. Those reaction videos, so let me know because I'll be editing the motherfuckers. So I definitely do a lot more because I love editing videos. I miss it, so I know it's been a while. I did tell you guys I was gonna do that, but it's been a while. But I just gotta take time just because I work on certain things, so it's crazy. But let's keep playing.
I think I understand what happens when you take people and put them in such an inhumane condition. For anybody to sit and say that you're going to take people and put them in absolutely inhumane conditions and give them no standard of life, and they're not allowed to ever fight back, or they are terrorists.
But I can agree with you.
Anyone who does that is an amateur.
I can agree with you that the plight of the Palestinians for many decades has been absolutely shameful.
So what did we think was going to happen, Pierce?
No, nothing justifies what happened on October 7th.
So what are they supposed to do?
Nothing.
So what are they supposed to do?
That was an act of medieval barbaric.
Hold up. M.A. the Gray says, you not empathizing with the Palestinians that are being screwed over by Israel. At first I was. I'm going to be real with y'all. At first I was. I was sympathetic, and I actually didn't care. Actually, realistically, I didn't care on both sides because this war doesn't affect me. All right, it's not something. I'd read on it just to know what the hell is going on in case, right? But again, I don't care about it because I'm all the way over here. That's not my problem. Okay, my problem is making sure that that pothole down the road gets fixed. All right, because we're not doing that right now. Where's all of our freaking money going? I'm more worried about that. So it doesn't matter, right? But now I've gotten to the point where, you know what? Maybe the Palestinian people, y'all can sit this one on your own. Maybe you can figure this out by yourselves. You know why? Because listen, I'm Nigerian, and coming here to America, being an American citizen, I'm an American, right? My loyalty is to America because I escaped a horrible culture that is being dominated by the same culture that's dominating the Middle East right now. I escaped that, right? And we fled the violence. We came here, and we wanted to leave all that toxic shit behind. Now we're here. My loyalty is to this country. Did you know what happened on 9/11? These same people that want us to feel sorry for them, when America got bombed, when over 3,000 people died, innocent people, similar argument to what we're having here, right? When the bombs on the building go off and innocent kids die, right? Should we feel sorry for that? Well, I have to ask, well, if the roles were reversed, what would the Palestinian people do for us? And then I researched it. You know what these fuckers were doing? They were out there celebrating. They're out there celebrating. Matter of fact, most Muslims around the world were celebrating the death of hundreds, thousands of United States citizens that had nothing to do with what's going on in the Middle East. Matter of fact, this action actually resulted, the Twin Towers resulted in the wars that went on in the Middle East, that even countries that had nothing to do with it got unfairly attacked and destroyed by the United States, right? Because we were so angry. But these people, particularly in Palestine, were celebrating. There were videos of them handing out cookies, celebrating the death of innocent Americans. So fast forward 12 years later, right? Or however long, I'm spacing on it right now. But fast forward, and then all of a sudden, this is happening, and we're supposed to drop everything and clutch our pearls. I'm sorry, bro. I'm all about keeping that same energy. First of all, it ain't my problem. So it is what it is. But y'all were dancing when innocent American died? Really? And you want us to feel sorry for you now? That's my stance. If you want to be real with it, that's my real with it. First of all, I think most people who are far removed from a lot of these politics, you shouldn't be caring about it anyways, because you need to be more worried about what's going on at home. Them getting you to care about that particular situation means there's something that they're slipping right underneath their nose that you won't have the chance to go ahead and repeal when the time comes, right? And that's what a lot of people aren't really realizing. Have you noticed that since COVID, we've been in a perpetual state of crisis? There's always a crisis that they're forcing us to care about. And I had to stop and think. I'm like, wait a minute. Let's stop. Let's think. Why is the media making us care about this? Why aren't they holding certain officials here accountable right now for what the injustice that's going on here in America? Can we figure that out? Nothing. Instead, they're wanting us to care about things that are way beyond what measures we can do right now. So that's why you see idiots protesting, thinking that's going to change it. It's not. All the stuff you're seeing them do, it's already been, to the most part, predetermined by them. Isn't there already a ceasefire or a mini ceasefire negotiations? Which, I mean, people who were paying attention, they kind of knew this was coming. All right, Israelis don't like losses when it comes to warfare. We knew this. I even stated that in my first video when we talked about this. I said there's going to be a ceasefire soon because the Israelis don't like to lose people. They don't like to have their soldiers die. All right, and not only that, half the Israeli government, which these idiots are calling fascists, they don't like Netanyahu. I don't like Netanyahu. I think he's an idiot, right? I think he's a dumbass. I don't think he should be running Israel. I think we need to get somebody else who's less hawkish, because the one thing you can't deny, Netanyahu is very hawkish when it comes to Palestine, right? Or the Gaza, right? He's very hawkish. He definitely has a vision of taking that area over, or at least dominating that area, whatever it is. His brand of government doesn't want that. So we already knew that. But the one thing he understands is half the population hates him. So if there are too many losses here, or the war in Gaza goes crazy, he is well aware that he might lose his political standing. So now we're having these talks of temporary ceasefires and all these different things like that, which people who understand the stuff would know that's coming down the pipeline. But Tate, some of these people who are watching, instead, they listen to the media. They get you caring about things you shouldn't be cared about right now, because you're gonna get it wrong. And while we're all distracted, tearing each other apart, you got to look at who's benefiting right now. And that's the big problem. Everybody's so, that's why I can't stand it. Most people are just so fake nowadays. You just look at them and say, oh, okay. Oh, you totally make sense.
Terrorism. Nothing justifies it.
Did they suffer acts of medieval? Did they suffer acts of medieval barbaric terrorism before that date? Yes. And it's unfortunately an eye for an eye in this world. I'm not condoning. I'm being a professional and answering to you why it happened.
Give me one example of where Israel.
Smarks killed Wrestling said this guy's an Islamophobe. Okay, yeah, real. What did I say that was negative about Islam? Name one thing I said I was negative about Islam. If I really wanted to fry up Islam right now, bro, I read the Quran. It ain't the greatest. You want me to go there? I'll fry up any fucking religion. Do you want me to go there? See, that's the thing. You again, one thing I'm starting to realize about people who say this stuff like that, are you a Muslim, Smarks? Right? Because I hope not. Because if you're a Muslim, it's a shame on you. Because what you're doing is you're cheapening the word Islamophobe. So someone who hasn't said anything negative about Muslims, except for criticizing Andrew Tate, unless you think he's the best example of Muslims, okay, fine. That's entirely up to you. But what did I say in this entire live stream that was Islamophobic? Unless you're hearing what you want to hear, in this case, you're proving my point. A lot of you guys are proving my point. This is how unhinged you are. Okay, and that's why no one's gonna take you seriously. So if you think I'm Islamophobist or what do you call a genocide supporter or any one of these things, that's fine. By go ahead and click the button. Get off. Do you think that matters to me? I'm someone that's gonna say what I need to say, anyways. Not say something because people like you are gonna say Islamophobia. What? Are you high? What again? You're just cheapening the word, and then next time people say, "Oh, Islamophobia," oh, like the leftists like to call other people a racist. Okay, I guess I'm an Islamophobe. I guess I'm an Islamophobe. You don't know what you're doing. This kind of behavior pushes people away from having dialogue and even wanting to even converse with people like you. So again, you sound stupid. Just fucking dumb.
Well, without any provocation, went into a specific question, went into Gaza and massacred 1,500 innocent people, cutting their heads off, taping and boasting about what they'd done back to their families in Israel, kidnapping Holocaust survivors, bringing them, they wouldn't, of course, done that in their case, kidnapping old grandmothers and bringing them back to Israel, kidnapping babies, kidnapping children. When has Israel actually gone in and done something of the scale of October the 7th?
There's literally endless examples of that.
Give me one.
In 2014, they were bombing civilians.
No.
You know what? Pierce, let me tell you something.
What?
I'm not talking about, well, they were categorized as retaliation for rocket strikes. And there's an arguable point, as there is, for example, I'm vehemently against the expansion of the settlements on the West Bank. I think there are legitimate questions about the proportionality of Israel's response here.
Yeah,
but in terms of what Hamas perpetrated on October the 7th, there is no instance of Israel doing that to the people of Gaza. And you have to accept
that's
that.
facts. No matter what you want to call it, there's literally, you can't find it. Because if there was, okay, I would say the one instance, I'm not since this conflict started, but there was an instance where there was a bunch of Israeli soldiers that opened up on kids, Palestinian kids, that were throwing rocks, and I thought that was crazy. That was a disproportionate response. So yeah, you got to condemn Israel for that. But we're talking about in terms of this conflict starting, no, you don't see it. But again, Tate is talking out his ass because you're saying what Hamas did on October 7th is what Israel does every day. That's not true. On October 7th, they literally attacked a concert filled with civilians and massacred a bunch of civilians. Matter of fact, the reason why I wasn't even surprised that Hamas would do this, because this is what a lot of jihadists do. Like, I like it's funny. A lot of y'all are sitting there trying to tell me about this shit, and I literally escaped a country that is becoming a jihadist country. Okay, there are aspects of Islam that when you for those of you guys who want to call me Islamophobe, pay attention. There are aspects of Islam that gets crazy and can radicalize people, just like there are aspects in other religions that does the same thing. But Islam is crazier because they're modeling themselves after their prophet, and their prophet does the exact same thing. Go read the book. Where's that buddy at? You don't want to get me started now. Oh, you don't want to get me started now, bro, because I will go straight in. Don't play with me. Don't play me. This is what you guys do. You label every single thing Islamophobia. What are you talking about? This is very real. They kill people who don't believe in the religion. As an atheist, I would be dead. And there are Muslims that will clap and celebrate that. You understand? There was even a Muslim girl in Nigeria. She was stoned to death. And after they stoned her, they burned her body. This was by other Muslims, by the way. The religion of peace. This was by other Muslims. They stoned and burned her to death. Why? Because she told a bunch of Muslim dudes in a school group chat to stop talking about God and let's talk about schoolwork, because that's what that's what the group chat was for. They labeled her as a blasphemy person, and then they killed her. Right in front of everybody. What did our government do? And I was so ashamed of our Nigerian government. I'm ashamed of it till this day. What did our government do? Because we have religious leaders who are also Islamic, right, or Muslims. They come in and say, guys, we need to be tolerant of all religions. We have to be tolerant of all religions here. I know what happened to her was horrible, but come on, guys, we got to be tolerant of our religions. That's what our government said after members of their own citizens acted in a barbaric manner and tortured a girl to death. And they burned her body because they believed that if her body was burned on earth, she won't go to heaven. That is fucking sick. So don't tell me about how cultures are different. And that's why I see some of y'all on the left, the gays for Palestine or gays for Hamas. Y'all are crazy. You wouldn't last a second in that country. Guaranteed. I'm Nigerian. I couldn't last. I had to go. I had to run. Certain cultures are just better than others. It just is what it is. And it's actually shit like that just made me not even want to believe in a God, realistically. Because why would a God condone killings of other people just because they don't believe in him, right? Why would you condone that as a God? Where's the mercy? Where's the where's the ability to repent? Where's all of that? There's no hope. So why do I gotta believe in that shit? Fuck that shit, bro.
Either deluded or you're deliberately not wanting to say the obvious, which is that was an act of terrorism because you're concerned about upsetting people in Palestine. Is that the case?
Let me go back to my first point when I said you're peddling asininities. The reason I said that is because to look at a situation, no matter how heinous, and to ignore all of the context and pretend that you do not understand why said situation happened
nothing justifies terrorism on that scale. Nothing
is asinine.
No, it's not.
Because it's not about justification.
Let me tell you why.
It's not about justification.
Let me tell you. No.
You're trying to justify.
Let me tell you the reality of the world. Hamas came to power in 2005. Hamas's initial founding charter made it clear that they are for the eradication of Israel. And on October the 7th, they proved what that means is they will kill every Jew they can get their hands on.
It's right
there. They are an
there.
existential threat to people in Israel and to Jewish people. And that is, I'm afraid, the purest personification of a terror group. I also think by doing what they did, as they have done since 2005, they weren't representing innocent Palestinian people in Gaza.
Who are suffering now.
They knew, yes, but Hamas knew when they did what they did that Israel would respond the way they did and that thousands of innocent Palestinians would get killed. They knew that, and they still did it. So my question for you is, why can't you, which is my position on this, is very straightforward. What Hamas did was an act of terror, an absolutely despicable act of terror, and should be called exactly what it is. And they are now demonstrably a terrorist group. That is why they were rightly prescribed that by the UK and America and other countries. And to try and pretend they're not makes you sound like Jeremy Corbyn. I can't think of a worse insult to throw at you, right?
So, yeah, by the way, Jeremy Corbyn is a liberal. He's one of those liberal political commentators, right? That's him. Okay, he's sounding like Jeremy Corbyn. He sounds exactly like Jeremy Corbyn. You know why? Because the left and a lot of these crazies are now on the same team, right? It's full mask off. That's why, like, when we're saying, hey, yo, the far right, they're agreeing with Nick Fuentes, especially on the left. We didn't see that. Now you're seeing that. Okay, Tate is sounding exactly like these people. Okay, they want to label things genocide, Islamophobia. That's so crazy. You know what's funny? I got so much love for Muslims. I got Muslim friends, even Muslim friends who are Fulani in Nigeria right now, who are actively being persecuted by other Fulani Muslims. Okay, because their brand of Islam isn't the same thing. Listen. If anyone has a right to be hateful, it'd be people who went through the bullshit that guys like us went through. But we come out because I don't have a hateful bone in my body. I still respect the religion. You want to listen. People believe in angels and fairy tales and whatever it is. That's fine. You go believe. As long as you're not persecuting me whatsoever, I don't care. You don't see that. So when you guys are sitting there calling things that it ain't, you don't realize the damage you're doing. You're cheapening the word. These guys, like, they don't get it, bro. Like, and this guy, we're still on the conversation of trying to condemn Hamas. That's what this back and forth has been on, right? And you want to talk about freedom of speech. Why wouldn't you want to condemn Hamas, right? Why wouldn't you want to condemn the actions of some of these people? And you notice, what I've started to notice is a pattern, right? And not because actually there are a couple people who I've spoken to about this, and they're actually Muslims, and they absolutely have no bone in their body to disagree with Hamas. But those guys also live here, and one of them told me remotely, right? No, one of them lives in Nigeria still, and two of them live here. One of them lives here, right? So, listen, if it wasn't for the fear of persecution, a lot of people right now who are Muslims, some of them would probably condemn this shit. The problem is, a lot of them are scared because they feel as though by condemning this Hamas, right, it's probably going to land them in some kind of trouble or some shit, right? And I think that's what Andrew Tate is in the game he's playing right now, because you think about it. This guy takes frequent trips to Dubai. He's a Muslim, all right? He's basically in it, right? Do you think he's going to face repercussions? I've seen it happen, right? Some Muslim dude could say something online, and then next minute, if the rest of the community doesn't agree with it, they excommunicado him. Sometimes they even attack him. So is Andrew Tate afraid of that? Is he afraid of that possibility, right? Is he afraid of possibly alienating majority of his Muslim fans that he's acquired ever since converting, right? Is he afraid of alienating this thing by just calling a terrorist group what exactly it is? We're not even talking about how the war started or who went back and forth or who shot the first missile, who didn't shoot the first missile. We're talking about Hamas exactly as they are as an entity, okay? Are they a terrorist group? Your country seems to believe so, along with other countries. So why is it so hard for you to just say the easy thing? And you got to start thinking. That's what part of my mind is going, because I'm noticing there are a lot of Muslims, especially some of them who are gung-ho about this Israel versus Palestine situation. They're definitely, they're not going to condemn it. Matter of fact, what I'm starting to notice, especially when we see conversations happening, because Piers Morgan, he's done interviews with multiple people. There was another guy with the beard that to spit everywhere that he did a conversation with. They will not condemn it for any reason. Matter of fact, they pivot to the whataboutisms. And it's like, okay, people, and I watch too. I'm someone that watches, right? You'll see in every debate, you'll see people on the Israeli side, okay, I condemn Israel, what they do. I condemn Hamas, what they do. Do you condemn Hamas? They can't do it. They'll respond with another question. So what is it? Why should people even care about certain things if that you guys have to say and arguments that you have to bring up if you guys aren't even willing to be honest from the get-go? Why try to have an honest conversation with someone who's starting out being dishonest? It's just not worth it. And that's what you're seeing from Andrew Tate. And I've noticed this pattern across everybody who's been talking about this conflict, who is not a super far right lefty or far right lefty, far left lefty, or who isn't like, Andrew Tate, and then his whole nonsense he's got going on here.
But I also think there are legitimate questions to come about the way Israel's responded. We can come to that. But I just want to ask you one more time. Is what Hamas did on October the 7th an act of terrorism?
I think, Pierce, it is peddling asininities for you to pretend that enslaving
You sound
people...
like Jeremy Corbyn.
No, let me answer.
You're a liberal.
15 times he refused
You're a fucking
to
liberal.
Let me answer the question.
You're now up
I'm
to
not
about,
refusing.
You're now about 3 or 4.
If you
Are they a terror group or not?
They're one team's freedom fighter, and they're deemed a terrorist
What do
group.
you think?
I think that if you lock people in an open-air prison and steal their land, they're going to retaliate.
So they're not a terror group?
I think they're going to retaliate.
They're not a terror group?
One team's terrorist is another
Okay, we're
team's
now up
freedom
to about
fighter.
Just answer the question.
And also, another thing I want to make clear to you, Pierce.
Only Jeremy Corbyn has done this.
Bro.
Refused to answer the question.
I think that what they are doing is seemingly deemed an act of terror by the people that the terror...
Don't use Weasley.
It's seemingly deemed an act of terror? No. Textbook, it's terrorism, what they're doing. They're using fear. By launching those rockets and targeting civilian areas in Israel, they are doing what's called terrorism, okay? It's not like they're amassing brigades of infantry units and mechanized infantry units and all these other units ready to go and moving them across the country lines. They're not doing that. They're doing these small sporadic attacks because they have to. That's how they win, right? It's terrorism at the end of the day. So again, you not acknowledging exactly the tactics they're using while sitting here calling it something else that it isn't, it's definitely very, very telling. And again, this is an eye-opening interview because what Tate is doing is a representative for everybody who's arguing for Palestine, except for like 2 or 3 people I've seen so far, made pretty good cases. But he's doing exactly what they're doing. He's just deflecting and using the same words. Even these so-called far leftists that you would think before this conflict knew what they were saying, it turns out they're dumb. They don't know at all. Everything is just spoken from the heart.
Words?
They're not Weasley. Of course the Israelis think they're a terror group, and of course the Palestinians think they're freedom fighters. It's stupid that you're asking the question.
Most of the civilized world thinks they're a terror group who committed an act of terror. It's not difficult. What they did was an act of terror.
It's really not that hard.
If Israel continues to conduct acts of terrorism on the Palestinian people, they're going to do nothing but strengthen the reaction.
Well, that's a different conversation I'm about to have with you about Israel's response. But before I get there, one more time, is Hamas a terror group?
You got one more chance.
An act of terrorism.
I think that when you lock people in an open-air prison, you're going to have to expect...
You're not going to answer.
Yo, he's sounding like a lefty every time, bro. Y'all, did y'all catch? Put a 1 if y'all catch that Destiny debate. Did you guys see that Destiny debate when he debated a bunch of far lefties on Twitter, right? And when he was asking these questions, they just kept saying, "Oh, well, it's an apartheid, open-air prison, genocide." And it's like, why are you guys repeating the same thing all over again? Okay. We get it. Now, what about, can you go deep, please? And what you start to find out is these guys cannot go deep because they don't know what they're talking about. I actually got a video on that Destiny debate coming out soon because I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw they turned on him like that. They booted Destiny off of the stream. Chat, hold on, chat. They muted Destiny. I mean, the disrespect they showed the guy. They muted Destiny consistently because they didn't want to hear what he had to say, right? Oh, so much for the people of free speech, right? They muted him, and then while calling him a fascist and saying he lacks the understanding of the geopolitics in there. And now I do agree that Destiny doesn't know certain things, but overall, when he does his research, he's up to speed for the most part, right? They accused him of that, and then they booted him off of the stream. They booted him off of the debate because they didn't want. It was after this one lady who claimed that she was a journalist on the ground in Gaza, right? Came in and she muted everybody, talked about this dictatorship. These guys are talking about apartheid and fascism, and then they're commuting fascism on their very same platforms by muting people and then dismissing them. And Lord Almighty, you wouldn't believe the excuses they used afterwards, right? The dude literally tried to pretend that, oh yeah, Destiny just left. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Did you know Destiny just left the debate? Like, could you guys believe it? That's wow. Maybe he couldn't handle heat. I'm like, yo, yeah, y'all have lost your mind. If these people are the very same people you guys are, they're gonna turn against you. Guaranteed. Destiny, he's gonna leave. What do you call it? Ethan Klein, the same one after Hassan's fans turned on him because they used to be friends. They're all leaving. You guys don't understand the damage that you're doing just based off being ignorant. That's it. People are trying to have conversations. No one is trying to be offensive. But when you're starting out from that paradigm, you push people away. This is crazy, bro. I can't believe the amount of relationship this is destroyed. And I'm all for it. I'm all for it because we're weeding out the idiots. I say good riddance.
No, because I have to. There's people who are first things I want to say.
If you don't mind me saying, I think it's spineless.
Sure.
I do.
That's fine.
You sound like Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, that is an insult.
Did you see my interview with him?
No.
Right. 15 times last week, I asked him the same question. 15 times he prevaricated and wouldn't answer. Eventually, when someone does that enough times, you know what they really think.
Okay.
You don't think they're a terror group.
Well, let me answer.
You don't think they're a terror group.
No, what I think is this. On certain
Because I'd be really curious what you think an act of terror is if it's not massacring.
What is a terrorist, bro? Just answer the question, dog. It's not
including
that hard.
Holocaust survivors,
Pierce.
kidnapping babies, decapitating
Pierce.
people, cutting their limbs off, raping women.
Yeah, talk about missing limbs. We're going to talk about that when we talk about what
we
Israel
are,
has done.
but when we get there, it'll be in the context of you not admitting that was an act of terror.
Well, let me answer the question for the final time.
You didn't answer it at all.
Realist. And as a realist, sometimes you do not.
He's a realist? Well, when all of a sudden did you become a realist? Hold up. Hold up. I did not just hear this come out of this dude's mouth. The guy that believes in the Matrix is all of a sudden a realist. Listen, you tater tarts, if you don't realize what the hell is happening here, I don't know what else to tell you. This guy, it seems like he's just spouting out on the mouth, saying words, thinking it's going to make him sound legitimate. Bro, you sound like an idiot. What do you mean you're a realist? You've been perpetuating Matrix freaking conspiracy theories throughout the media, even to soften your own case, right? And now all of a sudden, I'm a realist. Motherfucker, you're a realist. You couldn't see that indictment coming from a mile away, huh, Mr. Realist? You couldn't see that indictment coming from a mile away with all them trafficking you were doing with them girls. You couldn't see that? This guy's a realist? This is crazy, bro.
Come to the conclusion of labeling good guys and bad guys. The world is not black and white.
Hamas are bad guys.
No, the world is not black and white. The world is actually very gray. Anybody who sits and thinks there's clearly a good guy,
there's nothing gray about what Hamas did,
and clearly a bad guy does not understand how the world works. And as a realist, what you do is you look at scenarios and you understand why they happen, how unfortunate they are, how unfortunate the loss of human life is, how civilians die on both sides, how innocents are dying in a chess game played by the elites on both sides. Both sides, you have innocent people who didn't even vote for the person making the decisions, who are ensuring their death, signing their death warrants. It's unfortunate on both sides. But listen, sir, you would not.
He says, listen, sir, bro, you know he's getting his ass handed to him. When Tate starts to get respectable towards a reporter he deems unfriendly towards him, right? Over here, sir. He knows he's getting his ass handed to him.
Advocate Russia doing any of the things to Ukraine that Israel is doing to Palestine. You would not sit here.
Russia has been doing exactly that.
Russia has not done a fraction of the things
illegally.
What? Russia was even worse. That's why people are clowning a lot of these leftists right now, because you guys you know what Russia did to Ukraine? They were intentionally targeting civilian areas. Do you understand that, right? So people were right when the left was super pissed off about what was happening in Ukraine. Yeah, you guys were absolutely right. That's horrible, because Russia is actively targeting civilian infrastructures and they're killing civilians. Matter of fact, their first attack was meant for that kind of stuff. They were sending barrages of stuff. Look at the amount of towns they've completely leveled to the ground without care of human rights. Here comes this bozo coming over here saying, no, Russia never did that to Ukraine. Come on, what? Holy smokes. I can't believe he's saying this right now, right? I can't believe he's saying this right now, bro. Dude, Russia was... they're 10 times worse than what Israel's doing to Gaza right now. Okay. Oh my goodness. This is crazy.
Israel has done to Palestine.
Russia illegally invaded a sovereign democratic country and has committed a barbaric rampage, trying to seize as much of Ukraine as it can, bombing maternity hospitals, killing innocent women and children. Right? Don't even try and have some kind of
This is genuine
equivocation of this.
I will. A Hamas rocket, a tiny Hamas rocket that can make a pothole in the road, and then they get hit back with cruise missiles.
A tiny Hamas rocket? Oh, yeah, you haven't done your research. Do you even know what rockets they use? First of all, they have rockets of varying size. They have that KAJR whatever 5 rocket that's literally as tall as a freaking telephone pole. All right, and then they got those Qassam missiles. Hold up, let me pull this shit up real quick. Because again, a lot of these guys, it's like they don't know what the hell's going on. Okay, let me pull up Google Images right now. Google Images. What is a Qassam rocket? Let's pull this up. Does that look like a tiny rocket to you? Does this look like look at this shit. This is how they get so disingenuous. Oh, they launch a tiny rocket. Look at this shit. This is a different type of rocket, by the way. But look at this. Does this look like a tiny rocket to you, Andrew Tate? So they're launching these tiny rockets that make potholes, right? They just make the little potholes. But then Israel responds, you're being disingenuous. Again, this is part of the ignorance I'm talking about. A lot of people think just because Palestine are a bunch of people that, or not Palestine, I'm talking Hamas are a bunch of people who don't have like a solid military structure. They tend to wave off the fact that these guys have the capabilities of using sophisticated weapons, which is, I feel like you guys are being racist. I'm here going to use the term, right? But again, it is that element of it, right? You're stereotyping just because they're poor, they don't have access to sophisticated weapons. So he's saying they're throwing these little small rockets. Come on, they're making potholes, dude. No, they have access to legitimate weapons. They are being bankrolled to the tune of billions, bro, by Qatar themselves. Qatar built Gaza, for Pete's sakes, okay? So don't even sit there, bro. By you sitting there telling people, oh, they're small, tiny rockets, and they can easily just research what those rockets look like. Didn't Hassan spend like 20 minutes on his live stream trying to describe what a missile was? This shit weighs 88 pounds. That's not a small rocket. This shit can do damages. Not a little pothole. Damage. It can hurt people, kill people, tons of people. This is just crazy, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Ukraine sent a drone and it hit the Kremlin. A drone attack. It did nothing. It damaged some shingles. If Russia decided to then respond with a missile attack on a hospital and annihilate 800 people,
it has been.
Do you think that would be allowed?
That's exactly what it has been.
Would you advocate for that?
Have you seen?
Would you support that?
Have you seen the state of Mariupol, which they leveled to the ground?
Fuck Mariupol. What about Bakhmut? Bakhmut was the city. That city is done. There's nothing left. Civilians, infrastructure, hospitals, schools, all gone. Russia completely leveled Bakhmut. We're talking about Mariupol. Where look, and now they're finishing up with Avdiivka, right? Am I saying Avdiivka, right? Like they're finishing up with all these other countries, or not countries, cities right now within Ukraine. Russia does not give a shit. They are committing mass amounts of violence right now. But where's the conversation about that? We don't have those conversations. This is the hypocritical thing, bro. This is a hypocritical thing about a lot of these guys, right? Because you see first of all, there's a lot of injustice being perpetuated across those areas too, by the way. For instance, do you know that and what is it? Isn't it Pakistan, right? They're pretty much expelling millions of Afghanis, right? These are also Muslims. So when it's Muslim on Muslim, no one says anything, right? But when it's Jews on Muslims, all of a sudden everyone is up in arms. That's very, very interesting. Let's take a look at China, right? There, everyone is so quick. Especially some of y'all in the chat. Y'all are so quick to call what Israel is doing a genocide. It's what the Nazis did. China is putting Muslims in concentration camps. Yet you bozos are going to go to Walmart and buy slippers from made in China. You're going to go buy clothes made in China. You're going to buy half the shit in your house is made in China. Yet you guys aren't talking about the millions of people that are being subjugated right now in that region. We're not talking about that. There's literally modern day Nazi going on. They have re-education centers to re-educate Uyghur Muslims from their thought process to be other things other than what they were. No one is saying anything about that. Half the shit in your house is Chinese made. But when it comes to Jews and Muslims, all of a sudden, everyone expects us to be up in arms. This is why they're saying you're hypocritical. This is why people are looking at this, because a lot of people who are lefties and people who are supportive of this movement right now, you're looking at it from a very small lens. When you start looking at the macro and what's going on the other side of the region, which is literally a whole nother country away, which is right there, right, for a lot of these places. When you look at what's happening in those areas, and you're not leading with the same level of vitriol, you're leading with the Jews versus Muslim situation, people are going to look at you funny. They're going to be like, oh, so all of a sudden, that's not even remotely compared to what China's doing to Muslims right now, you're going to call this what it isn't? Oh, right. And where are the Arabs? Where are the Arabs calling out the subjugations of other Muslims in China? Where's that? Where the call off for that? Everyone stayed fucking silent. That's what I'm saying. They're all fake. From the supporters, from the people who are involved, it's all fake. They're all fake people, all right? Because they want to scream out when it's convenient for them. But then when shit's that's actually happening that reflects the definition of what they're calling fascist, what they're calling apartheid, or what they're calling genocide or anything like that, ethnic cleansing, okay? When it's actually happening, you guys are silent. Libya is a Muslim country. We got slaves in Libya right now. Where are the condemnations? They're slaves not just any slaves, black slaves. Okay? The lighter-skinned Arabs are enslaving the darker-skinned Arabs. Where's the call-off for that? So, when y'all want to open your mouth, you look like a hypocrite. You look an idiot. Because if you condemn this actions of Muslims here, or Israel's against Muslims here, then you got to condemn these other actions, especially what China's doing. No one's saying a damn thing.
Ukrainians did level it. You're correct.
No, the Russians
2014.
The Russians leveled Mariupol.
And my question to you is, would you advocate those reactions? Let me ask you another question, Pierce. This is a genuine question. Let me ask you a question, because I want to understand your point of view.
It's actually my interview with you.
Yeah, but you tried to understand mine. I just want to understand your point of view. If I believe,
this guy says this life he says, why are you defending Jews who are killing Muslims for years? I'm not defending anybody. Did you not just hear me say what they're doing, what Israel is doing is horrible? I'm not defending that. I'm literally just calling out what Muslims are doing all over the world. Are you kidding me? Like, hold on. I came from a country where what's happening right now, what Israel's doing to Muslims, they did that to everybody else in my country. Matter of fact, even the next country over, you go to Burkina Faso, it's happening. You go to Chad, it's happening. You go to every country that has the same situation, you have extremists who are of one religion in particular that are doing a bunch of damage, and no one is talking about that. So you want me to shut up about when shit is happening from that right now in other countries? And when I'm making that comparison, you're saying, oh, dude, you're supporting Jews. I don't care about their situation. I don't give a fuck. Okay, they've been warring for years. What I care about is why people aren't seeing the conflicts that are happening around them that's making them look like hypocrites when they're focused on such narrow conflict like Jews versus Muslims in Palestine and Israel, or Gaza and Israel. You got the West Bank. That's literally it. No one say, oh, I've never once sat there and said, oh, the Jews are right. They're so right. The Jews are what they're doing. They need to do more. I have never said that. That would be support. I think they need to stop. I think that now he needs to be out of power. I've said that multiple times. But you guys, all you hear, because you're brainwashed, is because all you hear is, oh, because he didn't explicitly focus on condemning Israel, he must be supporting Jews. I don't care about Jews. I don't care about any of these people who are believing in fairy tales. Okay. Matter of fact, they would expel me if I was in those countries. If I was an atheist in Israel, I'd probably be in trouble. Okay. So again, none of these people would cater to someone like me. So why should I give a fuck about them? I'm just calling it as it is. And if that to you seems as though I'm taking one side or the other, then that's up to you to decide. But that's not what's going on here. So when I talk about looking through a small hole, I think you need to look in the mirror and see what I'm talking about.
Believed, or Israel believed, that one of the people in your house was a terrorist and decided to destroy your entire house and kill your entire family, would you sit and say, well, maybe there was a terrorist inside, I accept that? Or would you be enraged? Genuine question.
I don't think you can take an individual person's response.
Well, it's a bunch of individual people in Gaza. They're individuals with thoughts and dreams and aspirations which are being annihilated. 15-year-old girls without legs because of cruise missiles.
Let's come to
they are individual people. They're not cattle.
Let's come to
They're
that.
people.
Right, and so were the people in Israel on October the 7th.
And that's why it's so heinous, which is my exact point.
But not heinous enough to reach your bar of terrorism.
It's not about reaching bar of terrorism. It's understanding why things happen.
By not saying it, you've made your position clear.
He actually has. I mean, it's so obvious. It's not even funny. He's like, bro, all you got to do is say they're a terrorist group. That's it. He can't say that. He can't bring himself to call them a terrorist group. You without saying anything, you've said a lot, bro.
And to pretend you're any different is ridiculous. Let's move on to Israel's response, because there are legitimate questions about this. Hamas embeds itself, 35, 40,000 terrorists, in my estimation. You can call them whatever you like. And they're embedded amongst the civilian population, predominantly in northern Gaza. We know from intelligence over the last 20 years, which you won't believe because the Matrix has made it all up.
Correct.
We know from intelligence.
Coming from the realists, by the way.
Historically, Hamas likes to embed itself, particularly around things like schools and hospitals and mosques, because that makes it more difficult if the Israelis attack.
Yeah.
Now, Israel has killed nearly 12,000 people in its response, right? There are many people around the world demanding a ceasefire who think that is a ridiculously disproportionate response to what happened. Well, it was genocide. They would want to kill everyone in Palestine. They don't.
What is it? Yeah, what do you say about 12,000 people? In the Gaza Strip alone, there are millions of people. That's not a genocide. Again, calling something which it isn't, that's what makes it lose its value, the word. Okay? About 12,000 people died thus far. That's not genocidal numbers. Genocidal numbers if they were doing what Stalin did, what Hitler did, and literally killing millions of Palestinians. We don't see that. Matter of fact, the people who are being targeted right now are unfortunately the civilians who aren't moving out of the way of these terrorist infrastructures that are built underneath them. And now that Israel has half control of Gaza now, they're starting to uncover all these tunnels, especially in the hospitals where a lot of these lefties denied. Y'all denied that they weren't using these hospitals as bases. Right? Y'all would just, oh no, it's so wrong. They're just unfairly targeting civilian infrastructures. And Israel, for the longest time, would say, no, they got a terrorist base there. It is there. So now they got the hospital. They got control of it. They're looking in. They're saying, oh, look at all these stuff. Look at all these terrorist equipment. Look at all this shit here. Right? They showed you. They would let you know. These were the tunnels. This is what they were doing. So what are the left's going to say now? And one of the main things these guys like to do, because I have conversations with them all the time, right? And they would say, Duke, you're so wrong. You're gonna be on the wrong side of history on this one, Duke. Guaranteed. History is gonna look at you, Duke, and say you were wrong. And I'm like, huh? Are you stupid? When people get further and further away from this and more facts starts to come out, especially the facts that are going to be documented, history is not going to look at you idiots favorably. You understand that, right? Because everything the Israel claim made, right, for the most part, that has been proven thus far. You guys are going to look like a bunch of people that basically lost their minds and basically dropped the mask. A lot of stuff is being revealed right now that you guys said was happening but didn't work, right? When Hassan said the 800 people died in the hospital, that didn't happen. So when y'all are so obsessed with how history is going to look at the situation, y'all are going to look like the ones who are the fascists. Especially now, y'all are thinking Osama bin Laden is some kind of hero. Y'all see the new TikTok trends? Oh my God! Did you see Osama's letter, guys? Did you see Osama's letter? Oh my God! Like, yeah, guy. And they're not even talking about what the letter was talking about. They just say, "Oh my God!" Like they're making it seem like you just missed out on something big. Like you gotta read the letter, right? And the part they're specifically referring to is when Osama basically referenced the whole situation with Jews and the Palestine after or before. It was after. Well, he wrote the manifesto, which was released by the media after the freaking attacks and whatnot. But yeah, everyone's and they're doing this trend like he's some kind of hero. Do you think history's gonna look at you weirdos as some kind of righteous actors? What do you think is going to happen here when y'all are big enough actual terrorists and we got this bozo over here who can't condemn Hamas, a terrorist group, and tell them that they're bad people? He can't say that. But y'all are obsessed with how history's going to look at you? Really? Pretty soon, what are you guys going to say? Hitler was right? Because some of y'all are already saying, oh, the Jews are doing to the Palestinians what Hitler did to them. And it's like, that's not even close. They don't have gas chambers. They don't have re-education camps. They don't put people in forced labor camps. We don't see any of that. That's happening to Muslims in China. We don't see that in Israel right now. So all these people are claiming, oh, they're doing all this stuff, right? What are they gonna claim next? Are you gonna claim Hitler was right and still think you're on the right side of history, you fucking dumbasses? You see why people are running away from you idiots? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're siding with extremists and don't even realize it yet. That's crazy to me, right? Let me show you guys this video, right? Because I had to find it. I had to find this video, bro. Actually, one of them, there's a couple of them. Two of them was sent to me thanks to you guys. Shout out to you. But one of them was very interesting because y'all sent me, and y'all know who you are. You made a very great point about 9/11 because I actually had no idea this was happening. That, again, goes to show you, right? I had no idea this was happening. But when 9/11 happened, there were a bunch of Palestinians that were protesting this shit. They were basically celebrating the death of Americans. They were handing out cookies. They were handing out, what was it? Hold up. Let me pull this up real quick. I'm going to show y'all something because I was shocked. I was like, wait, these are the same people that want us to care right now. That's crazy. I can't care about that shit, bro. Like y'all just laughing at us when we people died over here. Hold up. Where's that video? Oh, where's that? Hold up, chat. I'm going to bring that video up. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Right here. Watch this. Watch this shit. Americans died, by the way. Innocent people. They died. Osama bin Laden did this. And now the same leftists are supporting or glorifying a guy like Osama bin Laden and supporting the people who celebrate what he did to Americans in 9/11. And you want me to care? I don't. After seeing this, how do I care? Look at this. There's more too, chat. There's so much more. Look at this. Hold up. Which one is this? This one y'all sent to me. Which was actually I found very, very interesting. Let me see. This one right here. Watch this. These are young kids. There's the Palestinian flag. They're raising it high when Americans lost their lives. Do you guys even remember 9/11? Now, I see why they try to make sure y'all remember it. Because it's easy for people to just forget. A whole generation, Gen Zers, just forgot. They're chanting, God is great. So you want us to care. You want Americans to care, right? And the ones that don't, you're labeling Islamophobe. Yet when shit happened to us, when the same thing happened to us, y'all cheered in the streets, handing out chocolates, screaming, God is great. Imagine if Americans were doing the exact same. Actually, we don't even have to imagine. Americans aren't even doing that right now, right? And yet we have people condemning them for just saying, you know what, I side with Israel. You got people condemning them. Meanwhile, when the opposite is true, they celebrate the destruction and death. No, these are the citizens. I don't see soldiers here. I see kids, normal average people screaming God is great because over 3,000 people died in America, the same country that are expecting us to care. Which unfortunately we do, and that shows the great side of America. That's why I love this country so much, right? Because even if there's certain situations that don't warrant sympathy, they're still there. right? But look at this. Look, this guy, she doesn't look like a Hamas fighter. Is that a Hamas fighter to you? Chat, does that look like a Hamas fighter? No, this seems like a normal lady. God is great. 3,000 people died. God is great. What kind of God is that? Oh, no, that's definitely not the country of Palestine at all. That kid holding up that flag there, no, it doesn't belong to Palestine at all. What I found even worse, and I couldn't believe this was true, right? But there was apparently there's a summer camp, and this happened a while ago. But I don't know, even thinking about this happening a while ago, it's probably happening now, right? But apparently there was a summer camp in Gaza where these kids go, and they're actively being taught to hate and destroy Jews. Y'all think I'm playing? This is Hamas, by the way. This is organized by Hamas. Hamas took control in 2005. And this is the brainwashing they've been doing to the people of this country for this long, since 2013.
إذن زهرات وأشبال في ريعان الطفولة وبأعمار الزهور يتمسكون بحق العودة في مخيمات جيل العودة، ناظرين جل أنظارهم نحو القدس ونحو فلسطين المحتلة، أملنا فيهم بأن يحرروا أوطاننا ويحرروا فلسطين كامل تراب فلسطين.
Is this something we want kids getting invested in right now? Got a bunch of these guys carrying their keys, running around being brainwashed about things that realistically isn't really happening. Even looking at the age of this happening, when this is what was going on at the time, how many of these young men right now do you see? Not even young men, these boys you see on the screen. How many of them do you think were probably grew up to be involved eventually in the October 7 attacks? You don't think radicalization starts early? One thing I've noticed, especially, is the anger is amongst, especially with Gaza, the anger is typically amongst the younger groups of people, right? And we can see that right now because we know that these kids get radicalized. Because some of these older Muslims, you can see even some of the surrounding nations, they're trying to make normalizations with Israel, right? They're trying to basically, end the war and kind of move on with their lives, except for young, aggressive nation like this one over here. So how many of these kids do you not think were involved in that October 7 attack? They didn't grow up because of this type of propaganda to believe that this is what their destiny was. These guys are being bred to be martyrs. I think that's sick. I'm sorry. Any regime that radicalizes kids, getting them ready for war and possibly death, that's not a regime I support. And you guys think history is going to look upon you favorably, especially when more and more things come out? You don't realize what the hell you guys are doing. In fact, what people are going to start doing is doing a lot more research on this themselves. Keep pushing them away. Keep going. There's so much more too, by the way. There's even one of this little girl. Watch this one. This is one of this little girl, bro. Chat, this is crazy. Watch this. Look at this. Oh, look at that. Look at that. If this was America, we would call CPS. But it's going on in Gaza, so they're freedom fighters, right? Andrew Tate will call this freedom fighters. That's what Andrew Tate would do. Andrew Tate will call this little girl right over here. She's a freedom fighter, right here, right here. It goes deep, y'all. Like, stop playing.
Drive them all out.
Whereas Hamas do want to kill every Jew. That is actually what genocide is.
You know what's actually interesting? Because you've spoken about this subject with people more who actually understand the conflict better than I do. Mohammed Hijab understands it better. Low-key understands it better. I'm talking from a very general humanistic perspective.
He's
So
a
I don't
humanist.
understand that.
You're a humanist. You're a humanist now. You went from a realist to a humanist. Hey, by the way, being a humanist, you know that doesn't vibe well with being a Muslim, right? You understand that, right? Those ideologies do not align. So you're either a humanist, all right, and you don't agree with a lot of things that happen as being a Muslim, or you're a Muslim and you're not a humanist. You can't be both. Again, you just saying all these things just shows you were never serious to begin with about this religion. You were never serious. Because if you were, you know, being a humanist does not gel well with being a Muslim. Just go ask the people who are under the thumb of certain countries over there. Go ask them. See what they tell you. Are these regimes humanist? Go ask the people in Iran, the young population in Iran that are sick of the Ayatollahs or whatever you call them, those people over there, right? They're done. That country is actually literally, they're a powder keg away from a rebellion. That's how crazy and fascist that regime is. Why? Because Islam is not just a religion. It's also a political establishment. And a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of those people who are religious leaders are also political leaders as well. Okay. I think the more the West starts to understand how the religion and operates, especially with the politics, you guys will understand a little bit more about what's going on. But that's it. You sitting there talking about, I'm a humanist. Okay, you take that shit to Iran, buddy.
Absolute intricacies like they do.
Do you know what genocide means?
Of course I do.
Right. Genocide means you want to eradicate an entire people based on race or ethnicity. Israel clearly doesn't want to do that to the Palestinian people.
Clearly not.
If it did, it wouldn't tell a million of them, as it turned out, who moved south. Now, there are arguments about whether
to attack them as they moved.
Well, some people got hit as they moved.
Oh, some people got hit.
Yes.
Some people got hit.
You know what,
You know
Andrew?
what happens?
You know what, Andrew?
Wait till it's your son, son.
You know what?
Wait till it's your son.
I agree. And you know what, Andrew? War is horrific. It's horrific. The question is it a just war for Israel to go after Hamas? And if it is, and you believe as I do, Hamas has to be got rid of, how do you do that? If you don't do it the way Israel is doing it, how do you get rid of that terror group? Now, you won't agree with anything they're doing because you can't even categorize them as a terror group.
By the way, this life is a journey. Bye-bye. I'm an Islamophobe, right? So you definitely don't want to be watching a channel of an Islamophobe. You're gone. Bye-bye. Get out of here. You're clearly not here. Oh, you're so scared. You can't even call out the violence in your own religion. You're calling me an Islamophobe? So we can criticize everything, but when it comes down to criticizing Islam, that's a no-no now? Huh. Okay. It's almost like you guys are trying to be a protected group of people, similar to a bunch of lefties. No wonder you guys are getting along. So bye-bye. Anybody else think, go away. You're not listening to the conversation clearly. Go side with Andrew Tate. We know that makes perfect sense to you. Go side with Andrew Tate and the Candace Owens of the world. That's fine. Yeah, it's okay. But again, who fucking cares, bro? Okay, at the end of the day, no one cares. You're not gonna do anything that's gonna change the situation down there. It's already written. It's done. All right, you're not gonna do anything else. So someone who's pointing out facts and you say they're Islamophobic, then you clearly don't understand and you're clearly scared of your own religion. Hey, calm back when you're able to point out issues with Islam. All right, just like other people are able to point out issues within themselves. Right? Again, I could not just that. I've been pointing. First of all, I didn't hear this vitriol. You know what's crazy? When I call out Christians a lot on this channel. Chat, put a one if you've heard me shit on Christians a lot. I shit on Christians a lot. I shit on Catholics a lot. I shit on. I don't see any of them with this same kind of vitriol. But y'all the same fucking snowflakes. So fuck out of here. I don't care. I don't think you understand this channel, bro. I will speak my mind. And if you guys don't agree with it, leave. You're just the fascist you're claiming to be. Get out of here. I don't care. Like, what are you talking about? Bye-bye. I make fun of all religions. Islam isn't special. You're not little fucking snowflakes. Grow up. If your God can't defend your religion, you should probably think of something else.
The reason I won't agree with him is because I'm a human, Piers. Please let me answer this without being interrupted. You didn't answer my earlier question for a reason, because you knew that you couldn't answer it without proving my point. The question about the fact that if they decided to cruise missile your house because they thought somebody inside was a terrorist, you would not accept the loss of your family that you have raised. You would not accept that.
Of course I wouldn't.
Okay, absolutely. So let me answer this as a professional. What's funny is I'm a humanist. Like I said,
a professional what, by the way?
The professional. Please let me answer. Let me answer.
What are you? What are you thinking? You say you're thinking professional,
and I'm talking about this from a humanistic perspective.
Again,
right?
with
and
the
like
humanist.
You've talked to people more knowledgeable than me on the details of the subject.
Right.
Listen to me very carefully. I thought we lived in a democratic society. You just said 35,000 Hamas terrorists. And this is the thing that's most upsetting to me. This is what genuinely upsets me. Israel intelligence will say a guy's a Hamas terrorist. Has that guy gone to a court of law? Has there been a democratic process?
What? When are you going to get a terrorist to appear in a court of law? Bruh, shut the fuck up. Listen, the countries do this all the time. Listen, when they look at a group and they're behaving in a terrorist manner, okay, they label them as terrorists, okay? Because you look at the behaviors. They don't need to take them to a court of law. Maybe when they get captured, yeah. Matter of fact, there were even captured Hamas members that admitted that part of what they did was terrorism. They admitted that. The beheading and the kidnapping and the raping of dead bodies, they admitted that was an act of terrorism. So you're looking so bad, Andrew Tate. It's not even funny. You can't even condemn something as simple as this. Why would anyone be inclined to have an honest conversation with any other person who thinks the same way you do? You're not being honest. You know what's crazy? What was crazy, right? You got people in the chat talking about, Duke, you're an Islamophobe for criticizing Islam. I criticized one time, right? you're an Islamophobe. And then this guy, he pretty much shits on the religion. He disrespects it on daily. He's calling himself a humanist and a Muslim at the same time, right? Completely disrespecting religion. No, this is a good Muslim. But it just proves that you guys aren't, a lot of you people, y'all not consistent. Y'all not consistent at all. That's what I'm saying. You guys are not consistent. And even him, he's acting like a lefty right now, like Jeremy Corbyn. Bro, speak your mind. What happened? Oh, so you can call out everybody, call out all these other people. But when it comes down to criticizing your own group, you don't want to do that? Oh, wow. Some interesting favoritism being shown here, Mr. Tate. When people start looking at this, bro, it's not going to look good because you're not, bro. People can research. You're not being honest. Just be honest. Are they a terrorist group? We're 15 minutes into this conversation, and that's what the topic has been. Are they a terrorist group? Everybody else is condemned as terrorist groups. Are they a terrorist organization? Nothing. Answer with more questions and more. All right, bro. If you got so much answers, go ahead. What is the solution for this now? Watch this, y'all. What is the solution for this, Mr. Tate?
Has he been proven to be a terrorist? No. They've just decided from their intelligence that couldn't see an invasion coming from hundreds of miles away. So this intelligence is actually it's not great.
No.
So they've decided
couldn't see an invasion coming from hundreds of miles away. Where does he think Gaza is? They're just across the street, literally, bro. Again, this guy is he's parroting a lot of the same talking points we see people parrot on the left. And he's not even aware of the geographical location of Gaza and Israel. Hundreds of miles away. No, bro, they're right there. They're right next door. Whoa, they have a border with Gaza and the West Bank. They're not hundreds of miles away. They're right there. You know what this reminds me of? You know those people who are running around saying river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's like, yo, a river is the Jordan, sea is the Mediterranean. So do you want to take out all of Israel? Is that what you're saying? And then what happens to the Jews inside of it? Oh, okay. So that's probably perfectly fine. And if you ask some of these guys, what is, do you know do you know where the river is or what sea you're talking about here? They don't even know. They have no idea. Again, these guys they're either doing things to be part of a group or they're just plain ignorant and speaking out of turn. That's essentially what he's doing. He's saying they're attacking from hundreds of miles away. Bro, they're right there. Again, there's certain people who just either need to look at a map or just stop talking about the situation entirely. That just is what it is. I mean, I don't know why you can't get that through your mind, bro. Listen, anybody who took this guy seriously should have just stopped right after that. The moment he said Gaza was hundreds of miles away, you should have just that's done for his credibility. It's over with for his credibility. Why keep taking this guy serious when he doesn't even know where Gaza is on the map? That's how much he cares about you guys, by the way. Palestine, and I wouldn't condemn Hamas, but Hamas is hundreds of miles away. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. This is so pathetic, and this mentality is a reflection of a lot of people who are covering this. By the way, Janet G, shout out to you for the $25 super chat. Says Israel also does propaganda and brainwashing too. Yeah, they do. Absolutely, they do. But it's not as bad as when you look at what's going on in Gaza right now, right? It's not to the same extreme. And we know that by proving it, because half of the population, if they were brainwashed, you wouldn't have Jews there protesting in favor of Palestine. They're like, what do you call those Jews, right? That are with I don't want to sound it's gonna sound ignorant, but what do you call those Jews that have like, is it Orthodox Jews? What would you call them? It's not when they just wear the yarmulke. They got the whole fit on too, with the hair and the beard and whatnot. Like, they look like the bunch of those guys are protesting in favor of Palestine. So again, like, you could tell you're absolutely right. There's a lot of brainwashing there, but to a certain extent, people have free will, right? They have free will. They can do whatever they want in there. It's not the same to the same proportion when you're looking at Gaza. You could tell it's not. You wrong thing would get beaten out or killed in that area alone. And then there are people out there that are coming out and saying that now, because Hamas is basically gone. If you could look right now, there are people who are coming out and speaking now against Hamas from Gaza. It's all over Twitter now. The same space that a lot of these leftists, you get your $800. What is it? Hassan got his facts from there. It says 800 people died in the hospital from some guy on Twitter, right? These are legitimate sources right now that are posting up videos, basically saying of Hamas, not Hamas, Palestinian civilians who are now speaking out against Hamas because they have the freedom to do so. They're pretty much almost done for, right? They got half of Gaza already. So it just goes to show you, bro. Like, a lot of times, y'all need to just understand, bro. The region is kind of fucked.
Hundreds of miles away. So this intelligence is
actually no.
It's not great.
No.
So they've decided this person might be in intelligence without court case, without any kind of democratic process, and because of that, they've decided to annihilate civilians along with him, and it's all just collateral damage, and nobody should care. That is not a humanistic perspective, and that is disgusting. And any person in the West who is advocating for that is a hypocrite. Because if it was turned on them,
right.
if the American government said, we think the person in your shopping mall, one of the people you were shopping alongside in the mall, might have committed a crime. We didn't take them to court. We think they might have, so we killed your whole family.
Right.
Get over it.
So the last time
is a clown and a hypocrite.
So the last time,
what do you expect full-grown men to do?
I'm about to respond.
What do you expect full-grown men to do when you kill all of their families and leave them locked in an open air prison?
Respond.
Agreed to a two-state solution, like they were offered multiple times in the past, but that didn't happen. What are you talking about, dude?
The last time that Jewish people faced an existential threat was in World War II, and the Nazis, who wanted to take over the world and kill every Jewish person, the Nazis were ultimately defeated by Winston Churchill leading the Allies, and Winston Churchill, in the process of defeating the Nazis, killed a lot of German innocent civilians in the process. Do you think that was justified?
Let me ask a question.
Was it,
bro, just answer the fucking question. You're asking questions. You're answering questions with more questions, bro. It just shows you don't know what you're talking about. Answer the question. Like, okay, what Hitler did, was it bad? Yes. Easy question. You're not even going to answer that? It's such a layup, bro. What Hitler did, was it bad? Was it bad? Just answer it, bro. Oh, my God.
No, I asked the questions. Was it justified?
Sir, I believe, and let me just get this right in my head.
Yeah, think about it.
No, I don't need to think about your question. I believe
you don't need to think about it.
The Nazis, which were obviously heinous, I'm not advocating anything they did. It's disgusting, the Nazis. I'm glad we beat them. I'm actually a huge fan. Yeah, they were.
Right.
So I believe that they
So when you massacre Jewish people, you're terrorists. When you do it in Israel.
When you try and
Pierce is laid into this clown right now. He's about to make Pierce's point. That's facts.
Side on a populace because you don't want them on land you say is yours, then you are terrorists.
It's exactly what Hamas did on October 7th.
Exactly what Israel had did before them.
No, bro. No, it's not. When Israel came, they bought the land, and eventually when the Arabs attacked, that's when the wars got going. Listen, bro. Oh my God! You basically just described what was happening right now. You're doing such a disservice to your argument right now. It's not even funny. You're making anyone. Oh, speaking of the devil, look at this guy, the Sword Saint guy. He says the fact Duke can't even agree on one thing shows he's incredibly biased. Tate has good points in this interview. Like what? like what? If you agree that Andrew Tate has good points, you need to name them right now. Because what you're proving to me is exactly what I've been saying this entire stream. All right? People who are emotionally invested in this conflict, which realistically, unless you're being directly affected, which most people aren't, right? You shouldn't be talking about this. But look at this guy. He says, I can't even agree with what Tate says. He hasn't said anything that was even remotely factual. He's getting his butt repeatedly spanked by Piers Morgan of all people. And yet there's something you think he said was right. What was right? What did he say that you agree with? Let me know so we can all have a discussion about this. I would love to know what you say. Is it he was right about being a humanist? Do you think he's a humanist? Or a realist? Which one? Or that Gaza is hundreds of miles away from Israel? Do you believe in that too? God damn it. We're a nation of idiots, bro. We're a nation of fools. I can't no more.
It's exactly what Hamas did on October
exactly
the 7th.
what Israel had did before that.
So you've literally just described what Hamas do.
You just described what Israel do. They're trying to genocide the Palestinians as we speak. And this is the exact point.
So Israel...
No, but to sit here...
Hang on, so you think Israel are terrorists?
I think that what they're doing now is disproportionate and genocidal.
Is it terrorism?
It's genocidal, so I guess that makes it terrorism. It's genocidal.
So they're terrorists for responding to an act of terror, but the people who committed the act of terror are not terrorists.
The way in which they're responding...
You see the problem?
Bro, he's so dumb. He's so fucking dumb, bro. He doesn't fucking get it. He's so dumb. You're basically describing what they're doing. So for the past almost 20 minutes now, when you guys were arguing about if Hamas is being a terrorist or not, why was it so hard for you to say yes? This is crazy. Like, it's like pulling teeth with this guy. Just admit it, bro. What is so hard? Are you afraid they're not going to let you back in Dubai again? You can't run away to Dubai no more because you got investments over there, and maybe the Arabs won't like what you say if you condemn Hamas, right? All you have to do is condemn a terrorist group. And you guys who are watching this should be an eye-opener for you. Why is he finding it so hard to condemn a group that are terrorists? They're known terrorists. They've been designated as that. You're trying to rebrand them as freedom fighters. They're not freedom fighters. They hide behind people. It's proven. Where's the apology to people who are calling that out? A lot of y'all just blindly labeled them genocidal maniacs and freaks, especially Hassan. Now that they're proof that they were using those hospitals, directly admitting that they were using civilians as human shield, which is against the Geneva Conventions, by the way. They're breaking the rules. What do you guys have to say about that? Nothing. The hypocrisy is so crazy, bro. Like, a lot of people are waking up and y'all don't even realize this. This is crazy.
Argument.
No.
Really?
Pierce, what they are doing now...
Slaughtering 1,500 people in the way they did it is not an act of terror by terrorists, but a response from the people who are on the receiving end, rather like the response of the Allies in World War II to what the Nazis did. That apparently is the only act of terrorism.
Didn't you say 12,000 people the Israelis have killed thus far?
Yes.
I saw a video of a 15-year-old girl with no legs begging to die.
Yeah.
She was begging to die, saying, I have no future because my parents are gone or my legs are gone.
It's horrific.
I saw pictures of babies who were charred from the bomb blast. Palestinian babies. That shit is horrible. And that's what we're saying. No one is... Again, a lot of these emotional fucking weirdos, bro, who just get all worked up because they want you to overly care about one side over the other. Listen, there's damage on both sides. Bro, when I saw those videos of those charred babies, bro, that's crazy. And you condemn that shit. You say, yo, Israel's fucked up. I've condemned that in multiple channels. That's how you know a lot of these people not paying attention. Tiny little hole. Look in the fucking mirror. I've condemned that multiple times. When you see stuff like that, it's horrific. You condemn the violence on both sides. Half the people in Israel, they're despising Netanyahu because of that shit. It's a horrific thing. Okay, but we can also acknowledge that what Hamas did that teed off these bombings that recently happened, that was brutal. And it wasn't that Hamas wasn't targeting military infrastructures, because they weren't. They literally went into a concert. We've played videos of them launching RPGs into civilian vehicles, not military vehicles, civilian vehicles. We're talking about, if we want to talk about the equivalent, we're not talking about proportionality here, because that's what a lot of the liberals, and not liberals, the lefties are hanging on to, and a lot of these people who are pro-Palestine, right? You're thinking about the proportionality. Israel is a powerful nation. They have all these powerful bombs, and they're inflicting even way more damage than the Palestinian could. None of that. Listen, proportionality doesn't matter. Like when you're fighting a war, the proportional damage, it doesn't matter. Only time it matters is when who's trying to score a victory here. All right, but what matters is the what do you call it? The actual, because here's the thing. That's why they keep using examples like Germany and whatnot, right? Because when we look at Germany and when we look at Britain, right, when we were bombing the crap out of these guys, we killed a bunch of civilians. There weren't people who were up and down protesting and saying, oh, we're killing way more, we're bombing way more civilians than they bombed us. That's not fair. It's not. It was war. That's the kind of shit that happens. What is illegal, though, is knowingly bombing civilian areas, right? And now after the war, we recognize that's a problem. What Hamas did is exactly that. They knowingly attack civilian areas. Israel is bombing Palestinian citizens, right? Only because they're trying to get to terrorists. Two different things. Okay. So again, I just don't understand it, bro.
Sure. No, but you say that, right? You talk about numbers and statistics, and you say a few people got caught. You don't think of Gazans, and you don't think of as much.
Sword Saint, if you got balls, call in. I'm about to school your ass right now. Call in. I'm gonna pin the. Hey, call in. You want to talk? Because that's what you do. You guys want to talk from the sides. Let's see how much you actually know about facts. Call in. Call in, bro. I'm gonna pin this link right now. Call in. I'm gonna make you look so fucking stupid. Listen, I may not look like or sound like I know a lot, but I know a lot that I let on. So call in, bro. I'm about to school you right now. Call in. Call in. Let's talk. Let's talk about this conflict. The link's right there. Call in. Call in, dog. Prove you're not a bitch. Call in. Call in and let me see where you're coming from. Let me hear your facts. We'll compare it to the actual facts. All right. And then we'll see if you're right or wrong. School me. I want you to school me. Make sure if I'm saying stuff that don't make sense, come in and if you guys disagree, click the link right now. Call in and school me. Let's go. Call in and school me. I want to see how much you really know about this topic if you're defending it. A lot of y'all, you just like to talk. And none of you guys don't know any real solutions. You're just like Tate. Call in. Let's go. We got Janet back here. Shout out to Janet. I'll bring you up in just a second. Let me play a little bit more of this video.
Muslims and Palestinians as individual people.
Oh, yes, I do.
No, you don't. Because I do. If you did, you would not be happy with what's happening.
Don't you dare say that about me.
Well, okay, then don't group them together in numbers.
No, I've spoken for many years about the plight of the Palestinian people. I think it's outrageous that Israel has any control over their ability to function with water.
We've all been saying that, by the way.
Other energy.
We've all been saying that. It's just these closed-minded idiots don't want to think. They just think, oh, if you're even remotely critical of Hamas, we freak out. You're Islamophobe. You're fucking stupid, bro. We've been saying this. There's no way that's why even when Palestine was saying, oh, Israel, we need to get the water. It's like they shouldn't be having control over your water to begin with. What the fuck is up with that? Why does another country who is supposed to be hostile to you, why do they control your food and water? That's crazy to me. Where is your infrastructure for all that?
Interesting. So if you were in Gaza as a Gazan male, of masculine fighting age, and you believed the things you currently believe, what would you do about it? I'm just asking.
You know what? Nothing justifies the terrorism.
I never said you'd be a terrorist. I'm asking what you do.
No. I understand why people in Palestine feel oppressed. I understand why they want freedom. I understand why they want the same rights as the people in Israel.
Then here's a perfect.
On that we agree.
Absolutely,
but nothing justifies what happened on October.
Well, here's where we disagree. Because as a professional, when we both agree on the point that the people inside of Gaza are being oppressed.
Professional of what? What trafficking women? What exactly are you the professional of, Tate? Like, what is he talking about here?
Yeah. And that they have no way of getting out.
Yes.
Me as a professional,
and I do agree with that.
I understand pressure cookers. Look, you're pretending they shouldn't. You're saying that they should never explode. Nothing bad should ever happen.
Saying nothing justifies terrorism.
We should just be allowed to subjugate them.
No one is saying that. Obviously, the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves, but they don't have the right to attack civilian areas. Listen, if Hamas attacked the military infrastructure and they were fighting soldiers, no one would bat an eye because that's just another war in the Middle East that's happening right now, right? But instead, they went into civilian areas, a concert, and they killed people. They weren't attacking specifically military infrastructure. Matter of fact, their whole plan was to kidnap people for this very same reason that's happening right now, to release the hostages, which is what they're doing because they're bargaining using that as a chip, right? So again, you're not even going to condemn any of that. Really? Let me pause real quick. Let me go to Janet G. Are you one of these dudes? Are you OC or one of these people in the chat? Let's talk. What am I getting wrong about this? Talk to me.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, sorry, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm not going for either side. I'm just stating facts as they are. And I think there's an error in the way people are perceiving this conflict. And as much as we don't like Tate, I don't like Tate for any reason whatsoever. Where we're getting wrong is that Israel is kind of like behaving, in my opinion, like the attacks on October 7th was completely unprovoked and it came out of nowhere. That is the thing. Okay. Israeli IDF has attacked Palestinian civilians as well. Maybe not in the same amount of numbers as the October 12th, but we cannot say that every single attack by Israel on the Palestinians has been purely because they are looking for military installations. That's absolutely wrong.
let me tell you
If
something,
you
all right?
look-
Because you mentioned a couple things. I see what you're talking about, right? But you got to understand, Hamas, they are also, you got to understand, they're attacking civilian infrastructures as well, right? You understand that? And Israel, when you're
there's
talking
no doubt about that.
let me actually, I got a question to ask you, because a lot of people
Yeah.
say this, right? So the battle of the battle, or the attack on October 7th, do you know what happened before that?
Do I know what? So how far back do you want to go? Since 1948?
No. We can go as far back as you want. We can go as far back as you want. But what provoked the October 7th event that because you said that we can't pretend it was not out of the blue, right? You said it was out of the blue. I don't know what you were saying.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
You put 2 million people in an area that's only 25 square miles big, right? You own the infrastructure. Israel owns all the infrastructure, their water, their electricity, everything that the Gazans use is controlled by Israel. So they can decide to just turn it. Look, Israel used to occupy Gaza. They didn't leave Gaza until.
That's a great point. But you gotta answer my question though. You gotta answer my question. Okay, so with every action, there's an equal opposite reaction, right? Usually the case.
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay.
It's never proportionate. Like you said it yourself, that proportionality doesn't matter in the matter of where it comes to war.
Right. I know proportion doesn't matter, but obviously, if someone hits you, right? If they hit you first, okay, and you retaliate, and your proportion of retaliation is greater than the capabilities the other person that hit you with have, okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, you're still retaliating. Right. That's what I say. Proportionality doesn't matter. But in your conversation, your example is a little bit different because you're saying it's not out of the blue. All right, and I'm trying to prove something
not
here.
Out of the blue. It's always been a tit for tat.
Now we
since 1948.
I'm with you here, girl. I'm with you here. And shout out to you. You got more balls than Sword Saint over there in the chat talking shit, right? You don't want to talk shit, but you don't want to come up here. But what I'm asking is, what event went on before that? Because there was, but I want to see if you know.
No, I wouldn't pretend to know the exact event that happened before that. I'm not going to say that, but I do know that there have been attacks on mosques, civilian infrastructure, by even just random people passing through checkpoints have been killed, maimed. They've been having protests. Palestinians have had protests on many occasions in which Israeli soldiers have hurt and maimed people. I mean, this is not. It's kind of like an everyday thing. I mean, when you were showing the pictures of the little girl with the stab and that sort of thing going on, yes, there is a level of indoctrination that goes on, but there's a lot of conflict that's happening because let's get into that because that's what I'm trying to lead into, right? Okay, so a bunch of the conflicts that happened. Can you name the conflicts that happened before it got to this point? We can even go as far as back as you want, even at the starting of when the Zionists, right, they moved to the Palestinian area and took it over. Can you name? We can go as far back as possible, right? So let's Nakba, so what they call it, the Nakba, that's the big one. So and it's been tit tap since then. It's been tit for tat. Let's just be honest about it. Let's not pretend like what happened. What my point is, let's not isolate and say what happened on October 7th is just an unprovoked attack out of nowhere. This is not like
that's where I gotta
Russia and Ukraine.
It wasn't an unprovoked attack though, because before that, Palestine has been launching. Hang on. Before that, though, you got to admit, because you can't say it's unprovoked. They've been launching missiles. That's actually documented evidence of that. Consistently launching missiles and targeting Israeli civilian infrastructures, right? So it's not an unprovoked thing because there's been constant provocation by the Hamas.
Right.
So I get it. So now this is where the conversation of proportionality tends to come into play, right? Because a lot of people don't realize they've been launching thousands of rockets into Israel. A lot of people don't realize that because a lot of those rockets.
I know that.
Right, but you don't. Right, but you don't see it come on in certain conversations when people are talking about it. Because when people are saying it's unprovoked, it's not. They've been firing missiles nonstop. It hasn't been a thing. It's almost an act of like provocation, right? They'll do something like that. Even the wars that happened previously, you notice the similar pattern way Hamas has been behaving, especially when it came down to October 7th. Matter of fact, October 7th was an anniversary of the Yom Kippur. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong there.
So you tell there's a certain strategy to this that they have. Even back then, there were hostages and people like that that were also taken and later
Correct.
negotiated for settlements and things like that. Correct. We're seeing the same thing fast forward happen today. So that tells you there's a certain pattern that happens. So when we talk about, okay, and I agree with you there. When we talk about the back and forth of this thing, it's very, very complicated, and it definitely goes back, right? And who started it for this and that can be a conversation in itself. But we're talking about it's particularly to the October 7th attack, right? And we're seeing that.
But why do you just choose to isolate? Where the question is, why do you have to? Why is the October 7th isolated? So this is where you see where the starting point here is is what I have an issue with.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Is because we're trying to isolate one particular event, and the reason, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, why it's been isolated, because it shows that the fact that the Israelis, it showed a compromise in the Israelis' intelligence, because they weren't expecting that attack, and they were not also expecting the intensity of it. But the thing is that you can't just use that as a cutoff point and say, okay, yeah, we're gonna just respond. Like,
but we're not using that as a cutoff point though, because you could agree. I mean, there were still rockets being fired from Palestine into Israel before the massive attack happened, right?
But and the other way around as well.
No, yeah, because
but
you know how the Iron Dome works in Israel, the Israel technology that they have, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, when they fire a rocket, that technology is able to pinpoint where that rocket is coming from, not only take out the rocket, but it's able to then launch an attack to where that rocket came from. So those are retaliation attacks, right? So it's one of those things where they see the rocket, the machine sees it, this is what they pay billions of dollars for, and the machine retaliates and bombs the particular target, which unfortunately is surrounded by civilian infrastructures and people die. Now, when we even let's talk about Palestine, for example, right? When we see these damages of civilian infrastructures, do you see anything wrong in Hamas hiding their weaponry behind these areas?
Do I see anything wrong? It's
I'm asking you.
It's
no, I know it's war. It's war, right? Because wars, believe it or not, there's certain.
I don't support war, but people are playing to win here.
Right. But there's certain. You would agree that there's certain rules to war. War right now, like we can't use nukes, we can't use certain gases and things like that, because that's against laws, right?
Israel is following the laws? Do you think Israel is following the?
Okay,
is playing a fair game?
And can I answer a question?
Mm-hmm.
On certain aspects, no. Certain aspects, no. I'm agree with you, right? I just agree with you on the Israel part, because I asked you about Palestine and then you flipped it over to Israel, and I agree with you. So let's go back to my other question, right?
Okay.
Do you think that a lot of Hamas hiding behind Palestinian citizens right now, do you think that is the right thing for them to do?
It is not the right thing for them to do, but they are in a small area. Where do they go?
Well, it's not okay. The area, the geographical area itself, right?
Somewhere?
Right, the geographical area itself is small, and it's a cramped fit in there, right? But if you're the government, listen, if you're the governing party of the area in Gaza, right, and you're Hamas, because Hamas is governing the area, don't you think that they should have their own, like here in America, for example, right? Or we use that. We have police stations, designated police stations. We have designated military bases, right? Even if we can squeeze it into a small town, in that small town, you'll probably have some of these resources where you have police officers, hospitals, or even designated military areas, right? So Hamas, as a government entity, can easily designate an area, even no matter how small it is, to just be specifically for military outposts. They have the ability to do that because they run the government, but they don't. Instead, they embed it within hospitals where children are supposed to be getting taken care of. Instead, they're ripping the resources from those children and using it on the fighters themselves. They're hiding in schools and different areas. So do you agree that
I don't agree with Hamas, because I know a lot of even
No, I don't care. Like, I'm not asking about
Hamas.
No.
I don't agree with that at all.
I know most people don't agree with Hamas, and I'm with you, bro. No one does. But I'm talking about a specific issue here. I'm talking about, do you agree with them hiding their military infrastructures behind civilians?
I don't agree with them doing it, but in order to have military bases and all those things that you mentioned, they have to have support. They have to have financial support.
Do you know they do that? Do you know Hamas gets support, right? Do you know which governments are supporting Hamas right now?
Yeah, but come on. How much do you think to establish a military base, how much do you think that costs? And where would they get the permits from?
I can tell you, it can cost to the tunes of billions of dollars.
Okay.
And you know Hamas has that money.
How do you know that, though?
Because they're being funded by Qatar.
How do you know how much Hamas has got?
Because they're being funded by Qatar. Qatar actually built Gaza.
How do you know how much Qatar gives them?
Because the United States is funding them through Israel.
Jesus Christ! It's so you can see
what
how
I'm saying?
convoluted the whole thing is.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to get to you, right? And I'm trying to tell you, like, this war, when you look at it, it's not this simple black and white thing.
It's not simple.
It's not.
Everyone's trying to simplify, even including yourself.
And I'm not getting on you or anything like that. I think it's lovely because you are tougher than some of these men over here who are talking shit in the chat. I love this, right? And that's the thing I'm saying. Like, a lot of people don't understand it. Hamas is a legitimate entity. They got legitimate funding to the tune of billions of dollars. They're being funded by Iran. The weapons are coming from there. A lot of money is coming from Qatar, and most of the money that's coming from Qatar is coming from the United States because we have a base down there that most people don't really even know about.
Yeah, no, I know of America.
Now, my next question is: do you know why Qatar is heavily involved in funding terrorist group like Hezbollah and Hamas?
Well, I think it's to limit where all the fighting is until what it's kind of like to push things to one side. I wouldn't pretend to know the.
What if I told you it was basically to spread Shia?
Oh, I see. I don't know that.
Right, because right now, you know, Saudi Arabia is considered kind of the leader of the Muslim world because they're the most wealthiest and they got the most support.
Well, all the holy cities are there, so it's where.
Right.
So it's kind of like Jerusalem.
Hang on, the holy cities in Saudi Arabia is not the reason why Saudi Arabia is rich, right?
It is rich because of the oil, but it has religious significance because of the holy city. And combining both
this
does make them a force to be reckoned with.
Right, that's right. And actually, that's going to come into importance in just a second. The religious significance, right? That's going to come important because that's actually the reason why Iran is getting tied up in their butts over Saudi Arabia. But that's not what I'm getting at here. The reason why is, you were right. It was the oil. It doesn't really have anything to do with the religious monuments.
It's a big thing. There are a billion.
It's a big thing there. You're absolutely right. It's all around the world that go to Saudi. Right. Well, what is it? The Kaaba, right? The Kaaba is over there. You got to pray to it or walk around it or whatever it is, right? So it's there. But the oil mainly is the oil money is what's getting them rich. And the oil, with that money, they're able to buy influence, right? And with that influence, they're able to spread Sunni, which is
they
their
already have influence based on the religion. That I have to correct you there.
Okay,
based on religion, they have enough influence based on that.
Okay,
the money aids smooths things along a little bit.
Let's get into that. Let's get into that. Okay, so explain. So, what do you think? How much in tourism dollars do you think they were earning? Or not even tourism. Let's not even say tourism. Let's talk about this. Do you know the rate of people flying to Saudi Arabia to visit the Kaaba, or even traveling to Saudi Arabia to visit Kaaba before America found oil in there?
I don't know. What's the point of your question?
The point of the question is because you're trying to make a point that the religious temples and other places was the main reason that people are getting there. That's not what I'm saying, because it didn't happen before. I believe it or not, back in the day, people
always go. People always go. But
the numbers, we can even
you're Nigerian, just like I am. You know many people that go to Saudi for Hajj. They've always been for Hajj.
But I'm not talking about now. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about then, before there was. I'm talking about you compare the rate of travelers then, before they found oil, compared to after Saudi got rich with oil.
I don't know with regards to oil.
What I'm trying to tell you, but the point I'm trying to make is the money gave the influence which helped expand. That's what I'm trying to say.
I won't agree with you on that one.
We can pull it up.
It always has that influence because of the religion. Yes, money has increased the reach in some ways, but it's always been a place of importance. But regardless of
I agree with you there. I agree with you there. I don't disagree with you there. It's always a place of importance. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. We agree. As a Nigerian, we understand because a lot of Muslims, they find that place very, very important for them, right? I'm not saying that. I'm talking about influence wise, right? I'm talking about in terms of global influence wise to this point compared back then. Were the numbers the same?
But how do you measure influence? How are you measuring influence?
By the amount of money they have, and they're generating.
Of course, they're going to have more money with all the oil. But when you talk about influence, how are you measuring influence? Are you talking about the number of countries that they can tell what to do, or how are you measuring influence? Yes. Okay.
That's so when I now we got to go back to our conversation when I talk about Shia versus Sunni. It's a battle of influence. right? Because Iran is a Shia country, Qatar is a Shia country. All right. Now, when I'm going back to what my original point was, because I was saying Saudi Arabia is looked at as the leader of the Muslim world because of the influence and money they have, right? This is before we even get into that conversation of influence wise, because they're the leader. Iran doesn't like that. Qatar doesn't like that because there are big Sunni populations there, right? And Shia and Sunni have always been at odds with each other. Do you know? Do you know? The reason
that's always that's always been the case.
There's always been a thing, right? Since
like the beef.
And that's still a thing now, right? So essentially, Qatar is seeing the rise of the Saudis, and they were afraid of, because remember Iraq, and you know how Iraq did this crazy thing by attacking or invading Kuwait. Remember that? That scared off a bunch of, and Iraq was pretty Sunni, right? So that scared off a bunch of people, especially Qatar, because they said, "Whoa, hold up! If Iraq could just go in and jack Kuwait like that, we need more influence as Shia." Right? So that's when they embarked on this campaign to slowly start generating influence in there. Now, when we get back to our conversation about why you have situations like Hezbollah, why we have situations like Hamas, I got to ask you this, right? And what I'm basically trying to get at is a lot of, essentially, when I asked you that question, a lot of countries were working towards a peace deal, right? And not more like a peace deal, normalization is what they call it, right? Normalization with Israel. We got Lebanon, no, not Lebanon, I'm sorry, Egypt, what do you call it? Saudi Arabia, they were working on something, and Saudi Arabia for sure, because they want nukes. They want nukes. That's the main thing right now. They're so goddamn scared of Iran because Iran's pretty close to having nukes. What do you think that they're doing? They're like, all right, if we have to be cool with Israel, we'll be cool with Israel and we'll do that, right? What nation benefits? What nation benefits from Saudi Arabia not establishing normalizations with Israel? The ones that I just mentioned, correct? Qatar and the ones that have a problem with that brand of Islam being spread. So when you look at this conflict, that's essentially what. Go ahead.
I didn't quite get your question. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me repeat that.
I got lost there.
No. So I was saying, why do you think that these particular countries are pretty much spreading their brand of using their brand of what do you call it, Shiaism or Muslim or Islam by using Hamas and things like that, right? It's to destabilize that situation. That's essentially what I was getting at, right?
The thing is that, to be honest, even Israel does the same thing. I remember trying to use Hamas.
Israel.
Use the Hamas to.
Part of the reason why Netanyahu was so successful. Hey, so your name is laughable, bro. Get on here. How is it a woman like Janet is able to just be strong enough to come debate me? Come tell me what I'm wrong. Get over here. Come talk to me. You a chatty boom boom over here. Why you chatting in a chat, buddy? The link is pinned. Come talk to me. You mean a woman is better than you? Oh, wow. That's crazy. She got more balls than you, Mr. You should be laughing at yourself. Hey, bro, if you say one more thing and you don't click that link, you're getting kicked out of here. I don't fuck with pussies, all right? So right now, you're proving you ain't got balls. Call up. Come talk to me. Why you so scared? She ain't scared. Janet, you scared?
Not at all. We're just having a conversation.
We're just having a conversation. I ain't gonna bite you, bro. Just come talk to me. You see, this is what you're just talking without knowing what you're talking about. Tell me what I don't know what I'm talking about. You say that like that's the end all be all, and that's what all of you say. Come up and call me and tell me what I don't know what I'm talking about, and let's talk about it. Exactly, because you like talking from behind the fence. Shut the fuck up. All right. If you say one more thing, you're out of here. Mods, be on point. Get that fool out of here. Because listen, I don't deal with pussies. The fact that Janet's up here and you still talking shit, you a bitch. Fuck out of here. Anyways, you were saying I had to throw that out there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're talking about how they're trying to. Qatar has a stake in trying to spread its own version of Islam and all that. I'm not qualified to speak on the religious part of things. I'm not Muslim. I'm actually not, in that.
I don't belong to a religion either. That's why I laugh.
So in that respect, I wouldn't pretend to talk about it. But what I'm going to say is that as much as I hate Tate, that's what we're coming back to, bring it back full circles. As much as I hate Tate, he does have some arguments that I share with regards to his.
Okay, what are they?
The argument, the fact that we're beginning to ignore one, the fact that the October 7th is not an isolated incident, it just spring out of nowhere. Second,
I agree, it's not an isolated incident.
Exactly, yeah, and then also the fact that there's a lot more Palestinians that are dying in this conflict.
Right, and I agree with that
on those 2 points. And yes, I do not like the fact that he can't say that Hamas is a terrorist organization, because I do believe that they're a terrorist organization myself, and I know that even not all the Palestinians support them. I mean, people say that people like to argue and say, they were elected, that the Palestinians were elected Hamas, but you have to understand that the last elections that happened for Hamas was in 2006. A lot of the young people today don't even get in Palestine, haven't even gotten a chance to vote for anybody. Imagine, from 2006. But yet everyone seems to be painting that, you elected Hamas. And people forget that when Hamas was being elected at that time, they weren't as violent as
Hamas weren't elected.
Do you understand? They were elected in reaction to the Palestinian authorities' corruption.
No,
you have to remember that.
No. I agree with the Palestinian Authority were corrupt, but
Hamas
was elected. They actually took control. They actually took it by guns.
Well, they took control. They got elected one way or the other. But the argument that seems to be going out there is that they voted for Hamas. They voted it. So it's kind of like people say, well, you voted for Trump, so therefore
there wasn't a fair. Because saying that we got elected is disingenuous to the Palestinian people. They were not elected. Now, I mean, the Palestinian people are in support
they did have elections.
There was no election that was ran.
They did have elections in 2006. They did. Please go and read that.
No, I said, okay, so 2006, yeah, but they took over in 2005. There was no election when they took over.
Well, they took over.
Let me ask you this. If I come in and I go ahead
if someone wants to join the conversation.
Come on. If I come in, I use guns to take control of your country, right? My party comes in, we take control of your country with guns. And then we say, next year, we're hosting an election, guys. Come on, it's going to be fair. Would you actually believe that it's going to be a free and fair election? If the guys who took power are radicalized idiots with guns.
I don't know. That's not for us to say.
So it's unfair to call it an election, even though we know
they
it's
had an election. They had an election.
Right.
The point is that happened way back into. My point is, okay, when they took over, whether they forced, actually, even if they forcibly took over, it actually explains my point even more. The people.
Do you know why they took over
today? Now, can you just hold on just 1 second? Can you just make up my point? Is that half of the people that are in Palestine today do not have a hand in Hamas being their government, literally, because they just didn't exist at the time. Do you understand? And they're the ones that are suffering the effects of everything that's happening today. So let's just be very, very clear about that. Do you understand? I think that what's happening is terrible. What's happening for both sides is terrible. But both sides have a point, has some blame there.
Listen,
we cannot wholeheartedly just say, we defend Israel, and then or wholeheartedly say you defend you're with Hamas. Being with
Mike, I see you back there. I see you back there, Mike. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. We'll get through because I got calls.
I think that the Palestinian people, not all Palestinians, are in support of Hamas and shouldn't be tarred in the same way. There are a lot of I have Israeli friends that don't agree.
Same here.
What the Israeli government is doing.
Muslim friends. I even got Fulani friends from Nigeria. I talk to them on a regular. I mean, I'm not saying just because Nigeria's being, because you know what's going on with the Northerners and whatnot right now, right?
Yeah.
So you know the damages that they're causing, right? But even still, then I still don't think all Muslims are bad. I just think it's just people who are radicalized.
Of course, it's always the extremes. It's always
the extremes. So what is wrong
that make the most with someone like cause the most damage?
So why do you think someone like Andrew Tate refuses to call out extremists like Hamas?
Because he's stupid. He's a stupid idiot. I don't like him. He's been disingenuous. He just chose to go to Islam just because in order to kind of like get the protection of a marginalized group.
Right, and I understand that. I understand it, right?
I mean, he's a horrible representation of Islam. He definitely doesn't know what he's talking.
So
mostly
my
what he's
question is,
talking about.
Janet,
But he does have a few
you-
points. Whether he read up those points somewhere, or
yeah,
someone
but
told him some stuff.
right. But those points are pretty much universal points that I think if you're a human being, you would agree with, right? I would say genuinely, and no one hasn't made that point before. My question is, knowing that it's difficult for someone like Tate to even condemn a terrorist group like Hamas, why do you think it's such a struggle for a lot of far left people to do the exact same thing Tate's not doing?
So I would consider myself left, and I'm able to say
no. Right. I'm not talking about you because they're moderate lefts like you. I would say I'm not on the left. I'm more in the middle, right? But I would say they're moderate. Even people like you are seeing what the far lefts are doing, and they're jumping ship because they don't want to. They're not looking. People are looking at Osama bin Laden.
I can only speak for myself.
Right. Exactly. Right. Really. But the vast majority, and I would say like we're seeing this behavior amongst younger college-educated students, supposedly, right, who are having this opposite view where they don't want to condemn a terrorist group. Why do you think that's the case?
I don't think. I think it's a mistake you are asking that question because not everyone that's young has that opinion.
No, I know. I said but that's what I'm saying. The vast majority of them who are college educated right now have that same opinion.
Where did you get that number from?
From the people who are protesting, rioting, and
how many people are protesting, and how many people are actually college?
There were literally millions of people marching for Palestine. Millions of students all over the country.
Marching for Palestine, not for Hamas.
No, not from Hamas, but those similar people won't condemn it.
Who are these people that won't condemn it? Because I condemn Hamas 100%.
Well, I know. We're not talking about you, Janet. Because we know because they're leftists like you. We talked about this even earlier in the stream. I know that there's actually a divide going on right now amongst the group, right? But what I'm saying is, why is the people who are being split right now, the guys on the other side, why is it so hard for them to condemn it? Like, because there are a bunch of people like you who are like, yo, you guys are crazy. I can condemn Hamas. Why are you guys having so much problems, right? And I'm asking, why do you think that's the case?
I don't know. People just want to go when they go all in for something. They go all in for something, regardless of whether it's logical. There are people that are always that once they've there's a lot of tribalistic feeling with everything these days. Be politics. Be the male-female dating thing. Some people are like 100% for something, and they take all the good and the bad and they just kind of like put it all together, find a way to rationalize it in order for them to be able to support that thing, even when it doesn't make any sense. Now,
do you think that
and I think that happens in every field in life.
Do you think that helps their movement in the long run?
Sorry?
Do you think that helps that movement in the long run?
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't.
And what ways do you think?
In the same way that people put, say, tar men in the same color or tar women with the same image, it doesn't help how we interact with each other. It doesn't help. But unfortunately, those people do exist. And people like us who reason, who see things logically, just need to shout out and share our voices a lot more for the message to get through that, hey, this is not going to work, but these people will exist. They will always exist.
I agree.
And to ignore them is going to be a fallacy. It will be a fallacy in itself. We have to acknowledge that these people exist, and we just have to be more
and that's why we do videos like this when we criticize guys like that, especially when some of them are actually backing Andrew Tate right now after this interview that we're playing. You see how great that is? But Jen, I appreciate you having this conversation with me, man.
I appreciate it too. It was nice.
Other guys.
I was hoping that the first time you and I will talk is for us to go on an e-date and that you read me, because I've always said that.
Hey, we can set that up. That can come.
But it still turned out that it's about Palestine and whatever.
Don't worry about it. No, I appreciate it though. No, you got more balls than many out here.
It's all right. It's all right then.
We're gonna go into the next caller.
It was a pleasure.
So, do you have anything you want to say before we go?
For me, no, but keep on doing what you're doing. I'm always supporting your channel, and I look forward to more content from you.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot more. Have you seen some of the reaction videos? I'm planning on doing more, so y'all just let me know.
I like your reaction videos.
Awesome.
I really do.
I'm
I just hope that you get a better quality camera. That's all I want. I want to.
It's not the camera. It's
What
StreamYard.
is it?
The StreamYard wants me to pay more to stream in 10K or 1040K. You know, they got me right now. I'm paying $50 a month on this platform. Go figure, right? And they want me to pay. They want to pay it's a little bit more to get it to 1080p, and then for 4K, it's a lot more. I'm like, So right now, I'm trying to get into Streamlabs or what is it?
You're good for
OBS,
it. You need more
OBS,
subscribers.
right?
I'll keep sharing your videos. Maybe you get more subscribers and be able to afford a good.
It's not me. My camera's 4K. It's StreamYard. I'm streaming with. I can't help it. They fleecing me right now. But I'm gonna go ahead and get on the mic real quick, and then we'll get into the next caller. But thank you so much for.
No, thank you. Have a good one. Bye.
You too. Bye, Micah. What's good, brother? How you doing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. So what did I get wrong?
About what do you mean? What did you get wrong?
About what's going on with Tate's take on Palestine and Israel. Am I Islamophobe for calling it out?
I didn't even see that, but it's fucking Andrew Tate. I mean, this guy is you know what just makes me laugh about him? Everyone, for some reason, publicly accepted him as, oh, he's an alpha macho man. I'm like, so if he's so alpha, why is half of his fucking jaw missing?
That's true.
like my man took a genetics lottery and basically came out a fucking nerd. He just has the fucking height. Like, this is why he's never shaving his beard, because that shit actually makes him look better. It's like, nah, this is not an alpha.
He grew a whole crimson chin over here.
It's like, nah, bro, this ain't a freaking alpha. This is, but no, like he's a damn trafficker. The guy's fucking dumb. I knew he was dumb the way he was speaking on camera. Like, oh, it's just a take. I'm like, nah, bro. I've been around certain places. The only people I've heard speak like that are two. Abusers and traffickers.
Oh yeah, that's guaranteed.
Yeah, it's like, bro.
What do you think about this overall topic, though? Right? Because if you didn't see the tape part, what do you think about this whole Israel? We'll get your take real quick, and then we got another caller back here. But let me hear what you got to say about that.
It's just a Middle Eastern nation attacking another Middle Eastern nation. Like, everyone's like, oh, the people are Jewish and the others are Muslims. I'm like, yeah, they've been attacking each other for the longest fucking time. If the shoe was on the other foot, it'd probably be the same exact thing. That's my entire, like, just acknowledgement of it. Oh, they're bombing people. It's like, it's a Middle Eastern nation.
What do you think about this comparison they're making with the Jews in Palestine versus what the Nazis did to them? Do you think it's on the same basis, equivalence-wise?
Here's the thing. Until we get evidence of the Israeli government capturing Palestinian people and doing genetic experiments on them, throwing them into gas chambers, and doing what the Nazis actually did to the Jews, then I would say, okay, it's the same thing. I'm not seeing anything like that. I highly doubt that they're doing that because they would actually need the technology. I mean, yeah, the Nazis had World War II technology, but they were still accurate in terms of what they were trying to do in terms of all the crazy, horrific shit that they were doing to the Jews. The Israelis are just throwing fucking rockets. Like, it's not the same thing. They're just
would you compare that? Was I wrong in my comparison to say a better comparison would be what China's doing to the Uyghur Muslims in China, right? Because they actually have them in concentration camps equivalent and re-education camps as well. And some of these guys are even in forced labor camps. So would you say that's a more equivalent instead of saying what Israel and Palestine is going on is it's more of
I would say what the Chinese are doing to the Uyghurs is actually, Nazi Germany, because it fits all the bill. They're capturing them for concentration camps. They're sending them to re-education camps, which the Nazis were also doing to Jews that they liked. They're doing medical experiments on them. I mean, for fuck's sake, our own government has the goddamn documents proving it.
So why do you think the vitriol isn't as crazy when Americans or people in the West hear about actual acts of, you know, barbarism coming from China. Instead, they go buy or stock their house with Chinese-made products. We don't see this level of vitriol in condemning China and their actions. Why is it that we see it only whenever another Israel and Palestine situation break out? What do you think is going on there?
Well, it's pretty simple. It's something that I was told when I was a child. He said, count on white people to do one thing and one thing only. Always scream when brown people are killing each other. Never when another race is doing it to someone else. I mean, I mean, at first I was a kid, I didn't really understand that, but now I'm seeing what the Chinese are doing, not just to the Uyghurs, but if you, I'm pretty sure, dude, you know what the fuck's happening in South Asia. It's like they're not wrong. Americans only Americans only scream. Americans only scream when it's like two nations that aren't so-called seen as a threat hurting each other. Like when a Middle Eastern nation is attacking another Middle Eastern nation, it's a crisis. When European nations are attacking each other, it's a crisis. When there's some genocide in Africa, one of the many that actually get coverage, it's a crisis. But the moment
A lot of
that
them stay silent, especially when it comes to like the southern, because Africa, I would say, is split into two parts, right? You got Northern Africa and Southern Africa, right?
I'd agree on that.
That goes on in Northern Africa, they view as with more importance than shit that goes on in the southern part of Africa.
No, you're right on that. Like Africa's kind of a special case, but the moment that it comes to like China or South America or a nation where they get something from, like it's just all the talks are like silent.
I gotta get on Mac Lee for example, because Mac Lee is the prime example of whataboutism. Real quick, Mac Lee says, "Yeah, but the Chinese aren't bombing Uyghurs with the white phosphorus." Okay, so it's okay to just stuff them in concentration camp as long as they're not being bombed.
I mean, yeah, they're not
okay,
getting,
right? It's okay to
they're not getting bombed with
camps, okay, because they're not being bombed. No, it's okay to basically practically exterminate Muslims as long as they're not being bombed with white phosphorus.
They're not.
You see how crazy these whataboutisms can get, bro? We're literally giving examples of other Muslims who are being persecuted Nazi style, and you're coming at me with these whataboutisms. The fuck is wrong with you? No, seriously.
I get you, dude. I get you, dude. Like,
and putting them in concentration camps, and you got whoa.
No, Duke, like I get you. This is the shit I'm talking about. Like, yeah, but they're not bombing them with white phosphorus. It's like, okay, but the sterilization of Uyghur.
He said he didn't say that. What is this?
I just saw the comment, bro.
He said he didn't say it. But again, this is why no one takes these people seriously. We can't take you seriously, bro, because you lie.
We just saw the comment. Like, what do you mean?
Nigga, what is this? We got you in 4K. And he says, no, I didn't say that. You sound pissed, bro. No,
we just saw the comment of you just proving.
But this is the people they got defending them. But let's continue, bro. This is crazy.
No, like that's what I mean. You can all like what that dude said. I still say it's kind of racist, but he's right. You can always count on Americans who only get mad when it's brown people doing something wrong. He's not lying. I was told that shit 20 years ago. I'm fucking 30 now. The fucker was not goddamn lying when he said that shit. It's like, yeah, the moment some colored or brown people, or God forbid, some lower whites start doing something, it's a problem.
I think it's the same thing we see in America, right? Because when we see the black on black violence in Chicago, we all know that happens, right? And we even some black people folks, they're doing their best to try to stop that or mitigate that, right? A lot of times no one says anything. But then when it's when it's white on black, all of a sudden it's up in arms. I see the similar scenario, right? In Pakistan, you got over 1 million Afghanis being pretty much exodus out of the country, right? And this is on a massive scale. People aren't talking about how crazy this is, right? They're not criticizing Pakistan and saying, "Hey, dude, what are you doing? Just uprooting and doing that." If any of the Western countries were to do this, or God forbid, let's say America, they just uprooted 1 million plus Mexicans and shoved them over the border, that would be a massive crisis that people will be complaining about, right? Why aren't they doing that for Pakistan? Why don't you see the left with that same vitriol?
Or better yet, with this, who the hell is this? This Mac Lee person. Okay. being bombed with white phosphorus is bad, why don't you condemn China for sterilizing everyone who's not Chinese? You want to address that? The Uyghurs aren't the only ones. So
they're actively being sterilized. Muslims in China are being sterilized.
Oh no,
this guy
Duke
comes in and says, "Well, they're not bombing people with white phosphorus, though."
Oh no, Duke, you know it goes further
like,
than that.
I can't believe it, bro. Could you just admit what China's doing is bad? Is it as we've gotten that crazy?
Oh, thank you, Mugmana. Organ harvesting. Yeah, Mugmana, organ harvesting.
They are harvesting their organs too. Yeah, bro. That's it's listen, man. Anyways, let me get your okay, we got callers back here. I hope one of them is one of these clowns in the chat here, so we can have a serious conversation. But what are your final thoughts on this so we can move on to the next caller?
My final thoughts on this is just another perfect representation of how the American people are basically just being led to one crisis to the next. The first crisis we had was
I peeped that.
It was COVID-19, and then the next crisis was the Russian-Ukraine war, and then we have the whole thing with the Middle East, and I'm just like, okay, I hope you guys realize no one gives a fuck anymore. They're too poor to care.
To that point. I think it's gotten to the point where only the extremists care. But I think more literal people, the more they get inundated with these never-ending crises, the more it's like, okay, well, I don't care anymore. I'm exhausted. I want to, again, I keep talking about potholes they don't get fixed. That's a real problem. I lost an axle a couple of months ago, bro, because a fucking pothole on my street's not fixed, all right? And then I look on the news, and we got our governor talking about fucking, what do we call Ukraine and whatnot. I don't care about that. What about this damn pothole, my nigga? We're going to fix this. Huh? You get billions of dollars, and we still can't find that money. Where'd it go? I don't care about
exactly. Like they're just going from one crisis to the next. Meanwhile, I'm literally giving an American tourism to fucking immigrants. Like, okay, welcome to America. Stay in New York. Stay in all these leftist places because you have a less chance of getting a bullet to the heart. Well, why would I get a bullet to the heart? Yeah, it's called the rest of America. The moment you go to these red states, your chances of getting shot just went up by a permanent 23%. I'm not joking about that. You go to South Carolina, you're probably going to get hit with a shotgun shell. You go to Virginia, you're probably going to get hit with a rifle round. You go to Atlanta, you're probably going to get hit with all three. This is the rest of America. Stay your ass in the safe zones. Please stay. That's how it is.
Mike, shout out to you, man. I appreciate you, brother. Well, first of all, it's been a while. That's because I don't do call-in shows that much, but we had some boys in the chat that wanted to talk, so we just wanted to see what was going on. Apparently,
I feel you, man.
Let me get out. I hope one of them is them. Like, I'm hoping one of these guys are.
Oh yeah, because I want to laugh for the night
because he was here right after you, and then we're gonna get to a couple other people. We got XP and Donna, so let's go ahead. But you got anything else to say before we move on?
Oh, someone said no. The first crisis was Donald Trump, 2016.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
All right. Nah, nothing else to say. You keep it easy, dude. See you later,
shout out to you, brother. Take it easy, man. Evan, shout out to you. Welcome to the stream, bro. What did I get wrong?
Hey, what's up, big dog? How you doing?
It was good, brother. I'm doing great. Hey, hope your Thanksgiving, all you guys, your Thanksgiving went well. Shout out to you guys.
Most definitely, man. I appreciate you having me on here. I've been watching the streams for a cool minute, man. Usually I agree with everything you say. The only thing I have to say with you now is I feel like your disdain for Andrew Tate is kind of like, kind of skewing your views a little bit.
How so? How so?
Just because like you're kind of big on the whole condemnation thing. It's like, and I get where you're coming from a little bit, but I feel like the condemnation is like, what's a condemnation gonna do, right? Like, so if I'm with you in Wisconsin, right, and you go beat up some dude, and I'm like, yo, Duke, I condemn that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point? Like,
because the point is, if I'm someone who actually cares about reputation and I care about, how people perceive, my actions and how I want to be perceived. If you're someone that I care about and you see me, let's say if I go out there to Chicago and I beat somebody up, and you're someone who's supposed to, and you're around me in my circle and you're supposed to have values, and you call me out on that. If I'm the sum of the people I hang around with and I'm supposed to share the same value system as you, and you think that's wrong, then I'm going to say, oh, whoa, he actually has a point here. Let me go ahead and reassess my actions. Versus if I didn't give a shit about you at any given, you could tell me, oh, Duke, what you did was wrong. I'd be like, what the fuck? I don't care, and I'll still go do it. Right? That's the difference. Someone who actually cares about the gravity and weight of people they surround themselves with versus someone that even though they claim they surround themselves by good people, those people who are good don't even tell them when they're doing wrong. And I think that's, if you're not telling someone when they're doing wrong, you're just as bad as they are.
Right. I feel you on that. I just feel like with the whole Andrew Tate situation with Piers Morgan, you know, he's just like, I feel like Piers trying to bully him into saying whether it's right or wrong. And like, you know, I'm kind of at the point where like I'm in downtown LA right now. So I'm just driving around. I see the people, you know, with the Palestinian flags wrapped around them and all that. Kind of like the female, I think her name was Janet, who I called in earlier. You know, it's almost like people are getting those lines blurred, where it's like Hamas is Palestine and Palestinians are Hamas.
And don't
So
you think
like
that's the problem, though? Where people don't understand, because that's actually proof that people don't understand what's going on. If they can't differentiate Palestinian people from Hamas, it's just proof that they're protesting and they have zero clue. So then why is it fair for me to be called an Islamophobe by people like that? And when I'm just calling out the basic difference, I'm not listen. I'm up until after I saw that 9/11 video, because I'm not saying I'm against the Palestinian people. I just don't care anymore, because I saw that video. I'm like, I don't care. I'm done with that. Y'all was celebrating when Americans died. I don't care. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. My main thing is it's just because we criticize it, we're trying to basically let people know, hey, just because you're not gonna drag me into supporting the terrorists just because you guys are refused to acknowledge the difference. All right, I will acknowledge the difference, and I would say I condemn that, but I will say those guys deserve a right to be protected, or deserve a right to be free from any kind of bombings or things like that. I can say those things, but that doesn't mean that I'm some kind of phobic individual, right? Right, and that's the big problem we're trying to tackle here, because a lot of people, they don't listen to the full argument. They just say, "Oh, you're against Hamas." Because what you said earlier, they equate Hamas to Palestine, and they automatically assume you're against Palestinians, and it's like, no, that's not the case. That's not what we're saying.
Well, I guess to piggyback off of that, kind of like you said, the 9/11 video is not so much there. I think sometimes we get these messages from, we get media outlets from other countries like Al Jazeera, what may have you.
Do you know who funds Al Jazeera?
Yes, the government of Qatar, which is like I believe.
Do you know when they established it?
I'm sorry.
Do you know when they established Al Jazeera?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know when.
Right after they basically bought Gaza. Do you know Qatar spent billions of dollars basically investing in that area alone? They own Gaza, Qatar. You don't know that?
Well, that's an interesting thing, because Gaza and all those places, it's like a proxy war. That's why I really feel bad for them.
Yeah, that exactly. Right. So when I tell people, go ahead.
None of these people really have a genuine interest in the Palestinian people. It's just like when we went to Vietnam, we didn't have an interest in the Vietnamese people. It was more or less to stop the
those are actual freedom fighters, and we got our ass kicked by the Vietnamese.
We got our ass kicked because, like
I will call them freedom fighters, because we invaded them.
We invaded them. So I mean, I guess to kind of go back is like with the whole 9/11 thing is, because I watch a lot of this stuff and I read a lot of these books kind of to get more in-depth understanding. Because my thing is, I watch these shows, or not shows, but these news where it's like Iran and they're doing their chants, death to America, death to Israel, and all these things. And I've listened to those clerics, like the Ayatollahs and the clerics, speak, where they're like kind of trying to clarify it, and they're like, well, we don't want to kill all Americans. We're just more against the government because of kind of, I guess, how they feel the American government has treated them in the past, especially when it comes to Iran, when they talk about like the Islamic Revolution and all these things. So I feel like it kind of goes both ways.
Here's the thing. When we talk about Iran and United States relationship, it's a very complex one, right? Because you got the whole war that happened there, and you got the Mujahideen, and you got the communist situation that was going there, and then we funded a lot of that. That's at Osama bin Laden. That's where he came. We actually funded that guy because he had his own the Mujahideen. Right. Exactly. And when we funded Osama bin Laden, we actually there were members of the CIA that knew what his views and policy were on America, because they knew for a fact he hated America, especially what they were doing. America was doing to Saudi Arabia, because he believed that.
at the time he was the lesser of two evils, though. So
he was. No, he was. But I'm just talking about context, right? When we talk about how messy a lot of this stuff can get, you got to read into it and say, okay, listen, it's not as clean, right? When we're looking at the Iran situation, it's not as clean because, you know, at one point, half of that country used to be on our side until, you know, we kind of fucked it up, right? So that's essentially what I'm trying to get at here. When we're out here on the West and we're not fully looking into situations and we just start jumping in with our opinions, we don't know exactly what we're talking about. So I think it's for cooler heads needs to prevail instead of people just out here just labeling everyone a Zionist, labeling everyone a whatever they want to label them at. It's just, okay, let's have a conversation. Where am I running? Are you one of these dudes that got called in? That was in the chat?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I think my main thing in the chat was I was arguing with people about terrorists because, like, so
no. There's somebody talking shit about me in the chat. Like I told them. No, I'm waiting for them to call in right now. The link is pinned. I'm waiting for that shit.
You're wasting your time, bro. If they was gonna call in,
like, tell me where I'm wrong in this.
Nah, man. Like, I mean, the only thing I felt like he was kind of a little bit, I won't even say 100% wrong because I'm not a big Andrew Tate fan either. But I also am not, I'm like, just like people have a centrist view, I'm centrist on Andrew Tate. I never met the man. So I don't have an opinion on him. I don't agree with his views, most definitely, like pimping out women. I don't see how you're going to call yourself, you know, that's like your claim to fame and everyone thinks they're great behind that. Hey, if they do, to each their own. But yeah, no, I wasn't the one of the ones talking shit in the chat. I was kind of going back and forth with other people.
I'm still waiting on that. I don't know where they are. But anyways, continue what you were saying. Let's go ahead.
Oh, with the whole, I mean, but even the thing I do kind of argue with is even the whole terrorist thing. So they're trying to label Hamas terrorists, which, I mean, if essentially you could call any political organization in the world a terrorist group. I mean, Duke, the thing me and you have in common is, you know, you're a Nigerian, I'm a Trinidad, so it's both part of the British Empire. Which you know, if someone asked me, the British Empire, you know, the UK, that's a terrorist organization, right? Like you're talking about in Nigeria how the Fulanis are fighting like the, you know, more the Christian South, and well, pretty much anyone who's a non-believer, you know, all that stuff is kind of predicated off of England splitting up Nigeria into how they did it, right? So I feel like the word terrorist is like a generic thing. So that's another thing I guess I could take issue with is, you know, and I would agree with Andrew Tate as one man's freedom fighter is the next man's terrorist, right? Like, you know, I mean, and I know that's kind of a really generic saying, but it's very true, you know, because if I was in the Marines and I went to Iraq, you know, and all those places or whatever, so some people would label me as a freedom, even the Iraqis themselves would be like, oh yes, this guy, American, is a freedom fighter, where the next man might be like, hey, to hell with this guy. It's just a, you know, American coming in here.
Do you think Hamas are freedom fighters?
To a certain extent, because like you said, if they were doing things maybe in a different way, like, yeah, of course, you know, like I'm kind of big in the military and all that stuff, like the Iron Dome. I know how, just like you were saying, you know, if I shoot a rocket from my house, they're gonna target my house, right? So for them to do that in hospitals and kindergartens, that's totally cowardice. Like that's a cowardice thing to do. So like I said, it's no, I don't think there's no answer to that, because, you know, yes, they are technically just like Hezbollah, you know, in Lebanon is like our Democrat or Republican. It's a military or a political party in Lebanon. The same thing is for Hamas, but they kind of you know, same. I mean, it's almost its own government in a sense. So yeah, they're making policies. They're responsible for the stuff that's happening. But in terms of like terrorists, some like in the way that they're conducting themselves, yes, because they're shooting from hospitals, they're putting innocent civilians in jeopardy. So there is other ways to attack Israel militarily without putting your civilian people in jeopardy. Because I watch the news and I'm like, I'm looking at Netanyahu talking about we're going to level the whole place. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like,
yeah,
I understand it's war, but at the same, to me, that's the same thing as a terrorist. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it depends on what side of the boat you're on. I would say I do sympathize more with Palestine just because of, you know, going back to the whole British mandate in the 1920s, you know, I can see if these were like Sephardic Jews who were native to Israel and the Middle East and the North Africa, but these are Ashkenazi Jews from Russia and Poland. I look at it as another form of white supremacy. I know it sounds crazy that you would have Jewish people and then compare it to white supremacy, but you know, they went in there, they took their land. What is Hamas supposed to do? And I guess you could, like, to answer your question, yeah, you could technically call them terrorists, because if you look at, I know it's a different faction on the West Bank. I want to say the PLO, or the people
PLA.
that Yasser Arafat used to be linked with. And
Yep.
you see that it's not as many problems, right? Like, they're not going into the West Bank and leveling everything. But I also feel like that has to do with other motives, right? So if you look at the West Bank, they're not having any settlers.
I would say that, you know, you can look at motives though. You can look at motives though, right? But like, we're talking about the textbook definition of what a terrorist is, right? If we're looking at that, right, and you look at all these other countries who are, some of them have even condemned Israel, and but they also have a sentence basically saying that Hamas is a terrorist organization, right? Even the UK government, all the other guys that are calling for a ceasefire right now, they also simultaneously know that Hamas is a terrorist organization. So my problem is they don't have a problem, you know, say, hey, let's call out this terrorist organization, but still let's call a ceasefire for the people in Gaza, right? But the problem is the people who are actually defending the Palestinians, they're not willing to make that same admission, right? They're not willing to make that same admission that we have to get rid of the terrorist organization that is governing that area, and then we could talk about peace and ceasefire. Because if you got people who forcibly took over your government by guns, they're not easily gonna just walk away or give it either like that. You know, even I would say some of the Palestinian people are under threat, right? So again, we talk about terrorism, and we're talking about Hamas and what they're doing. Again, if other countries are able to call them terrorists, why do you think it's difficult for people in the West to do that same thing?
I think it just depends on where your heart lies, right? Like, and the thing is that, you know, the word terrorist, like I said, it changes based off of what you believe in and your aims at that time. So not to get too far off topic, but back when you know, it seems like it was 10 years ago, but when they had ISIS, right? We had the PKK, I don't know the exact, but the Kurdish people. So the Kurdish were actually contracted with the United States government to eradicate ISIS. And then it seemed like right after they were done, here comes Turkey, and they're like, well, now this is a terrorist organization. Now that ISIS is done with, now we're going, you guys are still terrorists. And if, you know, how is the Kurdistan people or the Kurdish people terrorists? They just want the same thing. They just want their own land. It's like the largest ethnicity on earth without their own, you know, without their own government and everything. So I feel like that's why I feel like it's. I mean, even that labeling terrorists, you know, it depends on, like, if me and you were to go to Iran right now, they would call us terrorists. We're Americans,
bro.
You know?
If I go to Iran right now, I'd be killed.
Me too.
What the fuck you talking about? Hey, kill my ass. I just talking about, bro.
You know, I practice Trinidadian Orisha, so it's like, you know, based off the Ifa that they have from, you know, Yoruba religion. So yeah, they're gonna look at me like I'm a witch doctor. They're gonna kill me too. So yeah, any of these political or religious places, yeah, you know, they have their own issues and their, you know, what they want to push across. But
yeah.
I just feel like, you know, like I said, just kind of like what you're saying with the whole Mujahideen thing. You know, at one time, like I said, this is America's #1 wanted man, but at one time he was in our pockets, right? Or we're in his, whatever you want to call it. So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. The whole terrorist thing, you know, even
let me ask you a question, right? Because, you know, they want to talk about all this injustice and whatnot, and what I never usually hear is what all these other countries that are surrounding, you know, this conflict, especially a lot of these Arab countries, we're not even talking about what they're doing or criticizing that, right? So, for instance, in Libya, when we have white Arabs who are transacting in slave trade with black Arabs, right? No one is batting an eye about that. We don't see the same vitriol. We don't see the same anger and level towards that. Matter of fact, we don't see other Muslims calling out the injustice that's happening to each other, right? So it's like, exactly. So I just find that so interesting that when it comes to this particular situation where it involves Jews and Muslims, everyone loses their mind. But when we're seeing injustice happen in surrounding countries, no one says a damn thing. When Muslims are getting persecuted and literally be put in concentration camps in China, we go out and buy Chinese-made products and no one bats an eye. I just find it so hypocritical. It's not even funny, but go ahead.
Oh, it's not even hypocritical. I mean, China's the new United States. So, I mean, they're the economic power. So you can't say or do anything to get them wrong. I was watching a documentary on, they have those Chinese exclusive economic zones. So they set up shop anywhere. I think the one I was watching was in Laos, or they got some in East Africa, like Tanzania. So you go, it's like a place where even if they say they were to set one up in Nigeria, me and you show up over there, they won't let us in unless you have a certain, allowance to go up in there. So China is
if you want to do business investment, you gotta have they won't let you in and do that.
Have a special, so they got these special economic zones, and they're going to other countries setting up shop. And like I said, it's like they've taken over the country. It was in Laos, so it was Laotian people trying to get in. They couldn't get in because they didn't have a certain endorsement on their passport from whoever the Chinese political officer was in that area.
I think realistically to really for them to not look as hypocritical on this, I think they need to raise hell just because China right now, what they're doing is they're trying to come into this conflict as the peaceful mediators, right? And I just see this as very, very that's exactly what they're doing, because China they're gearing up to pretty much take the world stage and be known as that superpower that makes peace rather than the United States, who makes war and starts conflict. That's what they're doing. So China's position, and this is what I find hilarious, they're positioning themselves as the peacemakers on this situation. Meanwhile, they're persecuting Muslims right now, forcibly in concentration camps. And no one is saying anything. We're just going to allow them to swoop on in and then just try to act like they can mediate peace. And no one is calling them out for the concentration camps. Why don't one of these Arab countries turn to China and say, hey, before you come to us and talk to us about having peace, how about you release those Muslims that are in camps right now? And how about you go ahead and, give some kind of reparations or payback to those families that you've persecuted? Do you think they're going to do that? No.
Nah.
Nothing.
It's all about money, dude.
Again, so but you see what I'm coming from when I call a lot of these people fake, like all this outrageous stuff. I call it fake because when you look at everything around it, no one says anything. If you're gonna be angry about this, you need to be equally angry about every other injustice that's going on. Because when they do this, they're proving they're very selective, and realistically, it's just such a bad look. It's not even funny anymore. But anyways, I appreciate you and what you had to say. We got some more callers here. We got let me get XP up in here. Give me 1 second. Don, I see you back there. We'll get you up there. But do you got anything else to say before I let you go?
Oh no, man. I appreciate you having me on, Big Dog. Keep doing your thing.
Of course. Enjoy, bro. Of course. All right, XP, what do you got for me, brother?
Yo, what's going on?
What's good? Are you that, what is that? That speed sword or whatever the fuck that dude was?
I ain't any of those people.
Huh?
I ain't any of those people. I think, to be honest, like,
okay, where did I get this wrong?
You know what? Like, I think if we're being real, Andrew Tate is right about everything. I'm joking. He's not actually. I'm just fucking around. Nah, in all honesty, right? If I remember correctly, I was watching I think it was a guy. He's a Ukrainian, lawyer or something. And if I remember correctly, isn't Tate siding with Russia?
Yeah.
Right? So if Tate's siding with Russia, does he not realize the country that he's in is against Russia?
Yeah.
So
yeah, because isn't Russia? I thought Russia aren't they a Christian or a Catholic nation or whatever? Because they got a bunch of Catholics that are dressed in these crazy. They're not even because I used to go to church when I was younger. I don't go to church anymore. But like I remember, like when you go to them, the priest is wearing a little robe and whatnot. But in these churches in Russia, I mean, they take it to they're like extreme Catholics. I forgot what you would call that.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what.
Because these dudes got here. They look like some kind of crazy priest, bro. Like some but they're a very, very Catholic country. But go ahead, my bad. Go.
Yeah, no, it's cool. So like if I remember correctly, so he's obviously siding with Russia. The other thing as well is if he's involved with mob or whatever. From what I've heard, I could be wrong, but from what I've heard, the reason why he's getting as much freedom as he's getting is apparently he might have snitched on one of the mobsters that they're trying to get right now in not Bulgaria. What's the
Oh, TJ said it's Russian Orthodox. That's what it. Oh, so they're not Catholic at all. All right, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
Then.
Yeah. So they're Orthodox. Is it just is that wait? Is that not so? Wait, so they're separate from the Catholic Church. Are they still Catholics then, or what? I mean, it just goes to show you how much I know about Catholicism.
No. Well, so what someone said here that apparently they got their own sort of religion. So it's probably based on. So it's probably based on Christianity, probably the Orthodox Church, and then they probably added their own sort of thing to it, like most other countries. Because I think if I
shit, we got hang on, we got more deep. More deep says no. I'm actually very disappointed in Duke for pulling that censorship stuff. No, you're in the chat, bro. Listen, I'm doing this to everybody. You got to call in if you're gonna say I'm wrong and I'm just parroting talking points from what do you say? What did Base Mod send me? Hold on. I just got emailed a screenshot, bro. I didn't even see your comment, but like somebody sent it to me. If you're gonna say, I'm treating everybody who do this equally, right? Listen, if you're gonna tell me I'm wrong, Mua, all right, you got to call in. You got to call in, bro. Just like everybody else that was sitting there telling me I'm wrong, I got the facts wrong and this and that, right? What do you say? Something about like I was wrong on the Ottoman Empire in World War I. How? So the Ottomans did not side with the Germans during World War I. Is that what you're trying to say? I was wrong on that. So if you're gonna make these claims, you gotta listen. You can get your moderation back. I don't have no problem with that. You're not censored, you're not banned or anything like that. But listen, I gotta know where your head's at because you're a mod. You have control of the chat. All right. Until I have a conversation with you, I don't know if you're gonna start banning people that don't have the same agreement with you because you're calling people Zionist and whatnot. Actually, I did not expect that from you of all people. How are you gonna label me a Zionist? I don't even fuck with Jews like that. The fuck are you talking about? Do you even know what a Zionist movement means or even Zionism? Literally, you can't do that. So when I see you go into opinions like that and you're a mod in my chat, if you don't explain to me where I'm wrong and give me a good reasoned explanation, to me, it's no different, bro. You got to give me an explanation. Other than that, bro, you could easily be banning people right now that have wrong thing. I don't know. I don't know that. And I'm very particular about my mods, but I got love for you more deep. I actually really do got love for you, dog. So you can get your moderation back. You just got to talk to me. I need to talk to you. I want to talk to you. If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. But I need to know where your headspace at. It's just like every single mod. There are mods that are here that aren't here anymore who are mods. Like Moxie after the shit she pulled. I don't fuck with that unless we can have a conversation about what the fuck's going on. You're not getting that back, son. So again, we just gotta be real on that. You can't start throwing labels at people just because they don't have an agreement with you, bro. You gotta list off why they're wrong, and you gotta make sure it's backed by facts. If you're not gonna back it up by facts, I'm not gonna have you run the muck in the chat. If you're not gonna be honest with me, just call me and talk to me. You'll get your shit back. I have no problem with you. It's just call and talk to you. But no, you're not banned or anything like that. I don't censor people like that. It's just if you're in a position of power in the chat, I gotta know where your head's at. But let's continue. Go ahead, XP.
Yeah. So what was it? So yeah, if Andrew Tate is as I was saying about Andrew Tate and his freedom, I believe he snitched on. He could have snitched on one of the people in the mafia or something, because I think Romania. I believe they're looking for. I can't remember who it was that they're looking for, but all I know is that from what I've heard from someone else on YouTube is that there's a possibility that he might also be in trouble with part of the mafia because he may have snitched. So,
oh yeah, listen, they don't get him. They don't get him in prison. That's why he's also worried about his death. He's so worked up about it. Oh, they're gonna kill me. I didn't kill myself, bro. You know they're gonna get you because what you said. You're gonna. They don't want you releasing info on the mob, bro. You are the weakest link on this right now. They gonna get you. I don't care. You talking about dying in prison because of what your freedom of speech or whatever? No, you're dying in prison because you facing almost 30 plus years in prison might divulge information on the Romanian mob that they don't want. Okay, so they might have to, Epstein you a little bit because since you're such a big fan of Jeffrey Epstein, Mr. Tate, they're gonna have to do the same thing. So again, I don't know what this guy's talking about. There are legitimate reasons of why the Romanian government, when they put you in prison, the people in there are probably gonna come at you.
Well, yeah, exactly. Did you watch? Have you watched any of what's his name? The criminal lawyer from America, Bruce Rivers.
Oh yeah, I react to Bruce Rivers a lot. He did a reaction.
Yeah.
We do a live reaction to his reaction to Andrew. It's gonna be a reaction session because that shit was hilarious. But yeah, I see what you're talking about. Bruce Rivers, yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of what I see of Andrew Tate is through Bruce Rivers, because I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure he had that trial come up, didn't he? Or is it coming up?
No, he had the preliminary trial come up. That was preliminary.
Oh, right.
Now they're because there's so many evidence. It's gonna take a while before they get in the trial. Even when they get the trial, you're looking at years, bro. I'm talking about years.
This is the thing. Like, I think Andrew Tate is kind of similar to not Andrew. Fucking, what's his name? Oh my days, Alex Jones. That's his name. Like, they both have points, but they both at times say the most dumbest things that get themselves into trouble. And I think what it is, like, I think like someone else was saying, he has a point on, you know, to a degree, the elites making all these wars or whatever. I don't think they always do. I think there's a lot of wars that have been going on for centuries. But like, for instance, the war, what was, I suppose you could call it a war, the war between Russia and Ukraine. If I remember correctly, there was something about that going back many, many years ago where, what's it called? All I remember is my dad telling me, saying that the FBI or something, it's not the FBI, CIA, they basically planted a few people in Ukraine to start up a war with Russia.
I think
not too sure about that.
I think the buildup has always been there. I think Russia always wanted to go to war with Ukraine, especially since they the U.S. Announced that Ukraine could be a possible member for NATO. Not NATO. Was it NATO?
Yeah,
that's NATO, like that, right. Yeah. So Russia got pissed off, and then right off the bat they jacked Crimea because they wanted access to the was it the Black Sea, right? That's over there. I forgot what sea it is that's over there, but they wanted access to that sea, so they jacked Crimea. But jacking Crimea was just the start. So ever since then, they've been training and putting military buildups at the borders of the Luhansk and Donetsk area, because that's where the freedom fighters within, because Ukraine, the one thing that was preventing them from actually joining NATO was because there were guerrilla wars being fought in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions, and they were partly being funded by Russia. And Russia, their plan was, well, as long as there's a conflict going on in the country, you can't join NATO, and that was their plan. So they funded a bunch of these rebels in those regions to destabilize Ukraine while amassing troops at the border. And everyone was warning Ukraine at the time, because Russia didn't do anything since Crimea, that Russia is going to attack, and none of them really listened. It's kind of like what's happened right now with Israel, and when they got news that, hey, you're going to be attacked by these Hamas members, and Israel kind of dismissed it because they got too complacent. It's the exact same thing. The Ukrainians got too complacent. It's been a while since they got Crimea, it'll be fine. And then boom, they launched the war, and that's actually things went haywire. So again, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it was a deliberate. Russia already had a deliberate plan to take over Ukraine, right? So that's why even when the far left, were going in on Russia, I was in agreement. I'm like, yeah, like these guys, they won the war, and it makes sense. I see what they're getting at. I understand it, but it's still like, you guys started a war. You invaded a country. It is what it is. You still invade that. That's something that you call crazy. They invaded the country, and they're attacking hospitals, schools, and whatnot. Russia's doing all that. So again, I find it interesting that Tate wants to make that comparison and doesn't know the actual facts of it. It's just sad. And he lives in Romania. It's like right there. It's right there.
So when he goes to prison, he's going to be screwed, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of them are against Russia. So the fact that he's coming out with all of this, I don't see him lasting too long. I mean,
it's crazy, bro. Mosi, shout out to you for the $5 super chat. I'm behind on this. He says, it reminds me of Rolo, who couldn't define high value man after tweeting about it. Facts, bro. Yeah. That's Andrew Tate for sure. What is that word he said? Is it nihilism, or what word did he use that he had to have somebody Google? That shit's hilarious, bro. It's like, if you're gonna use a big word, yeah, it was something, but it was just like, dude, come on, bro. You're just embarrassing. Shane with the $5 super chat. Shane says, starting point isn't 1947. That land been in conflict for centuries. Only brainwashed people start at that point. Facts. And that's what we've been saying for long. As a matter of fact, my first review of this whole situation, I said that, right? Again, a lot of people, they're starting from the middle, but if you go all the way back, these guys have been at war. That area is just been at war. You're never gonna, I don't want to say never because I'm Nigerian. You find conflict there, but again, you're gonna find there's no deeper divide in terms of based on political and religious line than that region alone over there. And then you toss in oil money and nukes. Oh my god, you got a whole catastrophe on your hands over there. So again, I wish people were a little bit more educated. But how could they be when the media and a bunch of people out there are just so brainwashed? It's not even funny. And again, I feel as though this is the play because ever since COVID, and some people in the chat want to say Trump, but ever since that situation, we've been in a never-ending state of what do you call it? Of panic and what do you call it? A crisis, right? It's a never-ending state of crisis. When have the American people actually got a chance to sit down and relax and watch some shit, right? That's going on in our politics. We haven't had that. We're always talking about this issue, that issue, this issue, that issue. Matter of fact, some people are so dumb they're willing to make outside issues that have nothing to do with America particular issues they want to in order to vote for the next president. Which is like, are you stupid? None of them care about what's going on about at home. They don't care.
But you know what?
Over there. That's why we don't have money. I mean, COVID exposed America because what it exposed us is our infrastructure has been gutted. Okay, we have zero infrastructure. We can't build shit. We got a bunch of people running around serving folks, but that's it. What else we got? We're not industrious anymore. Our factories are in China and Mexico. Okay, we outsource everything to India. All right, so again, what exactly do we have? And a lot of people aren't paying attention to it. And I feel like though that's part of distraction. The more they get you to focus on outside crisis and the never-ending stop of crisis, right? The less we can focus on issues affecting us at home.
Yeah, but you know what that is? That's something that I've actually noticed with not even just American politics. In the UK, we tend, I don't know what it is, but we tend to follow Americans a lot of time because it's like they'll if they want to cover something up. Well, it's like, for example, if they want to cover something up, they'll try and say, "Oh, we need to go into war with Russia," or we need to do this. There's all this and that going on, and it's like many people forget as well about the IRA. Like England invaded Ireland, right? And that's why you got the divide between the North Irish, Northern Irish, and the Southern. And obviously that's where the IRA came out. And I still remember to this day, a lot of people said, "Oh, the IRA were responsible for the London bombings." And I'm like, no, they're not, because yeah, someone could claim that they were from the IRA. That's not hard to do. Anyone can make up that they're part of any kind of group. But from what I remember of the IRA, they only specifically target certain people. So, for example, like I think back when Margaret Thatcher was around, they tried to go for her. But the problem is that Margaret Thatcher swapped cars, so they ended up bombing the wrong car, and obviously that was unfortunate. And I'm not saying I advocate for that. I think that's kind of stupid, but I still remember a couple of other incidents, like one of the lords or whatever decided, basically came out and said, "Oh, the IRA will never get me." He goes out on a boat one day and gets blown up, and it's just like, it's one of those things where the IRA just wanted their country back. If we gave them their country back, there wouldn't be any of this war, and there wouldn't be war between the Northern Irish and the Southern Irish.
So, you know what? Can I ask you a question? If let's say the British were saying, "Hey, you know what? We'll offer you," and let's say back when the IRA was still a thing, right? Let's say we'll offer you your land back in exchange for the terrorist type actions to stop, which they kind of were engaged in that. So would you would you think that the IRA would accept that deal to have their land back in exchange for stopping the aggression, right? Would you think they'll take the deal or no?
I'm pretty sure they would, because I mean they're still IRA right now, and some of them are in politics right now. I'm pretty sure they would, based on the fact that they were just trying to fight to get their land back,
right?
More so than they were trying to do harm to anyone else, because like I said, they weren't really targeting the public. The public wasn't their main target. Their main target was people in government. But that's just from what I know. Someone else might know more than me, but I just think that based on what I know, I reckon they would have taken a deal, because, like I said, that's their country, and that's what they just wanted in the first place. So I think that's that's the IRA. However, with Hamas, it might be a bit different because obviously, if it's all I know of Hamas is, you know, they're bombing buildings and things like that. Obviously, you might be a bit more, you might have a bit more information on that. But the only thing that I can say is it's like what someone else was saying, like, you know, terrorism is based on, you know, it is a perspective thing, because on some perspectives, you know, but I also think it also depends on the event and what happens, if that makes sense. Because I mean, technically speaking,
I hear what you're saying, because like when we even look about it, there were multiple times where either a two-state solution was offered on the table, or the Palestinians were, you know, given a situation where, you know, Israel was willing to give that land or cede that land to them and let them govern their own, as long as they can cease the fighting. But the government at the time, especially when the PLA was in charge, they declined it. They didn't want to. Man, matter of fact, the only time the PLA got toppled was when they started to become more agreeable with Israel. That's when they got toppled with Hamas. And even in Hamas charter, they stated that their main thing is they will never normalize relationship with Israel. They will keep attacking until Israel is no more. That's their goal. So using your example with the IRA, because they would be willing to do a peace deal if it means getting their nation back. Right now, we're seeing the same situation that was actually offered in the Middle East, but it wasn't taken by a lot of these Arab countries because they believe all of Israel is Palestine. Right. So again, even a two-state solution doesn't work because the other side doesn't want it. My question to a lot of people who are pushing this stuff is, what is an actual solution that would then work for both parties? And I don't see one.
Yeah, I don't see one either. I think, to be honest, I think we're also seeing a similar situation as Russia, as with Hamas, because Russia, obviously, Putin was the one that wanted to go to war with Ukraine, but the people of Russia didn't want to go to war with Ukraine. So I think Hamas, well, this is my thinking, I could be wrong. Hamas is probably thinking for a lot of the people in Palestine, where they want to go into war with Israel, but the people in Palestine just want peace.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I think that's where we got to start separating the people from the terrorists, right? You know, the people want peace. You know, the terrorists want war and no peace, right? And that's the thing. You gotta. And when people say this, they call you, "Oh, you're a Zionist," right? Hey, right now, I'm being called a Zionist, right? Because it's like, wait, first of all, do you guys even know what Zionist means? It's people who want the establishment of Israel as a state. I don't care for that situation at all. I really don't. I'm just stating the facts. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's like me reading a paper of what's actually going on, and then everyone's saying, because you're reading that paper, this is your beliefs. It's like, no, I'm telling you this is what is happening, and I'm telling you guys what's happening because clearly you're wrong, right? So that's the thing. When you label someone a Zionist and you don't even know what that means, I'm not sitting there advocating for the establishment of Israel as a state. I don't care. Like, to me, and then they're always like, what the fuck? Like, again, these guys are just, oh, you're a Zionist. What? I've been criticizing Israel this whole time, bro. And just because we're on the topic of Andrew Tate and Hamas, and I'm not getting on what do you call it? I'm not getting on Israel or whatever it is. All of a sudden, I'm a Zionist, bro. I don't care about Israel. I don't care about Palestine. I don't care about that situation. I care about that pothole that took out my axle a couple months ago. All right, that's what I care about. It's still fucking there. It's still fucking there, bro. Like, again, like, that's what I care more about. I don't care about a lot of this shit, right? So when you call somebody a Zionist and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, it's like, bro, no, I'm not. I don't care. I wasn't for the establishment of Israel before, and I still don't care about Israel after. How does that make me a Zionist?
You got a very good point. You know something that's also funny? You know something that's really, really funny to me?
Oh my God.
Right? So we're all busy with, you know, the Israel and Palestine thing, but the UK, in the UK, our councils are going bankrupt. Now, if you don't know what a council is, you know, it's basically like, think about the states and think about the politics in the states. It's kind of like it's kind of similar to that to a degree, but it's like we have like representatives of our council sorting out basically housing, all sorts of different things. But yeah, a lot of the councils, they're literally going bankrupt. My council literally went bankrupt like a couple of months ago. Actually, no, I don't think it was a couple of months. It was a while back. It was a while back now. It's like
And you got to ask,
We've
where
got so
did
many
all the
problems.
money go? You have to ask that question. Where did all the money go? If you know, we're advocating for all these things, but we're ourselves are going bankrupt. We have no funds, no nothing, right? Again, where do we have all this money? You got to start asking these questions to your officials.
Exactly.
If you don't, you will be swept up into these never-ending crises and forget that you actually have a problem. Look at the people of France. The people of France are waking up because they're the mass protests all over the place while they're trying to get you to focus on Russia and Ukraine. Over here, what's that? Macron, Emmanuel Macron is over here gutting your retirement pockets. He's gutting everything.
Oh yeah.
So while they got you focused on that, they're gutting all the resources the old folks are gonna need. Y'all need to pay attention to that.
Well, see, this is the thing. So like, the problem with the UK is that we spend, well, my council, I remember going back a few years ago that they were trying to get people to be self-employed. And I was just like, this is kind of a good idea. Like they had pop-up business coming around and trying to sort people out into getting into business and stuff like that. And then I still remember the MP coming into one of the presentations and he was just like, yes, I'm rebuilding Slough. What we're going to do is we're going to be rebuilding the, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's the Queensmere. So Queensmere is the shopping mall, yeah? But it's been shut down. Half of it has been shut down for, if I can remember, about a year now. Probably about 6 months to a year.
Wow.
And legit, like, it's still not been rebuilt. Slough Borough Council are still trying to, like, figure out, I don't know, something about, they filed for bankruptcy, so I don't know what's going on there.
Are people marching about this with the same vitriol and anger like they're doing for Israel and Palestine in the UK?
Hell no. No,
that's crazy.
Literally.
So you're telling me the most important things that matter to you people, no one cares, but things that actually don't affect them personally, everyone cares about. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So this is the thing. Like, it's really stupid because the thing is, the only reason, I mean, I was told by one of the people that came to do maintenance on the house. He was just like, yeah, by the way, Slough Borough Council, they literally have no money. And the reason for that is because they were doing deals behind closed doors. And yeah, all the money, the people that have been basically in the Slough Borough Council, they moved to a different borough. And I'm like, oh, great, nice. So they basically moved off with all the money. Nice.
Wow, that is crazy. I'd be pissed off. I think that's probably why a lot of these Western governments benefit from keeping their civilians in a perpetual state of crisis, because I don't think they really want us paying attention to what's really happening to all of our tax dollars and money. And it's really sad that you got a bunch of young people who are thinking about that. If you're a young guy going through school right now, think about this. They don't teach you about finance. They don't teach you about taxes. They don't teach you about all these things that matter. Instead, when you grow up and get into college, they're teaching you about stuff that don't matter. And then when you come out, you're voting and you're advocating for things that actually don't matter to you, right? But they've convinced you those are the things that are most important. Matter of fact, if you don't vote on these issues, it's existential. It's like, what?
See, but that's crazy.
They're stealing your money. They're stealing your money, bro. That's crazy. They're robbing you blind, and you out here blaming other people, right? It's crazy to me when I see this stuff. But yeah, you go ahead. We got Don on the back, but I'm gonna let you keep going, bro. You're speaking facts.
Well, see, this is the thing. So, like, if I remember correctly, I remember someone saying the comparison between the UK and America is that UK you get robbed in pure daylight. Because
that's crazy.
They basically, like someone was saying, being self-employed, yeah, you have to pay your taxes. But as far as what I'm aware of, there's different tax bandings. So the only way you can actually get away with paying less tax is if you have a company. If you're self-employed, then you're basically paying more than the like if you were to work normally. So you're basically paying tax on yourself, but you're not going to get away with paying less tax unless you know ways around getting around the tax stuff. But even I don't really know too much about it. I just know enough to know that when it comes to like taxing and stuff, it's very, very difficult. I don't know what it
and
is.
they do it. I feel like they do it on purpose too. Listen, if a bunch of people in the West stop paying attention to these perpetual crises they're trying to get us involved in, right? I don't think even our Israel shouldn't even be our situation, because America is funding terrorists through Israel. That's why I don't support the Israeli government. I feel like I have to scream it at the top of my lungs. Sorry for you guys who are wearing headphones and you guys will be watching later. I have to, because if I don't do that, apparently people are going to say I'm some kind of Islamophobic, which is not even accurate, because I've been saying that. It's just that, like, apparently they all want me to just constantly criticize Israel and not criticize Hamas, which I think is crazy. But yes, Israel has problems. They have massive problems. They need freaking help. I don't think the government is the right one, okay? And I think there's a reason why that government tries to influence our situation a lot, because they are trying to get some kind of resources from it. But I think Americans need to wake up, because if Americans find out that we're funding this same Hamas problem, because think about it, we funded Hamas when we were fighting in Assad in Syria. You know that, right? Israel funded Hamas. We were Netanyahu was admitted working with Hamas. As a matter of fact, when they told them, "Hey, you got to destroy these guys," I mean, they're terrorists. He was like, "Oh, no. We don't. They're useful and whatnot." And I believe Netanyahu at that time was acting under the orders of the U.S. because the U.S. needed Hamas to go ahead and destabilize Syria so the Russian influence doesn't get in there. But it didn't work, because Russia ended up making sure Assad stayed in power. Right? All that propaganda about the civilians being gassed. Turns out it wasn't. I mean, they were gassing, but it wasn't to the level of what the U.S. was doing. So we saw that situation where a bunch of mass propaganda tried to convince us that the bad guys that we're seeing now were the good guys then. And now those same guys that we funded, who were the good guys trying to kick out Assad or overthrow a democratically elected country, you can call it that, now they're in support of the terrorist group that was used to fund that whole endeavor. And I'm sitting there like, yo, what are you guys doing? Can we wake up here and smell the mustard? We're being played, bro. So if they're trying to get you to focus on this, I think you need to wake up and look the other direction, because there's something else they don't want you to see. And I believe that if the American people would have saw this link, and especially the Muslim Brotherhood, because that's a thing that happened. That's an establishment that exists. Just like people want to call Zionists and whatnot, the Muslim Brotherhood wants to establish one of those united fronts with all these Arab countries, and they want to make sure they're specifically Shia, not Sunni. They want to make sure that it's Shia, because their response is to the Saudi basically taking over. So again, we're seeing all this stuff unfold. A lot of people don't have the context. We're starting from one spot, and then when I say you guys are looking at it from a certain lens, they're trying to say, "Oh no, you're Islamophobe." Of course, it's like, what? What? So you missed all of that I said, and then just because I criticize Hamas, I'm an Islamophobe. Yeah, you lost me. And guess what? You guys are going to be losing hundreds of thousands of people. Just watch. You think you're going to be the right side of history here? Okay. Okay, bro. That's fucking hilarious. These guys who are thinking Osama bin Laden is some kind of hero. Okay.
Well, see, this is the thing. So it's like, if I remember correctly, any kind of war that goes on, the government's always making money off it anyway. So it's like, I think the reason why the governments or even the news want to focus on one source of the problem is they might even try to advocate, we should go to war with this country. We should try and
They're going to. U.S. desperately wants war with Iran. They want to. I think that's what we want in the U.S., which I think is a problem.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing for the UK, because it's like, I think at one point we were like, we need to go into war with Russia. And I'm just like, if we go into war with Russia, I'm like, our country
that hasn't stopped. They still are doing it. That's why we need to take out Iran first. I'm saying we, but we're in the United States. That's essentially what the plan is. That's what because Iran is they're literally that last roadblock between us and basically completely dismantling what Russia got, right? That's why you see they're partnering with Russia heavy on this by giving them drones and all these other military weapons, because they also understand that, United States is a big threat to them, and they're being able to spread their brand of Islam throughout the Muslim world. Now, I think that's a big obstacle for the United States, because they feel as though if Iran still stays as the establishment that they are, they're going to be blocking off a lot of things that the U.S. wants to accomplish, especially taking or dismantling Russia, right? That's still a plan. We have that written down in documents. Matter of fact, what is that? Is it there's an organization that's it's one of those think tanks, right? I forgot what the name was, but they actually wrote out the plan for the Ukraine-Russia conflict, and everything that they said in that think tank happened to a T. Now, this think tank actually works for one of these military industrial companies, but everything they listed out in terms of going to war with Russia, not war us, but Ukraine and Russia conflict, it happened, right? They have different plans for all these other countries that we're planning on destabilizing. So again, if we're going to point the situation, we shouldn't be just looking at through one narrow glass. We should look at, okay, what are we doing as a country, right? So for instance, I would love to see more people on the far left call out the US for funding Qatar through Israel, right? I think that's a terrible thing, and we're basically shooting ourselves in the foot. We need to call it out. Instead of just focusing on one thing, let's focus on the whole fucking pie, because we have a better chance of solving the issue, or at least finding a better solution for the issue, than just worrying about one little thing.
See, that's the other thing as well. If I remember correctly, the US and even the UK have been doing this for years. What they do is they give the other side a load of weapons, they fund the other side, and then what will happen is sometime down the line, they'll go in and they'll be like, oh, okay, these guys have got weapons of mass destruction, or they'll come up with some other excuse and go in.
It's always a lie with us,
yeah. And then I just think that, I mean, we've done the same thing to that part, that Argentina. I can't remember what country it was. We went there, and I think that again, that was Margaret Thatcher. And the other thing that she did as well, she sold all the UK industry as well. And then I know everyone's saying, oh, Brexit was a bad idea, or going into the EU was a bad idea. But I think my mum makes this point as well. But I'm just like, well, what you got to think of is Margaret Thatcher gave away all of our industry. We have nothing to support ourselves with. So what else can we do apart from rely on the EU? So going through Brexit was the most dumbest thing we could have done, because we don't have anything. And we're struggling now. I mean, yeah, okay, the healthcare is, well,
it's like, UK, what happened to you guys? You guys used to be a freaking empire. Now y'all just a bunch of banks running out of money. That's what I'm seeing now. Like, what happened to the UK, bro? And honestly, part of it is, okay, the colonialism is done for, but like, damn, bro, they're being gutted like crazy, which is insane. But exactly right. What you're seeing happen in your country is happening all over Western countries. That's why you see a lot of people getting increasingly distracted in this perpetual state of crisis, because I don't think they really want the American people or any Westerner paying attention to the true horrors that's going on. For instance, I believe that this whole Ukraine and Russian war was just an elaborate gimmick to go ahead and launder money through this whole situation, right? Because a lot of the money they're saying never got to Ukraine. You got some of these Ukrainian officials saying, hey, you guys sent all this stuff. Where are they going? Even some of the weapons missing. We don't know where it is. Now they're finding in the hands of some of these individuals who are in the Israel versus Palestine conflict. So it's like, so some of these weapons that were supposed to go to Ukraine that we gave money for at the cost of our own infrastructure and stuff, we then gave it to them, but the money and weapons never got to them. It went to these guys who, magically there's another war happening right now, and they so happen to have the weapons that were missing. Are we stupid or what? Like, get out of here, bro. Get out of here.
Another thing.
Go ahead. I'll give you the last word. We gotta get Donna up here. She's patiently waiting. Shout out to Donna. I'm assuming
sorry
Donna
about that.
is a she. I'm just assuming that. I don't actually know, but we'll find out.
Well, going back to the 9/11 thing, if I remember correctly, right, there was the Pentagon got hit, but they said it was a plane. But there's been other reports, if I remember correctly, that it was a missile and not a plane, because I think, if I remember correctly, there was a lot of like official people, or even people that fly planes and all of that. Even they turned around and said that it was impossible for a plane to hit that, even though it looked like it. But there was also other reports as well saying that the camera couldn't really pick anything up, but it looked like a missile.
I would say from start to finish, I believe that that was because they talked about the pilots who flew the plane, they actually came to America, they took flight lessons here and things like that. So I definitely believe that these guys hijacked the plane. Those people, bless their souls, on this plane lost their lives, unfortunately. Those people in those twin towers and the other buildings that were targeted as well. I think the Pentagon, I'm not sure what the death toll was at the Pentagon, because there was another plane that hit the Pentagon. But yeah, it was absolutely horrific, and I feel sorry for that. As a matter of fact, even every time we repeat that situation, I got friends friends and who had families that were lost on that day, right? And then when you look at
that's sad.
when you look at the Israel, when you even look at the Palestine situation, I don't know if you saw me when I played that video on the day that 9/11 happened, when thousands of Americans, innocent, had nothing to do with anything, just going to work, died and lost their lives. Palestinian people were celebrating in the streets, handing out cookies, screaming out "God is great!" Right in the UK. I don't know, because this protest happened in the UK where a bunch of Muslims gathered and burned the American flag. It was a United States embassy, right, where they gathered around in the UK at a United States embassy and they burned the American flag, protesting 9/11, not protesting 9/11, but they were doing that in solidarity with what happened at 9/11.
Yeah, the only problem with that is, if I remember correctly, because my dad was telling me that they basically told a load of Muslims, I don't know if it was Muslims, I could be wrong, I can't remember exactly, but this was going back years ago when I had the conversation. But he was telling me that a lot of like Muslims or whatever, they had to stay inside because basically what would happen is that people are just getting beaten up and all of that, if they obviously for that kind of reason. But the reason why I pointed that out as well is because I remember one specific event, and the reason why the Pentagon was actually hit, if I remember correctly, is because we had the UK had an open check from America, which we sent back, and I'm pretty sure it was for about £3 trillion. It could be dollars. I can't remember exactly. It was an extravagant amount of money. As we sent the open check, we actually received a lot of that money. And I'm still wondering why not a lot of people are actually asking where that money went, because they said, oh, we're going through a recession or whatever. And I'm like, how can we be going through a recession if we have over £3 trillion or dollars or whatever it is? I'm like, we got given the money and you tried to hide it. I'm pretty sure that's one of the reasons why the Pentagon was hit.
That's crazy.
Because that's where the information was.
That's wild, bro. But yeah, you're absolutely on point. What you got? Anything else to say? We're gonna move on to Donna here in just a second.
To be honest, all I wanted to say was basically, you're right on a lot of things, and I think, to be honest, like, it's very hard to really disagree with you on a lot of points that you make. But with the whole Andrew Tate thing, he's just screwed anyway. I mean, I don't know why he's out here talking about all of this. Even Bruce Rivers was like,
he's trying to, again, it's the last cash grab. Because this, I think, because I don't know if you saw my reaction video, but their reaction to pretrial after getting out of pretrial the move was so different. You can tell because Andrew Tate is saying, "Oh, no evidence." First of all, I think that's cap because he saw the evidence, and when you have to have seen what the prosecutors are going to bring against you, because your lawyers are going to be in conversations or consultations with you, right? So he had to have known. But I think when they finally got to that preliminary court hearing and they realized the massive amounts of evidence that were going to be used against him, the way he came out of that courtroom, and the brother Tristan was just sitting there like, he didn't want to. Every time Tristan leaves the courthouse, he's always depressed because they got some news in there that wasn't good. Andrew Tate didn't do his usual grandstanding about how innocent he was or anything like that. They literally, he made fun of a reporter over there, but that was about it. He got in the car and got out. So to me, that told me that they finally settled on the evidence that they're going to move forward with trial with, and they just kind of went through all that in court, right, through those preliminary hearings. And I think it was a good reality. And what Tate is doing right now is exactly what I would expect someone with nothing else they have to do, right? Because all he has right now is the war room and his fanboys. That's it. That's the only big money maker he has coming in. If that shit stops, it's over. So he has no choice but to try to stay relevant on social media, even though he has no idea what he's talking about. Go look at the Piers Morgan interview. There were people who were saying, "Oh, Tate, top G, facts, W. Oh my God, he's so right." It's like, huh? Well, listen. He's right about the violence on all sides. Horrible, right? I agree with that. I think the violence on all sides is bad, right? But the whole conversation, basically, about 20 minutes of it, when we're watching, is him not being able to call a terrorist group a terrorist group. That's a problem, bro, because it just clearly shows that you don't know what you're talking about. And what makes it even worse is you comparing Russia-Ukraine conflict to what's happening there is just totally ignorance. But there are a bunch of young kids who are going to buy it, and they're going to say, "Oh, the top G. It makes so much sense. He's the top G. He's making so much sense. So yeah, we're going to run with it." And he has to keep that going. And I reckon when he's in prison, right? Because he likes to talk about, "Oh, I was isolated when I was in prison." I'm like, well, how did you get a cell phone to tweet? every once in a while you were in jail last time. Because when you tweeting from jail, it's like, so you could tweet from jail, but then when Piers Morgan's interviewing you, I was alone. All right, I didn't have anything. All right, no one was there to talk to me. It's like, huh? How did you then try to? Because he was sending out a lot of messages from his phone to try to even intimidate some witnesses too as well. So it's like, bro, okay. We know exactly the game you're going to play the moment the hammer comes down. The moment the judge says, all right, there's 36 years in prison. Yeah, you best believe he's going to be on social media trying to stay relevant. I think this is the last game he has. Andrew Tate's done. He has no choice but to go and make an ass of himself on social media. He's already proven no one's going to call him out for it, except for Piers Morgan, apparently.
Well, yeah, apparently so. And I mean, the other thing as well isn't a few countries waiting for this trial to happen, because then he might get charged there as well. So he might even have even more time in prison because
he's been hinting of it. He's been hinting of it, right? Where these other countries want a piece of me too. Right? See, the Matrix is after me. It's like no. They actually, if you let them finish the investigation before you ran off to Romania, they'd have probably locked your ass up too. Because remember, when they arrested Andrew Tate, it was because that one girl claimed that she beat him up, or he beat him up or whatever. He beat her up or whatever, right? And he exclaimed, or he said in Fresh and Fit, that all he did was throw her laptop or cell phone off the building when the girl came out and falsely accused him, right? But off of that accusation, he was able to get arrested. And when they arrested and confiscated all this stuff, they found, this might be a trafficking ring here. That's why they were discussing 8 new charges to levy on them. And then the moment they let Tate out of jail, he booked it to Romania. He tells that story when he was on Fresh and Fit. He's repeated it multiple times on other people's show. So it's like, bro, if you listen, once the UK is done with you, or not the UK, once the Romanian government is done with you, the UK government are going to have a piece of you, especially knowing fully well you were trying to intimidate those witnesses over there too.
Oh yeah. And the other thing that I want to say as well is, what was that thing? Hustlers University.
They call it it's the real world now.
Oh, it's cool. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I didn't email about that, but yeah, I done it for a laugh because I was just like, okay, I want to see exactly what all of this is about.
Did you make 10K in a month?
Fuck no. If anything, I kind of had an argument with one of the with one of the professors, because they were like, I know a lot about crypto. Don't put a lot, and I'm just like, I've done so much research on crypto. I'm like, okay, I quoted something. I asked them about a YouTube channel called Crypto Banter or whatever. And I said, what do you think about these guys? Because they were actually showing proof that they were making money with other people as well. And I was just like, these seem pretty good. And the only thing that the professor said is, they're a bunch of losers or something. I'm just like, okay, they're showing their money. They're showing how much money they're making with all of these other people. They're all going into trades at the same time. I'm just like,
and it's
got
funny.
Nothing else to say.
These are the guys that talk about they're building society and the pillars of it. None of them are really making money like that on these courses. And it's like, what are you guys actually doing to help society or build anything? It seems like y'all are just out here complaining about women and listening to Andrew Tate. He's not doing anything to help society either. He's just grifting off of y'all, and y'all are paying him. That's just it. But yeah, I appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna get Donna on. Yeah, next time I do call-ins, please call in next time. I appreciate it. Donna, shout out to you. Thank you for being so patient. Before you go, let me go ahead and read the super chat real quick. Janet G, shout out to you. I appreciate the conversation, by the way, Janet. Thank you very much. You got more balls than a lot of these dudes like to talk shit in the chat, and I don't see them in the chat anymore. Like, where y'all go? Hey, what happened? I thought the link has been pinned, and so far, none of you guys are calling. Again, this is what I'm talking about. A lot of you guys just make these criticisms, and you guys don't want to have those challenged. So what's the point of even talking to y'all? Y'all usually, you're Islamophobic. You're a Zionist. You're saying that. Come talk to me. I want to see your level of understanding on the situation. No one is clicking. None of y'all that were talking shit. None of y'all are clicking those links. So how can people take you seriously? Get the fuck out of here, bro. But shout out to you, Janet. Janet says there are loyalists in Northern Ireland that still want to be part of the UK and do not want a united, independent Ireland. I agree with that. Yes, absolutely. There are always going to be people who don't want to separate, and this is what it is, right? Antonio Winchon, shout out to you for $5 super chat. Says, "Sup, Duke?" The same with Coach Red Pill. Yeah, he said exposing that the U.S. was funding Ukrainian Nazis for the war for innocent young guys dying for nothing. Yeah, and he got arrested. Actually, the police came to his crib and literally took him out of there. And that you want to talk about secret police? They got that. You know, you have the wrong speech, they will come into your house and take you away. But you're absolutely right. And how is he doing, by the way? I don't know if I may have to actually go in and research the situation. We'll probably do a video on it. But yeah, we last time we left off, he got caught by the Ukrainian government. So I don't think he's gonna fare too well, man. Especially when he goes sent off into those what do you call it? Those work camps and shit they got over there. It's crazy. James Last with the $5 super chat. James Last says, "Sup, Duke? Did you hear about Derek Chauvin getting stabbed? Keep up the good work." Yeah, bro. I mean, we kind of knew this was gonna happen, right? Because, like, listen, you're in prison, bro, and your knee was on the neck of a black man, and you were a cop. You killed a black dude seemingly for no reason, right? And you think you're gonna be okay in prison? No. There's some people who just want to do it to get fame. Like, that's just what it is. Like, Derek Chauvin is here, I'm gonna stab him because, I'm gonna get famous that way. It's crazy. But I saw that. That was wow. Shout out to you. I appreciate the love. James Last with the $2 super chat says, "You should check out The Amazing Lucas." I actually like The Amazing Lucas. I like him primarily because he stands up for what he thinks, right? He's not one of these guys like Candace Owens that know they're wrong, but they're just parroting talking points for the right wings, right? Because at first I thought Amazing Lucas was like that, where you're another black dude eating all these conservative talking points, like you just like Candace Owens. But when he finally stood up and started criticizing the right, rightfully so, because you can't sit there and tell me the conservatives are all nice and good and whatnot, because that's what people on the right and right political commentators want you to think. And I'm like, no, these motherfuckers are racist. They're racist as all hell. So when Amazing Lucas finally started calling it out and the hypocrisy with Candace Owens, I'm like, oh, this guy actually has integrity. That's rare. And I love that. I don't even care about your politics. If you have integrity and you're consistent, I love it, right? Because it shows that I can have a dialogue with you, and you're not going to start off lying. Like some of these people who you're going to start off in a position where they're dishonest. How am I supposed to have an honest conversation with you? Your position is already dishonest, right? So I like Amazing Lucas for that. I like him. I haven't watched his recent content, but I like what he did there. And he lost a lot of subs for it. He did, right? Because I'm telling you, that right-wing conservative money, especially if you're a black man, and you talking about, black folks, you have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. If you're talking that nonsense as a Republican, you will get paid. You will get paid big time, right? Everybody knows that, right? So Amazing Lucas might as well have been on his way to do that, but he has integrity and says it's not about the money for me, right? He could be a millionaire right now off of these right wingers who want to see him perpetuate more stereotypes against his own people, but he didn't do that, and I applaud him for that. But shout out to Amazing Lucas. Dama D, shout out to you for the $2 super chat. It says 17 going into software engineering in the UK. Good idea. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely, man. Get into software engineering. Get into if you get into network, if that'd be good. Architecture or network engineering will be a good thing too as well. Anything technology, right? Get into desktop, get into cybersecurity space. It's gonna be valuable because as we become more digitalized as a society, those type of skills are in deep demand, right? A lot of people are looking for people with these type of skills. So much so you have alternative schools creating boot camps just to get people in so they can develop the skills to feel the demand that's gonna be happening within the next few years. So yes, if you're 17 right now, okay, if you thought about going in to get a sociology or psychology degree, or let's say you're not really sure and you're thinking, okay, maybe I go get a liberal arts transfer degree or whatever it is because I'm in this school or that school, you need to reconsider and try to get into some kind of program. And those are people who aren't sure. If you want to be a psychologist because that's what you want to be, okay, fine. I'm not knocking you there. But if you're trying to go into college and get into a field where you get paid or you have a good chance of getting a good job, software engineering, absolutely. Software engineering, you can do that. You can do a lot more things, man. It opened up the doors for you income wise. Listen, man, it's a lot of people I know it's changed their lives for sure. Okay, it's definitely changed your life. Not necessarily software engineering, but just getting into tech. Some of them will start off as help desk technicians, and before you know it, within a year, they go into desktop, and then from desktop they go into networking. From networking, they can build a six-figure earning career out of that, right? So again, I think it's absolutely important. I think it's a good idea. If you're gonna take anything from me, go into tech. Donna, shout out to you. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here and being patient as well. What do you think about this? Am I Islamophobe?
No, I think you were 150% correct, and I'm so glad that you as a Black man, especially a Nigerian, man, because I'm a Jamaican woman and I call it out all the time, but people don't take me seriously when I be saying it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you called it out because, I practice Ifa. I'm, in a traditional African religion. And whenever I hear these people talking about like, Islam extremists and what's going on and making it seem like here in the West, oh, the poor little Muslims. And I'm not saying Muslims aren't victims of attack, but I'm like, you all need to go back in history and look at what Islam and Arabs have done. They've done the same things as Europeans. They just get away with it because they're brown and everybody focuses on the Europeans.
I don't even think it's because they're brown. I think it's because they become a protected group too, right? I think it's part of what they accuse the Jews of doing, because like everyone when they say, oh, everything's anti-Semitic, I think that was what was happening too at the same time. It was actually running parallel, because I can seem to remember there was a period of time where there were people just screaming Islamophobia over legitimate criticism of Islam. And I never really understood why, right? And it wasn't until like this conflict now I'm like, oh, you guys are also protected just like the Jews. So that's very interesting in America, right? That's so great. How like, and then oh my God, bro, the hypocrisy is weird. And what I find interesting is like, I criticize all religions because I think it's crazy. I think it's like the slippery slope for fanaticism, right? But again, I'm not gonna judge you for what the hell you think or whatever it is like that. But the one thing I've realized is I can criticize Christianity, I criticize Catholicism all day on this show, right? And the moment I talk about Islam, which has been like literally like 3 or 4 times that I brought it up. The one time I brought it up was somebody was trying to call me out on the chat. I'm like, yo, Muhammad wasn't the greatest person either. So what the fuck are you talking about? And it's you're an Islamophobe. I'm like, huh? Did you read the Quran? Are you high, bro? You think that guy is a model for people to follow by? Oh, come on. Now you're not being honest. You're not being honest. Come on. You can believe what you want to believe, all right? But I'm telling you, that was the first time they called me an Islamophobe. Okay, fine, right? And then the Palestine situation, we're talking about that. You're an Islamophobe. So if I say something and I get called an Islamophobe, then you guys are acting like the protected group you're actively trying to shit on, right? It's crazy to me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm glad that you said all that, because for years I've been feeling this way, and people think it's like they are just in the West, where they're like, they have to behave because they're in this country and they're not going to allow them to do it, in countries where we are, America, Canada, like they're not going to allow them to do that here. But I'm like, you go to Africa, I'm like, you go to Nigerian countries, I'm like, do you all see what they're doing to the Yoruba people who practice Ifa? And Ifa is not even a radical religion. Like Ifa doesn't have a history of doing anything. Like Ifa is just like, live and let everybody live. In Nigeria and many parts of Africa, you cannot come out as a traditional religionist. You have to hide it because you'll die. And I keep explaining this to people, and people think for some reason it's like so out there and so like not in this realm.
They don't think it's real. Like I fled from Nigeria to America because of the killings. I actually witnessed the killings myself. We witnessed that. Actually, after I witnessed this gay dude getting what's called a necktie, meaning where they surround you, beat you up, put a tire on you, pour gasoline, and then set you on fire. Right? We saw that. I was seeing that at the age of I was 7 years old at the time, just watching that. Like, wow, that's crazy, right? And then think about how bad that fucked me up, right? And then on top of that, even when I moved to this country, I had an uncle who was kidnapped by Fully members. He lived in Kano, which is a northern state in Nigeria. He was kidnapped, and they actually tried to get in contact with our family for ransom because they thought because we're in America, we were rich or some shit like that. And when we didn't get the money, they killed him. My mom's brother died.
Yeah, they do that a lot
because he was a Christian in a Muslim state. Now, even after that, I don't come with hatred or vitriol for that. I love Muslims. I love everybody because I'm not filled with that anger or whatever the fuck it is. But if you're gonna be ignorant about a situation and not address it for what it is, then it's like, okay, I can't
exactly. And that's all we're asking. And I'm very sorry for your loss, by the way.
No, and the thing is, we've actually had like I've had an auntie that was also murdered in her home. I have an auntie. I had like 4 or 5 of the family members that were killed by Fulanese, and they did this in the name of Islam. And it's crazy now. Like that's why the Igbo people there, when you go to those areas in the country, there's so much hate because the killings happen every single day. No one is talking about this. No one is mentioning a peep, right? But it's just saddens me because it's going to bring up a bunch of traumatic things that I've worked really hard to suppress and not really bring up. And I'm surprised I'm as happy as a person that I am right now, right? But it's just one of those things where you think about it, you're like, yo. How can you guys be so ignorant? You call yourself an educated nation and you're completely ignorant to the facts of what's actually going on. There are people who believe in this religion in the case that takes it to the extreme where they're killing people. Since I've moved to this country, I've had 3 family members that were kidnapped by Islamic terrorists and killed. So I know the dangers of this stuff because now they're moving forward to recognize Nigeria as an Islamic country alone, which it's not. Just like you said, there's so many different religions. It's not an Islamic country alone, but these guys have dominated so much, they're taking over. And what's going to happen is it's going to be a civil war coming. And people don't know that. In Nigeria, there's a civil war brewing, and it's going to be insane. All right. And it's because of the pressure. No one is talking about in the media about the killing. So the people down there, they have no choice but to start rebelling against the northern states who are collabed to go ahead and spread Sharia throughout the land. And it's getting bad. It's going to get even worse. But I'm sorry. I just had to get. I got.
No, I'm really glad like you gave that context because like when I say it as a Jamaican, a lot of people don't believe me or they feel like I'm like overreacting about it. But I'm like, no, like I can talk to many, you could talk to many people from my temple. You could talk to my Olorishas and stuff. They cannot go back to northern Nigeria where they're from because you can't even walk outside wearing an eleke, wearing certain things that might even, they might suspect you of being an Ifa or even a Christian, or God forbid you're a non-believer. They're going to unalive you. And when I hear Andrew Tate's takes, it just like it really gives me like privileged white boy that grew up in the suburbs that just you're in like, you know, a first world country where you could just pick any religion that you want to be. Like I keep trying to explain to people, it's not the same in Africa. Traditional religion is very high in Africa. It's just practiced in secret. And in these Islamic countries, you have to hide it.
You have
hide it. Because you can't just run around in there and be like that. And what I always try to explain whenever I get into conversations with Muslims or Muslim people, I'm like, look, I don't hate Islam. I mean, I could say a lot because like there's literally Arabs coming into African countries and colonizing those people and taking away their African culture and forcing them to have a Muslim and
the white Arabs from Saudi Arabia are the ones doing it right now.
They also unalive black kids for sport as a game there. But that's
do you know they actually film the crocodiles?
Yeah,
the same shit that we would demonize here because it happened in America too when during the slave times, right? They would feed a bunch of black slaves children to these animals. We see that happen. Like my uncle who's fed the crocodiles.
Yeah, it's really bad there. Like people don't and like even with the slavery, they brag about having black people as slaves. Like people don't understand like
it's in the Quran, by the way.
Yeah.
You know that, right? Muhammad actually, there was I forgot what area it is, but it's in the Quran. Muhammad actually talked about this, right? Because they were talking about slaves, and it was something where they were like they were basically saying that black slaves weren't worth the lives of white slaves, and there was one where he was talking about where you can if a white Arab kills a black Arab, the black Arab can't kill the white Arab, but he can kill a black Arab in return. It's like what? So it just show you there's inherent racism within the religion and culture in itself. Again, like I get people who tell me, and I debate with my Muslim friends a lot. Actually, the friends that I have who are Muslim, like one of them I told you he's full on. He actually lives in the north right now. He claims like he's a Muslim because he knows he can't come out and say he's no longer a practicing Muslim, even though he technically does go to the mosque. Because he tells me, he's like, man, if they find out if I don't show up here or that line, they will know something's wrong. Even though I don't believe in it, I have questions, but I have to keep going. They can't think anything's wrong because he is that afraid of letting people know that he's changed his mind or views or anything like that of the particular religion. Especially his changing change of philosophy was when Fulani raided a I forgot what town it is, but it was also another town that was filled with a bunch of Fulanis and Hausa, because Nigeria has Hausa people too as well. And the Fulanis didn't care. They just killed the Muslims that were there too. And the guy was like, what the fuck? He was like, how could you guys, I can't do this. So he's still going through the motions as a Muslim, but his heart is gone. And I have a sneaking suspicion that's actually what's happening in a lot of these Muslim countries. A lot of people are looking at it and they're saying, yeah, they've checked out, but they just go through the motions.
I know a lot of Muslim friends who are like, from Kenya, like especially like East Africa, that technically practice their traditional religion. they don't believe in Islam, but for the sake of the public and their lives, they're like, no, I have to be a Muslim. They're like, you don't understand. Like, when I go visit my family or whatever, I have to be a Muslim. And I keep trying to explain to people, even the mentality of a lot of people that
Do
go
you
on
remember
into
that Nigerian senator whose wife is a 13-year-old?
Yeah, you were telling us about that.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
out.
that son of a bitch, right? And this is something that we should criticize. Your wife is 13 years old. The fuck?
Mhm.
What is that? Like, we would condemn that. And you know what's funny? The U.S. is building a new big consulate or whatever you want to call it over there. And it's like, how can you guys do that without condemning this country? They're marrying 13-year-old girls. This guy's a member of this Nigerian Senate.
They just turn a blind eye. I mean, crazy things going on in the Caribbean and Africa, Duke. We literally had a Jamaican politician slap the dog shit out of his wife on TV, like live. He just went pop and nobody said nothing. So I don't be knowing with these people sometimes. But like I try to explain to people, I'm like, even the views in Africa, I'm like, a lot of things, they're so, like, I don't want to say regressed, but they're taught to
No, it's
believe
regressive. It's
from like,
absolutely aggressive. It's a
yeah,
regressive
like
thing.
they're taught to believe things from a super like religious angle, like not seeking like basic medical care and a lot of things because of these religions. And if you try to go against that, it can be the cost of your life. And like people think like we're just popping stuff, and I'm like, no. Like I keep trying to explain to people, like when they tell me stuff like, all religion this or all religions do that. I'm like, no. I'm like, in other traditional African religions, you could change your mind, or you could even like a lot of people pour stuff for their ancestors and don't necessarily believe in God or partake in the tradition. Like, you don't have to. I keep trying to explain to people, when you look in African history, they were not always like that. They were not radical with their religion. There was a bunch of different religions, and for the most part, everybody got involved, and people would actually take ideas from each other all the time, because that's what a lot of those ancient religions taught you: expand your mind and look at other people. I'm like, with now how it is, because of the Arab incursions, which a lot of people don't know, North Africa and like Morocco and stuff, that there's not supposed to be a bunch of Arab people there. People don't even realize they're invaders there. They don't even realize what Christianity did in Africa. Muslims came and did the
So
same thing.
what they tend to do is they'll say the Crusades, the Christianity was a crusade, and I said, yeah, the Crusades were horrible, but you got to understand, the Crusades were a response to Muslim aggression that was happening throughout the time. For peace sakes, they made it all the way up to Spain. They
Exactly.
conquered Spain. It wasn't, listen, the Crusades didn't happen until Spain was conquered. They were like, oh shit, okay, guys, we have a real problem here, because if we don't do anything, okay, we might lose all of Europe to the Muslims, right? And that's what that's when all the churches for the first time came together and said, we need a massive response to Muslim incursion. But we don't talk about that. When I hear people talk about this, they'll say, oh, well, the Crusades, though, the Christians and the Catholics were bad. I'm like, yeah, it was horrible what they did. They definitely massacred a bunch of Muslims, but it was a response because you killed a bunch of people all the way up to Spain. Listen to this. We got Iran and the cradle, what do we call it? The Fertile Crescent area over here with the Mesopotamia and all the areas over there, right? You got that area, and then these guys made it all the way to Spain, and you expect them to still not do anything about it? You're high. Go read a fucking history books, you moron. I'm sorry. That shit pisses me off. It's like, how do you? Because it's like when they blame you for starting from one spot. It's like, no, you guys are starting from one spot. The Crusades didn't just happen out of the blue. It happened because there was an aggressive response by Muslims that were dominating, especially after wasn't it after the death of Muhammad or whatever it was that happened?
Yeah, because it was a few other people that started writing like the hadiths and stuff, that were writing a lot of that crazy stuff in the hadiths, and they went out and made it worse. But like, no, I'm like happy that like it's so refreshing, because like I'm like 21, so I'm young, right? It's so refreshing when I talk to another person, especially when they're young, that knows about this stuff. Because when I try to talk about this with other people, it's like a lot of people don't know this doesn't happen. I don't know if it's just not taught in school, or people just don't care. But I'm like, yeah, like when people always try to tell me stuff like, oh, Africa was always multiracial, I'm like, no. They invaded Africa, which is why even till this day, Arabs will not call themselves African and see it as an insult. I'm like, even when people try to be like, oh, Christianity, Islam, Ethiopia, I'm like, no. it was brought there from, yes, they weren't colonized, but it was brought there from several invasions.
I would say
That's
with
how we got
respect
there.
to Ethiopia is probably a little bit different because I think they already had Christianity before that. I think it probably came out of that
Yeah,
region
it was brought
in
by
Ethiopia,
Ethiopia.
but everywhere else, yeah, you're absolutely right because the Romans, they spread all that stuff afterwards after it took hold and everything. But you're absolutely right. But I would say Ethiopia had Christianity, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I'll be telling people this, and I'm like, even with Ethiopia, they had their own ancestral thing before Christianity, but then when Islam came with all this extremism, then you didn't have the multiple choice of religion like you used to. It became closed. And like that's why I even tell people, I'm like, yes, I don't agree with, how other religions now are starting to respond to Muslims. Like I don't agree with what the Hindus are doing in India, but I'm like, even with that, you have to understand India, Pakistan, this was hundreds of years of killing Hindus,
I
of
keep asking
persecution
the
of Christian
question.
Hindus.
My bad. I was gonna say, I keep asking the questions. Why are a bunch of Pakistanis booting out a bunch of Afghani Muslims? I keep asking that question. No one wants to answer it, but you just answered. But keep going. You're doing great.
Yeah, like the hundreds of years of that, of persecuting the Hindus, unaliving them, attacking them for no reason, because that's what people don't even realize. Like people will be like, oh, but what they're doing to the Muslims now. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. I don't like the extreme response that they're taking because now the world is like using it to gaslight. But I'm like, if you all would pick up a history book and even look at the last few decades, this is the Hindus having enough because they're in their own country trying to practice their own ancestral religion. Okay, they're giving you the right to be Muslim still. And they tried that before. Okay, you go over there and be Muslim. That's fine. We're gonna sit over here and do our own thing. If people want to come to the mosque or whatever, they can, but we're not trying to force it. But what people don't understand is in a lot of other parts of the world where they know they have like the manpower to bully people, like what they did to the Ashanti people in Ghana and many other West African countries, which is the reason why you see a white Arab Morocco, because those people didn't
That's
want to
facts.
bow down and they killed almost all of them since they did not want to bow down to Islam. And that's why you see like the black population of Morocco is so damn small, and then you just see all
And
these
they're
other
being, and
white
they talk.
people.
You want to talk about the racial divide too that they talk about over there? It's massive. They're being a lot of the black Moroccans right now. It's not a good look, man. It really isn't. The racial divide is crazy, and these guys are these are white Arabs. It's like again the same situation with the white on black situation in America. It's happening all over the place, bro. But no one bats an eye when black Muslims die, right? When they get sold into slavery in Libya, no one bats an eye. But when something else happens with Jews or what do you call it, in Palestine, everyone's up in arms. No one's up in arms with China and what they're doing to the Muslims. No, it's just this Jewish situation, and it gets a lot of people thinking, okay, what is it about the West and the obsession with Jews? And I've always had this sneaking suspicion that a lot of Western people held anti-Semitic views against Jewish people, right? That's what it,
They
I actually
do.
didn't. I didn't surprise. I was surprised that it was gonna. Listen, I was surprised that it got this bad, right? What is that area in Russia that they were running around looking for Jews in the airport to go ahead and kill?
I forget what
Right?
you're talking about, but I know what you're talking about. I forget the name,
Yeah.
but like I know what you're talking about. But like yeah, like even with this thing going on with Palestine and like, because I care about it in the sense of if we're seeing the world justify this, and I say this to people and they're like, oh, what are you talking about where you're reaching? I worry for the continent of Africa if they're justifying what's going on in Israel right now. Because I'm like, if those people actually have somewhat of the manpower to fight back and the world is standing behind a terrorist group, I'm like, do you all realize you're going to give them more confidence to push into Africa more than what they're doing?
No, but here's and that would be their ultimate downfall because again, like even just as someone who's from a persecuted tribe like the like Igbos, right? Especially by Muslims, what I'm starting to see now, especially hear rumblings of like they're starting to arm up. A lot of these guys are arming up, even on the Yoruba side. I don't know if you've heard about it or not, but a lot of people now are. Our country's been so disintegrated. Everyone's moving into their tribal groups and forming, militias to combat it because the government itself is ran by a bunch of these Muslims, and they're not doing anything about the Muslim persecutions and killings. They haven't done anything. So Yoruba people are forming their own little militia group to combat this. The Igbo people are forming their militia group because the government has completely failed. They've known that, and the thing is crazy because it just shows you the clear bias. It's like you're supposed to be a government for all citizens, not just Muslims, but yet you guys are taking over. You're not doing or punishing the people who are murdering people or doing wrong. So now your result of all these guys starting their own militias, and they're waiting for that as soon as that feather drops, that's going to be the starting point for a big long war that's happening. And people don't realize that. Before you know it, Nigeria, you mark my words right now, in the next 3 to 4 years, Nigeria is going to be the talk of the town about the war or civil war. Just like they were talking about Chad and Niger, Nigeria is going to be, it's going to be next.
Yes, and I believe Nigeria will be the catalyst of a lot of West African countries to fight back, because a lot of them are getting tired, but I see Nigerians are being the boldest of, hey, like we have it enough. You need to do something, because
because the British and the U.S. aren't doing
now.
anything about it. We've petitioned to them. The British doesn't want to do anything about it. The U.S. doesn't want to do anything about it because they like the status quo. As long as the corrupt government keeps giving them what they want, who cares, right? Just everything is cool. Don't rock the boat.
And even now, what we're seeing in Nigeria too, because I talked to this older Nigerian lady, and she was telling me, oh, they're taking Nigerian history out of school, so a lot of younger people don't even know their history. And I'm like, wait a minute. So what are they about to be learning? But then I'm hearing they're learning all this Islamic and European history. I'm like, oh. So you're trying to recolonize these. Okay, so I see the play.
Re-education, absolutely. Muslims are re-educating other Nigerians who are non-Muslims, yet they're crying about, oh my God, like, I don't even, honestly, I like, just even thinking about the trauma I went through, man, and like, I'm smiling right now, but I actually don't feel good. But like, it's one of those things, just thinking about that, is just like, damn, the horrors and the stuff that I've seen, and it's one of those things where it's just so sad that you got a bunch of ignorant people. That's why a lot of times what's going to end up happening is you're going to see something like they're probably going to call it like a second crusade or whatever the fuck it is, but something like that is coming over the horizon. I can see it now, right? Because a lot of these guys in the incursion, they're turning it into a religious thing. That's what's going to happen, and that's why I think it's so dumb, but essentially it's true. They're going to turn this war into a religious type of thing, and then now you have people who believe Catholic or Christian fighting the Muslim oppression because they see all that stuff happening. So again, now what I think the West is going to do is going to see the situation as, this is coming out of nowhere. Matter of fact, they'll probably even side with the Muslim faction just because they a lot of times the Westerners, they have a weird hatred towards like Christians or Catholics or people like in Christianity, so they would side with Muslims over Christians and things like that. So I can see that happening, but what's gonna happen is I don't think like some of these African countries are gonna listen to your call of ceasefire or any one of these things.
No.
Like you guys are doing over there in Israel. Israel is completely bought and paid for by the American government. Nigeria, the government is bought and paid for by them, but the people who are running the government, the people don't support. So these guys can talk about ceasefire all they want, they'll still get their shit rocked. Guaranteed. No one's gonna care about what the Westerners think, because a lot of you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Like Nigerians, like what, like they're not quick to anger, but when you push them for the smoke, they're gonna want all the smoke. They're not gonna stop ceasefire. Once you make them fire, they finna finish it. They're like, you want to start it, I'm gonna finish it. But that's what I keep telling people. That's why I keep trying to explain to people the reason why there's such a fear, or a lot of these countries don't like Muslims. I'm like, it's not like here. And even when I see people like on TikTok talking like, oh, when they just get Palestine back, it will be peaceful again. I'm like, what are you talking about?
It's not. They don't have experience. You know why? Because they have this thought process like, oh, everyone's just gonna be melded together and they're gonna live in peace and happiness and democracy. I'm like, yo, you're stupid. I have in Nigeria, everyone's theoretically supposed to have democracy because we have all these different religious and ethnic groups, but you still see the same persecution by Muslims. So, even if you have these guys come together, the reason why we still see this persecution in Nigeria, because it's in the book, it's in the religion. You have to either convert people who are not believers of Islam, or you kill them off. That's basically what it is. So when we see this encroachment happening, we can't be surprised about it because it's in the religion itself. And it doesn't help that the religion becomes a political authority like we see in Nigeria all of a sudden, right? That's why I tell people, like, my observation of Islam is, because at first I used to have it wrong. I used to thought it was just a religion and things like that, whatnot. But the more I started to think about it, I'm like, no, it's a religion and a political establishment. It's just, they managed to combine two. It's fascism. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's like how a lot of sects of Christianity are fascism, but that's like a whole other story for another day. But like I keep trying to tell people, like I keep trying to explain to people here that are not from that, I'm like, no, I'm like, do you think if I want to go to Nigeria and visit the Ocean River, I'm like, do you think that I could just walk around in most parts with my elekes and my robe? And no. I'm like, no. I'm like, that's something that, like, you walk in the wrong place and there's Muslims, they're gonna call you a witch and they're gonna kill
it's
you.
not even that. It's not those guys is also in the police department too as well. So they don't even need to walk around. They just need to patrol the areas. And if you have the wrong thing and you're not or you don't have they'll either call they'll call Boko Haram or the terrorist group to where you guys are at, and then before you know it, your village or your area gets attacked. Right, people get killed, and police are somehow nowhere to be found, or the police nabs you themselves and then takes you over to where the terrorists are, and they'll sell you over there because they would then take that money and then do whatever they want with it. But then what the terrorists would do, either they will sell you to go ahead and get money to go buy more weapons, or they'll just kill you. Right. So a lot of times people don't really understand how serious this shit gets. It's not a fucking joke. You might have a westernized idea of what Islam is, but you don't have a real idea of what it is unless you've lived in these countries. Full stop, right? I'm not talking about like one of these, not a situation where you go take a trip and you go to Dubai and like, oh look, it's so great here. Everything's like, no.
No, you need to actually live
Come
there.
to Nigeria and put the little pride flag and say, I'm for Hamas. Go do that in Nigeria. I literally listen. My first traumatic experience first and last I've ever seen in my entire life was witnessing a gay guy get burned to death. And you guys think they're gonna share your cultural values? How stupid can you be? Absolutely. Like it's just crazy to me. Like a 7-year-old kid shouldn't be doing that. If that happened in America, we'd all be up in arms. But no one's saying a damn thing.
Mm-hmm. Even in Jamaica now, it's a lot better. But even back then, they used to like beat gay people to death. I don't understand why people
think Academics was bragging about that clown.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, he gets on my nerves. Like,
if I was in Jamaica, trust me, Saucy Santana. If I was in Jamaica, it's like you're advocating beating other people to death or throwing them off of buildings. Dude, you left that culture for a reason. You would either adapt to this one or shut the fuck up. I don't know what else to tell you.
I don't understand why, like, because my family came from there. I don't understand why certain people, like my family, is like way more like liberal and like doesn't give a fuck about most things because they're just happy to be somewhere safe. But outside of my family, when I see a lot of Jamaicans come here and then try to perpetuate that culture and their mentality, I'm like, do you know how much freedoms you have there? I'm like, back home, we can't even come out and be Obia men and Obia women in peace. Like, yeah, nobody will kill us anymore. Some people still get attacked, but they're not going to straight up kill you anymore like they used to centuries ago. But technically, one, it's still illegal. So you could still be thrown in jail for it. And you could still technically be executed for it, I think. But that's a whole other story. But like I tell people, there's no freedom of religion and thought in a lot of these African or these Caribbean nations, especially with Muslims. Yeah, and that's why, like, I always tell people when I'm like, when you're cheering for Hamas and you think that, like there's this unity between Africans and Arabs and they're just gonna all be getting along, I'm like, no.
Did you catch that? I'm working on a reaction video right now to that stream. But did you catch that stream with Destiny debating a bunch of these guys who were on Israel versus Palestine? And one dude literally chimed up and said, all Arabs are genetically similar.
Yeah, that was.
And I was like, yo, whoa! This is what I'm saying. A lot of these guys on the left, man, they're so ignorant. You might as well just call it a racist, bro. Like you might, because these guys, how stereotypical of you to believe that all Arabs are the same people? Like what? Yo, I couldn't believe this is the level of discourse that was happening on the far left. It was insane to me. I'm like, okay,
because you know what,
y'all are some racists. That's crazy.
You know what it is, Duke? I realized they like people like us, right? Like Black people of like different like religious or non-religious beliefs or different beliefs that they see as more liberal, but they don't actually get the time to know our issues. We're really just like a token to them to use in a debate. Because even the things that they were saying like on like Destiny stream, because I saw that like all Arabs are genetically similar. I'm like,
I was like, oh no. I'm
like, do you know that Arab means? Like, I'm like, do you know what Arab means? I'm like, Arab literally means like desert nomads. There's different tribes, and then racially within those tribes because of race mixing, because a lot of Arabs did come into Africa and then did mix with Africans. I'm like, the darker skinned ones, they don't get to call themselves Arabs. The whiter ones won't call them Arabs, and they will treat them like Black people. And even when they talk about the relations between Black people and Arabs, like when people try to say this crazy shit about oh yes, Muslims or Arabs had slaves, but it was ethical slavery. I'm like, no. You need to go study the history of the time.
No, they're slaves right now. It's not ethical still.
Yeah,
They're
I'm
slaves
like,
right
no,
now.
I'm
There's
like,
nothing ethical about that.
Even in the Quran, that treatment of the slaves that had to be well was for other Arab slaves. But the black slaves, they could do whatever they wanted to them, and they
They
did.
did not value black lives at all, and that's why I'm like, first of all, why did a lot of people who are Muslims black? First, if you actually, and that's why I'm starting to think that a lot of Muslims probably don't study their book as hard, because like if you studied it, listen, I read it. I read it 100%, and that's what I'm saying. Any of y'all, I wish that one dude would have called in too, because any of y'all could come debate me on it. We'll go hand in hand. Because like, listen, I'm Nigerian. I have to study this shit. I have to know this crap, so we know, right? We know exactly what that's all about. I will debate you on it if you want to sit there and say this shit, because that's exactly what happened. It's in their book. It's condoned by all this stuff. So a lot of these guys, of course, they're going to be resulting to slavery the moment Libya falls apart, right? They're going to just start. A lot of these white Arabs are going to be selling black Arabs, right? And what was crazy to me is you got also active black Arabs who are seeing this and still saying, yeah, you know what, this is a great religion for me. I just think that it's okay for me to be in this lowly level over here compared to my white counterparts. It's crazy.
That's listen, between like Christianity and Islam, that's always been the most wild part to me, seeing like black people in it. And I'm like,
go ahead. I'm gonna cue these super chats real quick.
And I'm like, and when I'm like, do you all study the history? But I know a lot of black people in these religions, they don't read what it actually says.
They don't actually read it. They don't actually read it.
They're just listening to what the person leading the service is saying. But I'm like, if you actually go study the history of the time too, I'm like, this ain't for you, buddy. Like, this ain't for us.
Really
like,
ain't. Yeah, when I was looking, I'm like, and honestly, it was just one of those things where you look at it, you're like, okay, is this something I might possibly be interested in? Because it's like, all right, I don't want to. But you read it, you're like, oh nah, dude, yeah, this is crazy. Like, you can't, because like they claim to have, like they claim it's like they're the last result of the Torah and the Bible, right? You got the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran. They're claiming that, right? But then what I find so fascinating, a lot of Muslims, they criticize the Torah, they criticize the Bible for being incomplete or whatever criticisms they're levying to it. I'm like, wait, how can you do that? You draw authority from those sources. So if the Bible and the Torah are corrupt, then that means the Quran is corrupt because it came right afterwards.
Exactly.
Like that doesn't, like, you guys even know what you're talking about. Like, I remember I was talking to this guy, and then he was saying, like, I was we had the Quran page open, and we were going back and forth because, again, a lot of times you guys don't understand, I have these conversations a lot, right? I still got friends in Nigeria, but so we're talking about it, and then we brought up the passage where it was discussing that, and I was like, hey, so I mean, look at here. What do you think? It's saying that right here with the slaves and whatnot. This is what he's saying. He's saying that black slaves, Muhammad is making a clear distinction that black slaves are not as worth as much as, what do you call it, the white slaves. He's letting you know that right now. He's like, oh, no. See, you gotta listen to the hadith, right? Because the hadith is the truth, right? And I'm like, okay. So then he pulled up the hadith, and he was reading. So I forgot what he was reading off of, but I remember it was so fucking funny because I was reading it, and he said something that was completely contradictory to the actual Quran itself. And I pointed out, he's like, well, this one isn't valid. You got to go find a valid one. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. He's like, dude, first of all, you don't speak Arabic, so you can't really understand what a lot of the translations isn't right. But yeah, no, it's not valid. That's why we don't really use this hadith. We got to go to another one. I'm like, wait, that don't make any sense. So the Arabs that transcribe the hadiths, are they liars? I don't get it. Like, why would you trust one source and then not trust the other? What the fuck, bro? I was like, nah, I'm sorry.
It's cognitive dissonance.
Y'all look confusing me. So he was laughing about it, right? You know, we're cool because I can have these conversations with certain people, and they not lose their heads. That's why I stay friends with them. But if you all of a sudden they're like, oh, I'm gonna attack you, or you're a Zionist, or you're genocide supporter, it's like, I can't talk to you, bro. But I would like to find common ground with you. This is what I saw. The hadith contradicts that. So what happens what do you guys do when the hadith contradicts the Quran? You go back to the Quran, but the Quran contradicts itself. So what do you guys? How are you guys still in this religion? It doesn't make any sense to me, right? And listen, man, just even think about so many family members I've lost. Just thinking about so many, man, and just thinking about, like, this is why I absolutely hate religion. I hate religion, all forms of it, because it radicalizes people who are otherwise rational to do irrational things. Charles, and Nick, shout out to you for the $5 super chat. He says, shout out to Duke. Off topic, who do you got? Benavidez versus Andre. I like Andre because Andre got power. Benavidez got power too. But you know I'm black. I'll go with Andre. You know, I go with Andre, but yeah, I got respect for Benavidez for sure. He's definitely got that power. But I just think, who did Andre fight? He actually he did a good job during the fight. With someone I wouldn't actually expect. I forgot what that fighter name was, but yeah, I got Andre. He's fast. He's a little sloppy with his movement, but he's got power. I put money on him. I don't sleep on Andre, but who knows? Benavidez is also tough too. He's a tough guy. He's got a tough chin, so we don't know what's gonna happen. It's actually a pretty close fight, but I'm gonna go with Andre on this one. Jasmine Jones with the $20 super chat. Let's get that W in the chat for Jasmine Jones. Jasmine Jones says, sadly, many of us in the West view it as out of sound, out of mind, right? He says, I'm so sorry that you both have to endure such horrors. I think more media should highlight these stories because this is a matter of basic human rights. You're absolutely right. And to be honest with you, it's one of those things, it took me a while to get over. It really did, right? But one thing I noticed about myself, this is why I love myself so much, like in terms of like how much I was able to grow, not in a narcissistic way, but like I noticed that I wasn't hateful, right? I wasn't the stuff that you see, you know, you come to America, the first 3 phone calls you get is about your families being kidnapped by people who don't believe in the same religion you do. Is there certain people who have this hate and vitriol against actual Fulani people in the country? But I'm proud of myself for not having that and still being open, regardless of what happened to me, or regardless of what happened to my family members, or regardless of what happened to my people, right? I will still be able to be open-minded because I think that's the actual way to go, right? You'll never see me go ahead and, start labeling somebody one thing just because I don't agree with their opinions, right? You want to have a conversation. And if I'm going to do that, I want to have a conversation with you. And you notice a lot of people aren't doing that. So they take a lot of things for granted. There are kids who are, and I'm not the only one, right? I was just lucky enough that my parents had money to get out of there when it actually happened. When we had money to get out of there. There are kids who are experiencing that same traumatic experience day in and day out every single day in that country. And there's no hope for them right now because there's no money in the country. There's no.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you expect them to leave that situation? They're just stuck there and they die. They get killed off. So I when I look at stuff like that, the aspect, I look at myself and I say, dude, you can't be shitty about anything. You are lucky. There are people out there right now who would rather be in your shoes right now. So you need to appreciate what you got. And that's the mentality I got. I appreciate what I have. I appreciate not being killed. And I appreciate being here so I can be able to have a channel. Let's say we didn't witness that event happen on that day when my dad took us to the bank and we witnessed that shit, right? If we didn't witness that, we would have probably still been in Nigeria by now. And who would have known what would have happened to us? I probably wouldn't be here with a channel right now to this day. I wouldn't be. And that's how a lot of times, I don't talk about those issues. You guys almost never hear me talk about that stuff like that because, certain times I don't think it's important, right, to even bring that up. Most of the people don't even know. Like even when my father passed away, most people didn't know. I just came on here, did a show as usual, and I grieved on my own time, right? Because I don't feel like it's one of those things to trauma dump on certain people, yet alone your audience members, because they don't want to hear that shit. But it's one of those things within context of this one here, when people are so ignorant of what's actually happening, it's like, bruh, okay, I've lived it. You can't tell me anything different. I get people who try to, because right now I'm atheist, so I get people who try to who are Muslims, they try to convert me. Right? I'll convert, like, dude, I'm sorry, bro. I'm not going to your religion. I'm not going to that religion. I'm not going to any religion. That's it. I don't care. I don't care because I've seen the dangers of what it can do. You can get perfectly rational people to do irrational things. I can't stand for that. But it sucks. But shout out to Jasmine. You're absolutely right. I did get over it, but I still think it's something that needs to talk about. And that's partly what I want to do with my other channel too as well, is to raise awareness of these things. But I'm gonna be real. My big hesitant is like I'm gonna go back to Nigeria, and at some point I'm probably going to be targeted, right? So you got to be really, really careful because I'm going to just not go home and see my people. That's crazy. Like I'm still going to do that. So that's one thing, is just trying to figure out how to cover the topic where people aren't going to be offended, but it's hard where you can't, people aren't going to offend. People are going to get offended, right? It is what it is. So that's why I'm in a state where I'm like, fuck it. I'm just going to expose everything this government has been doing, especially what they've been doing, using this religion to persecute people. And the world needs to do that. That's actually why my other channel has been set up for, mainly to just talk about this stuff, because no one else will talk about it. No one else will have this conversation. And it's now everyone's talking about how great this religion is. It's not the greatest. Yeah, maybe there are people who are Muslims that are peaceful. I've met tons of them. I'm friends with tons of them. But you can't sit there and tell me the religion itself is peaceful. It's
no.
Islam. It needs to go through a reformatory period, just like every other religion has gone through. Has yet to do that, and unless it does that, it will die out as a religion. I don't care how many you guys are telling me. Oh, look, there's so many people becoming Islam every day. Look at Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate converted to Islam. Okay, more people are going to be Muslims. No, maybe Muslims for a year, 2, 3 years. But after they get real deep into the culture and realize it's vastly different from what they were used to, they're gone. You guys don't understand, bro. You need a reformatory period. Otherwise, your religion ain't gonna last, because some of the things in your book don't meld to modern times. So you can't say this book is for everyone when some of it don't even make sense. It seems like it's speaking specifically to Arabs, not the rest of the world.
And see, that's one thing, like, particularly I liked when I discovered Ifa. There was no doctrine really, it was very like, free, you do your own thing. It's just a giant thing that teaches you about like really growth and change. And like there's no doctrine and stuff, and that's what I like. That's what I liked about when I learned about traditional African, religions. There was none of that Abrahamic, doctrine. Even like the LGBTQ stuff that's so controversial in Africa, to our ancestors that was not controversial at all.
Matter of fact, to the early Romans, it wasn't. It wasn't until like Christianity dominated the Roman region where a lot of times they started mandating that, a lot of these Romans who used to engage in polygamy, they stop that and they start honoring their wives, right? Because that was I believe, and I've read the Bible, but it's been a long time, but I believe that they were claiming that Christ said, honor your wife as he honored the church, right? Because that's essentially was it. So I might be paraphrasing it because I'm an atheist. I don't care, right? But still, I see that, and then a lot ever since that, you started to notice a lot of because Romans they would have sex with men and women, right? It was the idea of being gay or not being gay. That wasn't like a concept. Of Roman Greek societies, they embraced homosexuality. It wasn't this strict crazy thing that we're seeing now in modern times since the advent of Christianity. So that's when the that being classified as a sinful action basically came about. But yeah, if you read up on Roman history, Greek history, these guys were kissing up on dudes and they were taking male lovers and whatnot. That shit was crazy.
Or even our ancestors, like, there's a whole like gay LGBTQ Orisha.
Yeah.
Like there's several actually. Like it was never an issue. Even like low key, I wish like modern technology would stay, but I wish like in terms of mentality we could like go back to not all the things that our ancestors did, because they did do some bullshit too, but like a lot of the things that our ancestors like thought, from West Africa, about LGBTQ, atheism, rights, religion, because it was not a problem until Abrahamic religion came around the world. And that's what I keep trying to explain to people here that are so disconnected from that. I'm like, other places, they have such like this fear, worry, hatred, and all these mixed emotions about it, because that is what brought like 90% of the problems to their country. And that's what I'm trying to explain to people, this Israel and Palestine stuff. I'm like, and even the way how some Palestinians are being deceptive about framing this like this is what's like it's the equivalent of what's going on in South Africa. I'm like, no.
I that pissed me off. I'm like, y'all calling this apartheid? Okay. And the thing is, there are Black Americans who are just letting them get away with that too. It's like y'all honor Nelson Mandela and disrespect him in this way. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, this is not about like, this is not a racial issue. This is not even a black and white issue. I'm like, Hamas only cares about Islamic expansion, period. Even when they're talking about things going on in other countries where they try to frame themselves as the victims, they're not actually the victims if you go look in the history. And I keep trying to tell people now, does that mean we think Muslims should be attacked? No, but a lot of the Western world, they purposely miss the context, and that's why I always tell people.
I think that's on purpose too. Not just by the civilians. Cause I think the Western civilians are just stupid. They're just gonna believe whatever is being said. But I think it's also that Islamophobia is perpetuated by governments, because we, believe it or not, we need the Arab world, right? We need that's why we don't call out Saudi Arabia's human rights abuses, right? No one calls it out. Only when they piss off the US, that's when we remind them, hey, you guys are violating a bunch of people's rights over there, and we didn't say anything. Don't let us say nothing now, right? So again, the US knows, but the reason why they don't want the American people to really know what's going on, at least to the extent of the human rights abuses that's going on in those countries, is because they give us oil, cheap oil. And directly through our control, we can control the OPEC and oil markets, because that's essentially what it is. So we don't want a bunch of our citizens pressuring us to not do business with a bunch of fascists. No. We want them to do. So we just hide the truth and not really have these conversations. That's why people in the media, you see them, they're not getting real about Islam unless we're about to go to war, right? You notice that? Well, unless we're about to go to war with these countries, now
Yep,
they want to brainwash your mind to hate the Muslims, right? I remember when Bush was doing it, wasn't that long ago, when we're going to war and bombing these people. Oh yeah, the Muslims bad, Muslim bad, Muslim bad. Look at what they're doing. Now all of a sudden, the Jews are being affected. Oh yeah, no, Muslims are so great. Yeah, it's the best thing in the world, right? I mean, geez, the poor Hamas, in Palestine, you guys. I mean, they're just freedom fighters, for Pete's sakes. We got it. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up.
Listen, when I heard freedom fighters, like, I don't know how it makes you feel. I wanted to slap the fuck. I was like, freedom fighters? I'm like, the freedom in what? They are forcing, it's either you convert or you die. Like, when I keep explaining
Convert or die. You're absolutely right. Convert or die.
I'm like, do you know how many African tribes of people don't exist anymore because of Islam?
Completely wiped out.
They don't exist.
Out. Like, this is
just like,
bro, you about to. Oh my
I'm just like,
God, bro.
Like, I'm just like, that's why when I heard you talking about it, it made me so happy. I'm like, finally, somebody who's going in the full perspective, who like understands, because a lot of people don't know this. They think it's just, they just be trying to spread their little religion, and then, we just be getting all offended and don't want to hear it. No, it's either.
Notice how everybody that said I was wrong in the chat, none of them called up.
No, because
everybody that want to accuse me of being a what did Muad'Dib said? He's bro, you called me a Zionist, and after I've been laying out the situation, it tells me that, bro, you're obviously you're fanatical. It makes sense, right? It is what it is, and I don't have a problem with it. You can believe what you want to believe, but either you talk to me about why you think I'm a Zionist, because I'm gonna explain what Zionist is. I'm not that. I'm not for the establishment of Israel as a state. I don't care about Israel and that. They've been warring in that region for years. It's not my problem. Okay, I care about that pothole I still keep complaining about that no one's done anything about, right? So to call me a Zionist, bro, like that's crazy. And then I'm like, yo, you're supposed to be rational, dog. Like, again, all these people in the chat, where y'all calling in to tell me where I'm at?
You know why?
None.
Because they
want to criticize, but they don't want to, because you know I'll come with the facts on y'all. Let me pause on that.
You know why? Because they're taught that above all else, you know what they're taught? They're Muslim first before anything.
I'm noticing that for sure.
Because I even noticed
eye opener now.
Because I even noticed with like Black Muslims, even a lot of the Manosphere guys, I'm like, okay, surely, you're gonna have a line with this, because like this is about your people now. Like come on, there gotta be a little bit of Black pride left. I know it's been beaten out of us for centuries, but just I always hope there gotta be a little bit left. And then nope, I'll always see them throw their whole race under the bus to uplift this religion, and I'm like, God damn, I'm like, the ancestors must be rolling.
It's so crazy, man. Like how people can, they read these books and then just let it just take over all ration and reasoning from their mentalities. It's like, listen, even when I would say I was forced to be a Christian because I was born into it. But
yeah,
even when I was there, I was looking at. I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. When I would go to church, I'd be looking at these dudes like, what's wrong with y'all? Like, do you not listen to what he's saying? Does that even make sense to y'all?
God intends your suffering. You'll be
poor.
Like what?
Oh, that's so interesting. Like I don't get it, right? And then like again, because I'm someone who always thinks and I question shit, right? And if I wanted to join a religion, I would actually. The reason why I probably wouldn't do it is because I know for a fact I will question shit. So my thing is like, how can I be a faithful religious person if I'm just gonna be consistently questioning God? And most of those religions, they probably don't like it when you question God. You can't question it. So I'm like, I can't be part of a religion that doesn't allow me to ask certain questions that I want to ask. Okay, because why if I'm confused about creation, why is it that you guys who claim to have the answers can't even answer certain questions that I got? It don't make no sense, bro. But again, I see it. But shout out to you. You got any? You spitting fast right now. How old you say you were? You were what?
I'm only 21. I'm young.
That's crazy.
But crazy. I like to study these.
You know, Gen Z. They're thinking Osama bin Laden was right. They think he's like some kind of hero because of the letter he wrote.
I saw that on TikTok, and I was just like, girl, bye. Like, are you stupid? I'm like, the hero of what? I'm like, if he
because
had been claiming.
he said Palestine shouldn't have the. He agreed with he didn't think Palestine should have Jews in there, but that's the thing. All Muslims have a problem with Israel being there. All these Muslim countries, they do have a problem with Israel being there. So
Yeah, because they want
it's not
one
surprising
religion.
that Osama mentioned that. But to have these Gen Zers talk about, oh, have you seen the letter? Oh my God, have you seen the letter, bro? Like, it's like, bro, what?
Because
What are you talking
I'll
about?
say this, and I mean, I'll even put myself in there too, because I don't know everything, and I have to like really sit with older people like yourself and a lot older people and learn and actually like, think about it. A lot of us think because we have Google and we could get the information right away that we know what we're talking about, and we think just because we're in the name of progression we're being right, but we're not always being right, because you're looking at one small frame that you're told to look at. Yeah, sure, you have the information and you could Google, but do you actually know the context and the history? And even for me, when I left Christianity, because I was like you, I had a lot of questions and I left the religion, and I used to be kicked out of church all the goddamn time. Because
You don't want me to be part of your religion, that's for sure.
like, you can
I will be questioning that shit till hell high water, bro.
Yeah, because like you couldn't ask anything. And then like because I was studying different religions, and I was always interested, in African history, because I'm like, what were my ancestors like before they came over here? So then that's when I ended up learning about like Ifa and other stuff. And then I got in contact with an Olarisha, and then I did a divination, and I thought, divination, I thought it was like, how like the pastors, fake at church divining stuff. I thought it was that, but then no, like she told me things that I did not like tell anyone, because it was like my first time meeting her getting divination, and she told me like such personal things, and I was like in such details. I was like, okay, this is really creepy. And then what I liked about the religion is like I could ask questions and nobody would shoot me down. They're like, oh, there's this for this, and like God is not even like, the Orishas are not even shown like they're not gods, but like they're like angels. They're not even shown as perfect. They're shown as just here to guide you. But even from them, there's lessons to learn, and there's critiques that you can make, as long as you're respectful, right? As long as you're not just being disrespectful to be disrespectful. But even in the
And I think
Ifa
that's
community, we could
fair.
have critiques.
I think
Like,
that's fair.
and that's what I liked about it. I'm like, oh, so I could ask questions and I could critique. And even if I ask a question that they don't know, they're like, well, you can always do divination and ask, your ancestors or the Orisha what they might think, because I don't have the answer. Or if they don't know something, they'll be like, you know what? I don't know. You never know. That's up to you to come up
And
to
I would respect that answer, versus because I don't trust people that claim they know everything. I don't trust you. Like, if you tell me you know everything, you're a liar. You're either a liar or your sources are lying, because you don't know anything. But anyone that claims they know 100% what's going to happen, you don't know, right? And that's why the uncertainty comes into play. You always have to ask. That's why, like, I be like, are there any atheists in the chat? Let me know, because that's why I became this way. Because like, listen, I'm sorry, bro. I gotta ask
see,
this
that's
question.
one thing I liked about Ifa too. They would pretty much tell us, except like the day that you're born and the day that you die, everything else can be changed in your life. You're not predestined. Like, there might be things in your destiny, but even that you could change it if you work hard enough. And like, that's the whole thing that I like about it. It's just, you're supposed to grow, but there's no standard of perfect. There's just a standard of you taking your life and growing from it, hopefully for your betterment. And that's all your Orisha is here to help you do.
Yeah.
Just help you do that before you go to your great creator. It's not about like, and what I like about it too is like, there's no devils, there's no hell, there's none of that stuff. In fact, they're like, well, if you believe in a hell, then you're gonna live your life in that sorry state, and
Yeah,
you're gonna make your life that reality.
honestly, I believe I believe that if you guys listen, if people in religion, if you just, it's the tolerance factor that's the main thing that kills it for me, right? And you're absolutely right in everything you're saying. It's just like, you just wish if people could just, I don't know. It's really tough, and especially when you're thinking about where we're in right now as a society, and how people like really treat religion. Right, we're seeing that happen in all these other countries, how they treat religion, even the West, and some of these guys how to treat religion. It's just very interesting, right? And honestly, you're absolutely right. And especially when it comes to the criticism part, we need to have that honest conversation. I have even said before in my chat, I criticize Christianity, I don't get pushback, right? I get a few Christians here that will tell me, "Hey, Duke, you're wrong on this," and it's fine, or Duke, you're wrong on that. Or Duke, no, this was wrong, and this was that. That's fine. I'll take that over, someone saying, oh, you're an Islamophobe. Like, what? Bro, I haven't even said anything remotely disrespectful. All right, I just called a spade a spade. If that's disrespectful, I'm sorry, but your religion has a long way to go before you guys even are ready for any kind of rational discourse. If someone is just calling out certain things that's written in your text, and you're calling them an Islamophobe for reading it out, clearly there's a problem with y'all, not the person reading it, because why would we care? I don't have no dog in the fight. It's not my job to be convinced that God is real. I don't care. I just want to live my life, right? So I just find it so interesting.
And see, that's what I liked about the ATRs, because you could even criticize the Orishas, and even like Olarishas and Babalaos will tell you, unless there's starting to be those like weird people that are seeing that a lot of people are like interested in this stuff and are trying to do the radical stuff to try to get like people who are coming and get their money and stuff, like basically scam people. Like people try to use all things to scam people, but like when you're in like majority of sects of Ifa, like, and you're going to like a legit person that's not trying to scam you, like they'll tell you could criticize the Orishas, like as long as you're not like being like extremely disrespectful, like they're like, we don't mind criticism.
Yeah, and don't
they're like, hell, we criticize them.
I even criticized Andrew Tate when he was disrespecting Islam heavy. When he was laying on his bed in his boxers, and he literally had the Quran on his balls. That's disrespectful. I know Muslims that would have a problem with that. So again, you will see me in some cases like defending Islam against people who are actually Muslims, right? Which is crazy to me. Like you see these guys disrespect the religion, but just because they don't criticize it, they're fine. But they could disrespect it in behavior. No one bats an eye, right? But when I'm over here saying, hey, you know what, Hamas is a bad idea. Oh, you're an Islamophobe. That's crazy. You're gonna lose people this way if you do that. You have to criticize the religion. You have to criticize all this stuff, because everything is. If there's something that's not okay for criticism, then it probably shouldn't be in a secular society, right? Because in a secular society, you need to be open to criticism so we can grow ideas. That's how shit works.
Yeah, and that's how it works in a lot of the ATR, the African traditional religions. Like you could criticize, like even my Orisha will be like, hell, we sit down and we criticize the Orishas. Like one of the Orishas is misogynistic, and everybody will call him out on it and say, no, that's wrong. Like, yeah, he's a great Orisha, Shango or whatever, but people will call him out on his misogyny and say, no, you were trash for how you treated your 3 wives, and like people will call it out, even like people that are like that directly work with him, like his devotees. Mm-hmm. Like, no, they will call it out, and nobody will have a problem if you do it, because that is the whole point of them. They're not meant to be perfect. We're here to learn lessons from them, good or bad. So you're allowed to critique, as long as you're not being disrespectful and like coming into like the Ifa community and saying, oh, we're demonic, we're evil, we're devil worshippers. Because then once you start doing that white supremacist logic, like we don't want to listen to you. But if you come with a genuine respectful question, we could talk about it, because we even criticize the Orishas for a lot of the stuff that they do. Like we criticize them. Hell, some of us, when we're having ceremonies where we're speaking to the Orisha directly, we'll bring up those criticisms and like we'll talk about it during the ceremony. And I feel like that's what you're supposed to be able to do with your religion. And I notice a lot of like religions in general now, I'm noticing all of them are starting to become like, there's sects that are starting to become radical, but I'm noticing with the Abrahamic stuff, you could just never have those conversations.
It's worse with Abrahamic faith.
You just
Abrahamic faith are just, they're so polarizing, and even within themselves, they're fighting amongst each other. It's tough. It's tough, and that's why I didn't like, especially with the Israel thing. I was so fearful that it would result to like the conversation, especially when it comes down to the religious aspect of it. But it's true. A lot of people don't even want to have that conversation. But you have to tackle that head on, right? Because eventually, if you guys want to talk about just the apartheid or the genocide or what that, you have to also talk about the fundamental situation that's underlying all of it. What separates Israel from all the other Arab countries there? We have to talk about this. If we don't, we're not being fair. We're really not. And to call Israel an apartheid, apartheid is disrespectful. Like you will never ever, like, if you actually knew what happened to South Americans, or not South Americans, I'm sorry, South Africans, you
wouldn't even dare say that.
You wouldn't even dare say Nelson Mandela. See, they will call, they called him a terrorist, but for something completely different. They did the same thing with Malcolm X. They called him a terrorist because he was standing against the status quo. In this case, you have them who are Hamas partnering with ISIS, and there's record of that because ISIS helped them with the engineering of the tunnels. All right, they're actual terrorists. So there's nothing wrong in saying that they're terrorists, but it's the far left. Not to specify this because again, I would say this platform has a lot of people on the left. I would say the rational left.
I'm more in the middle.
I'm in the middle too, right? But we tend to, because we don't really draw in a whole lot of conservatives here. I go figure. Shit is what it is. We don't. Listen, if I was repeating a bunch of Andrew Tate stuff, I bet you would get a bunch of conservative goons in here. But a lot of people, we do have some people who are conservative, but like they're not like the far right type of nonsense kind of talking that you should be doing. But most of the platform I would say is predominantly left leaning, right? And it's just one of those things where, okay, what we're seeing is on the far left, you're seeing people who are going through these extreme lengths to justify a behavior that's not justifiable. If Hamas attacked a military infrastructure and killed military targets, it's still horrible because people died, but it's not going to be to the same level. They went to a civilian area on purpose. That's an act of terror. You guys are calling them freedom fighters for killing people. You call freedom fighters for killing. Listen, the Vietnamese, they didn't go into American camps killing, nurses and doctors and whatnot. No, their war was with the American soldiers. You can call them freedom fighters, okay? Something like this, it's completely different. It's act of terror, and if you don't want to acknowledge that, you're being disingenuous and dishonest. And a lot of people we're witnessing who are doing that, who are failing to call space, you are airing yourself out. If you believe that history is going to look at you favorably as we get further away from, they're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. And the left has had this weird obsession with being looked at as good when it comes to the eyes of history. It's like, you guys are weird. Like the far left, I'm saying, not this left, but like the far left is, oh yeah, history will make us look like we're the greatest. It's like, no, bro. When history look at this, they will look at it with an unbiased lens and objectively for what it is, and they will see the slow radicalization of the American government. That's just what it is.
You know what I was told by it was my aunt, because like my aunt's like 33, and she was like, when you try too hard to look good or be good, you're eventually gonna turn evil.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And like I was thinking, she's being a little, because like I've liked having like political conversations since I was like 12. Didn't really know what I was talking about, but I just like to have my little opinion and like learn. But the older that I'm getting, the more that I'm seeing like Gen Z's quest to be good. It's actually looking like it's actually really evil when you actually like.
Road to hell is paint with good intentions, and then these guys don't fucking get it. They're literally 1 degree away from validating Hitler. The same people that are calling everyone Nazis. Oh, and you best believe there's gonna be a video. The moment one of these leftists on TikTok mouth off about how right Hitler was for doing the Jews, because the Jews are now doing the same thing to Palestine. Oh yeah, I'm gonna expose all y'all. All y'all getting exposed.
That guy in that debate.
Yeah,
I remember that was wild. I think
usually
I like catch like the replay of like your streams because I've been binge watching your channel, but I think I was in the chat that live and I was like, what? But that sounded crazy to me. That sounded like those like, because in Africa a lot of people more and more are leaving the church, are like trying to leave Islam and stuff like that, and are either going back to traditional religion or being atheists. And you have all these religious leaders coming out and saying crazy stuff like for the ones of us that were brought here during the slave trade, saying, oh, we ought to thank God because otherwise we'd be like our ancestors hugging trees. I'm like, what? Or they'll say things like, oh, slavery was a punishment for us, not practicing Christianity and Islam. And I'll be like, what?
The brainwashing of these Abrahamic religions, bro, is insane. Well, what is that? I love this quote, right? When the missionaries came to Africa and to educate the Africans about their God, right? They gave us our God and they took our land. So while we bow down to pray and close our eyes to pray to the God they introduced, they took our land right from underneath us, and that's exactly what happened, right? So again, and this is on both religions. Like there's a effect of getting into it with the respect of Ethiopia, because Ethiopia has always had Christianity. I think the oldest Bible is actually in Ethiopia itself. They have a one passage that I actually like. It's the Book of Enoch, right, which has a bunch of like crazy like mythology.
Yeah, Enoch, giants.
Yeah, that's been written out of the canon version of the Bible, which when some Muslims say, you know, the Bible has been, you know, changed, they're not wrong, right? Because why don't they involve the book of Enoch? I mean, that Enoch was just as valid as any other prophet, but you don't
it
hear
would
that.
debunk a lot of the stuff that they teach. That's why they don't put the book of Enoch,
Exactly.
the book of giant.
Exactly.
That's why even like when you see them like say like, oh, magic is demonic or it's against God. First of all, that was a whole verse made up. That's not even true. And if you actually look in the context, I don't know if people just don't know this, or they don't know this, or they just don't know this. But I'm going to assume that Black people just don't know this, because Black people literally tell me Noah was condemned in the Bible. And I'm like, that didn't happen. So I know you didn't read your Bible, but whatever. Like, you do know that Jewish people do have their own magic. Like, that's not even a conspiracy theory. Like, you all do know Jewish Kabbalah exists, right? Even when in the Bible, the book of Psalms, a lot of that comes from what's supposed to be in there to fill a lot of that stuff. It doesn't make no sense.
Psalms came from like from David, right? Because he wrote Psalms when he was going through his shit with God or some shit like that.
No, it was Solomon.
Oh, it was Solomon. Okay, never mind. I'm glad I'm corrected. I thought it was
David might have wrote a Psalms or two. I don't know, because David is like what the son or the nephew of Solomon. I don't know. I don't remember.
No, David is the successor. No, not the successor. Solomon was after David, I think. Saul was before David. So it was Saul, then you had David, and then I think Solomon, right? I think that's how it goes. I don't know. The only thing I've noticed from in Nigeria, we used to go to catechism or like a Sunday school, right? So we'd go there, and this is where I would learn most of the stuff. So part of it is like buried into my memory. But when they were talking about Psalms, I remember they were saying it was like David's struggle when he was going back and forth with Christ, right? Because with David, when people think about him as a king, his story was actually quite different, right? He was a little bit, I wouldn't say timid, but he wasn't a perfect, he wasn't one of those guys that was perfect. Didn't he like sleep with somebody's wife and then sent that guy off to war? So he wasn't like a perfect prophet, right?
David did.
And then he was like super scared and all that stuff like that. So yeah, you're absolutely right. None of these guys were perfect. Again, if you bring the book of Enoch in there, right, where they were talking about giants and like the angels having babies with humans on Earth, I like that. I love it. I'm like, oh, now this is this is very interesting. This is rich. Why did they take this out of the Bible? This doesn't make any sense to me.
Because the way how the Bible is today, King James wrote it as a control book, if we're just being honest. Because even the whole thing about like magic and spirituality and you can't tap into angels and all that stuff's demonic, it's not actually true, because again, Jewish people have their own magic. That whole verse that you hear like pastors say all the time in the Black church, I'm the Alpha and the Omega. You do know that is the start of like if you look up Jewish Kabbalah and you see the triangle of manifestation and the circle there that they draw when they're going into summon angels or demons. And that's another reason why they took out the book of Enoch, giants, and many other books. Because
I thought that was cool, because like a bunch of people, they would, even without the Bible or anything like that, they would come to me and say, "Hey, Duke, there used to be giants out here?" And this is not even them being like religious or whatnot, bro. I'm like, imagine if they kept that part in the Bible. A lot of these guys would be like, "Oh, it's in the Bible. They talked about giants in the Bible, and we know there's giants out there." So I just think, I'm like, yo, why do y'all take that out? That'd be so interesting to see how, how like if the original bad Bible was as canonized as the Ethiopian Bible, just how religion would be fast forward 2023.
Yeah,
right?
they took a lot of that stuff to discourage freedom of thought, because even a lot of the stuff that they have about demons in the Bible, or they took out, if they actually left all those books and all the context, angels are not inherently good and demons are not inherently evil in the Bible either. It's more situational based on the actual entity that you're talking about. Because there are a lot of angels in the Bible that they take out, but there's a lot of them that don't like humans, that like if you summon them, if you try to contact them, like they just go they gon' like fuck you up on sight, like they don't like you. And then there's a lot of demons that are actually friendly with humanity. And
aren't there genies in Islam too as well?
Jinn are not, like, Islam brought them in and just called them like demons, but they're not actually Islamic. They're pre.
Because when I think of genie, I'm thinking like Will Smith and Aladdin type genie, right?
Yeah. That's what they are.
Those are the genies you're talking about. So they're not actual demons. Right, because I've always thought when I was reading, I'm like,
no, they're
so the
not like
jinn, they seem like a representation for like demons running around and
in Islam they'll call like any other being that's not God or like an angel like a demon, but jinn, if you actually look into jinn, it's a pre-Islamic practice, because even Islam, not all Arabs were
so
always Islamic. It's only a
is the
few
jinn.
tribes that were.
So are jinns? Are they
They're beings.
spirits? Okay, so are they alive or are they only exist in a spiritual world? And if they do, how can we interact with them? I'm just speaking as someone who like, because this is how I get invested in like mythology. I just start thinking and asking questions. So like, what like is that the thing? Like, so
They're
you're
they're
saying
they're spirits. They're non-corporeal,
okay?
non-corporeal, but like you could summon jinn. Now I don't know like the specifics of how, right? Because I don't practice like or any type of Arabian magic or mysticism, but they're like they're beings that you could summon, and there's 7 jinn kings, and each jinn king rules over a legion of jinn, rules over something. So there's one for like money,
So
love,
who are
communication.
actual
There's different jinn.
demons then in the Quran? What does Quran classify as actual demons? I thought it was the
They
jinn the whole time. If it's not,
they just use the word, and they just use the beings jinn, but the beings that they call jinn, they just took it from another practice and called them evil.
so
But they predate Islam.
so now this I'm confused. Hold up, now I'm just learning some shit. So is there a concept of hell? Then because that's what you're telling me, right? Because there has to be like a concept. Okay, so if these guys are just spiritual beings and they don't come from hell, or they're just there. What are they then? Different classifications of demons that exist in hell, or is it because I know Satan exists in the Quran, right? I know that because they call it shaitan or whatever it is, right?
Yeah,
So,
and that word
so
just means
the
adversary. It's not an
okay.
actual being. That word just means
Oh, so it's not like how to say Satan in Arabic or whatnot. It's
no,
just
like the word Satan, it's a mistranslation. It's a misconception on Christianity and Islam's part. All Satan means is adversary. That's all that word means.
Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. That's some. See, this is why we got to have conversations about that. I'm learning a lot of new things that I wouldn't have known because I would usually thought the jinns were just like the Islamic version of like demons.
They just use the word, and they took the beings from another practice and called them demons. But
mm,
they're not demons. Like they're like otherworldly beings. They're just these like because like I've never worked with a jinn, but like I know somebody who does, and like I've been in the room like when they do rituals.
mm,
They're like really just they're just really powerful energy, because when they come, like you could feel it, but it's not evil. Their energy is just really strong, but it doesn't feel
mm.
like evil. But they're not Islamic at all. They predate Islam, but they took them into Islam. Even like Christianity with Lucifer. Lucifer actually comes from Greek mythology. It's not necessarily
Really?
even Jewish. Yeah. Luciferno, if you look that up, Roman god or Greek god, it's a Greek spirit. So a
Yo,
lot of these things are borrowed. A lot of these deities are like originate from somewhere else with Abrahamic religion. So even when you're like deconstructing them, it'll take you back somewhere further.
what if honestly, bro? See, this is my thing because what if? Because I don't believe in the religious stuff, but I do believe in science, right? And I do think that there are beings from other worlds that probably exist. And maybe at some point back in the past, we got visited, and some people probably mistook that for something divine. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I do think that is a possibility, because there are oh god, I'm forgetting the African tribe. Why is it slipping me every time? Like every time you need to remember something important, it just leaves. But no, there's like this African tribe that did believe they came from the stars, and did talk about beings coming from the stars.
Because isn't that what they said that inspired a lot of Egyptians in their what do you call it, their wall artifacts and things like that? That some
Mm-hmm.
people are saying they may have been inspired by other worlds and things like that. I think that could be a possibility. Maybe at
Mm-hmm.
some point we got visited and they're like, oh, these guys are just
And what
psychotic.
people don't even know about, it's funny too, because like you know how people like will make the argument like, oh, ancient Egypt was just this white society, had nothing to do with black people. If you look at Egypt, Egyptology, like I'm not talking about when it fused with the Greek stuff towards the end. I'm talking about if you go more towards like the beginning and middle.
Mm-hmm.
And the further back you look into it, and it's funny because like if you look in the Yoruba people in Ifa, like and like other Nigerian tribes, like, you know, Anubis is a whole Nigerian spirit called Anubi. They just put an S at the end. It's the same spirit. It's literally
we even in Igbo culture we have masquerades too, right? Those are spirits that we even have like in certain parties and stuff like that. We get invested, like they put on the masquerade and they're dancing and they're mimicking the spiritual behavior of these. Now it's not necessarily a Christian or Catholic or Islamic thing. It's more of like a traditional Igbo religion where we're used to, because I think a lot of people used to be polytheists at some point, right? So they believed in multiple gods. Like for instance, we have a god of thunder, the god of rain, fertility, and all these different things like that as well. So it's very interesting how religion kind of moved from that to this monotheism thing, and now everyone's killing each other over that. It's very interesting.
Yeah, like if you actually look into that, like that's why sometimes I don't like conversing with a lot of Christians or like Muslims, especially like Black Christians, because they be getting on my nerves. Because they'll be like, speaking in tongues is biblical. I'm like, no, it's not. That's just something they added. I'm like, if you look at speaking in tongues, they got that from the slave trade. They're literally mimicking your ancestors. They got that from you. That's not something that is like just Jewish, like something like if you go into a synagogue and do that, the Jewish people are gonna look at you like, are you on crack or something? Like, do we need to call AA? Like, are you okay here? Even that, the music and all that stuff. That's why for me, even though I have my own spiritual beliefs, I try to be knowledgeable about where things come from, because it's weird that we fight about like religion and all this stuff, but if we actually look into it, we're way more interconnected than we think we are apart, actually.
We are. That's why there's such a considered effort to make sure that we're distracted by making sure we pay attention to these perpetual state of crisis that actually has nothing to do with us. Realistically, it's just one of those things they want us to pay attention to, is so we can keep fighting amongst each other. Because when we stop, we start to realize how much we agree, and once we realize how much we agree, we'll start agreeing on how much we're being fucked over by our own government, and they don't want that to happen. That's why the George Floyd thing was that break where a lot of elites, I saw it in their eyes, they were all scared. Poor whites, poor blacks, everyone was coming together and saying that Derek Chauvin guy deserves the maximum penalty ever, and this was an injustice. But then, as people started to go in with the unity, all of a sudden we had people come in, and then they're breaking in and they're entering and they're doing all this crazy stuff and they're going wild, and then all of a sudden it starts to create that division, which actually naturally the right wants that, right? They love to eat that. Oh, see, these black folks are rioting, and I can't support Black Lives Matter anymore.
They get on my nerves. They get on my last nerves, because it's like, okay, so you want us to continue to accept this abuse, because for some reason the world always wants us to be the doormat of the world, and it's like, I'm not going, so you better find somebody else to do it.
Let me get this super chat real quick. Super Plan, I know it's been sitting here for a while. Super Plantano man, shout out to you for the $5 super chat. He says, why are even Christians in Africa are really radical, like Uganda or wars between Tigray and I'm assuming you mean Ethiopia and Rwanda. Yeah, I think I'm getting what you're trying to say here, but you're absolutely right. I think that's what we're talking about here with all these Abrahamic faiths, right? Again, you can practice and believe what you want, but it's just saying that a lot of times these religions leave room for radicalization, and people have to be open to that, right? Mesokarib, shout out to you. I like your comment here, Mesokarib. Mesokarib says these religions are so similar to each other, not talking about Scientology. Facts, right? You're absolutely right. He says aliens.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's the thing, because like when they talk about angels, like in the book of Enoch, right? This is where I was getting at. Angels coming down or fallen angels or whatnot. I'm thinking, well, what if those fallen angels that came down to Earth were actually aliens, and the people at the time were describing that? Now, I'm not saying it's real, right? But again, because there are some books that say the aliens came in, destroyed the Tower of Babylon, and came in and started, mating with humans and things like that. And the Tower of Babylon is one of those, or not? Is it a tower or a building? I think it's a tower, or I think it's a tower.
No,
right?
it was an actual tower. You're right.
It was an actual tower. So the Tower of Babylon, right? It's something that's actually consistent in a lot of religions, by the way. It's one thing I noticed too. So when you see a lot of these consistencies and whatnot, but then you obviously don't believe in the magical and the spiritual and stuff like that, you're like, okay, what if an otherworldly being at some point came down, and these guys at ancient times mistook them as angels or gods or whatnot, and then decided to go from there? Or these guys were super high on mushrooms and they didn't know it.
You know what's funny? You know, doing drugs like for certain rituals and ceremonies was a huge part of religious like all the things. It's funny because all the things we demonize or we fight about, which is why I encourage people, like, hell, take a religious theology course or even just do like history of the time. You will see until Abrahamic religion came around, there was no real fighting about religion. Yeah, people fought, but like religion was like the last thing they was fighting about because people
Maybe
would
that's the period of peace
inspiration.
during the building of the Tower of Babylon you're talking about. Maybe that was the period of peace where everyone didn't really fight. They were just kind of on the same page. Maybe
Yeah,
you're absolutely, you could be right. You could be absolutely right.
that's why I encourage people, like, look at history. Our ancestors took so much inspiration from other people. It was fine until this Abrahamic monotheistic policy came in of it's only my belief or that's it. But before, if you look at other traditional religions, like it just wasn't like that. It was, you could take inspiration. Hell, you could be an atheist and believe in these things. Like there's sects of Ifa where people are atheists.
I'm with the same way because I love mythology. I actually love it. Greek mythology, Roman mythology, even though it's copied from the Greeks. All right, Hindu mythology. First of all, I don't care. You guys may call it religion. I call it a mythology for me, right? I'm fascinated with a lot of these mythologies. I think it's great. That's why, like, when they came with the Book of Enoch, I'm like, yo, this shit is fucking wild, bro. Why did this get taken out of the Bible? Like, I want to see this. What angel? Because then it gets my mind thinking, what angels were they aliens or did aliens have babies? Because there are people who are saying that that could have happened. Like, all these different things could have been explained, but it's not in the original, what do you call it, canon version of the Bible. So we don't see the Book of Enoch, which is crazy. But I mean, the Muslims have a point. I mean, the Bible has been changed. You got to put that in there. Otherwise, if it's not in there, then it's not. You can't call it original, right? The same thing with the Quran. The Quran has been changed multiple times, right? And then it's one of those things where you and then you even have hadiths to back up the Quran, which I think hadith is man-made. Or maybe I'm wrong on that.
And they're even worse because there's a whole hadith where it encourages pedo behavior. So I don't even know why. Like even when people say, oh, in Islam it's against child marriage and like people doing stuff with you, and I'm like, really? Because there was a guy, I forget his name, but remember in the hadith he said like you could take the little girl's legs until she becomes of age, put them together, put your thing between it, as long as you don't penetrate, it's fine.
Bro, yeah. See, that's why when like I'm screaming out and saying we can't have a Nigerian senator all because he's a Muslim be married to a 13-year-old, and why we're a secular country supposedly. Why aren't we calling that out? If this was in America and you had someone like Matt Gaetz, oh wait, he actually did do it. He didn't marry her. He was trafficking a 12-year-old, right? Mm-hmm. But again, see now Matt Gaetz, all he has to do is get rid of the Speaker of the House, and all of a sudden all these people on the right are like, oh my God, you're great. Okay, let's forget the fact that you were trafficking little girls. Oh, you're the greatest person. Of course, Matt Gaetz, you're great. Even though he has no real plan of what he's gonna do afterwards. Oh, you're great, Matt Gaetz, right? It's the same thing with a lot of these stuff, right? We have a Muslim senator who married a 13-year-old girl. I was shocked when no one said anything about this. I'm like, this guy is in a position of power committing pedophilia, right? This is worse than EDP 445. He should be tarred and feathered out of the country. He shouldn't have no business in government. But because it's okay in their texts, no one bats an eye. Because Nigeria is an Islamic country now, no one bats an eye. It's okay to marry 13-year-olds in Nigeria, right? It's okay to do all these crazy things that it will not be acceptable in a Western society or in any Western society, right? So I just find it fascinating that people who are defending stuff don't actually understand what it is they're defending. It's just sad to me.
No, they don't. And that's why I encourage people, like, especially in the West, like, if you're going to defend a religion, can you at least study its history and its origins? Because I'm like, even some of the things going on in Christianity, there's this whole cult. Because I was talking to a guy about this on TikTok. He teaches like occultism and hermeticism, and he was talking about how there's this whole Christian cult. I forget the name of it. He said the name where they sleep with little kids as they believe that brings them closer to the Creator.
It happens in the Catholic Church. They got a bunch of these priests raping boys.
But this is actually part of their religion. Like this is part of their like what? And he was telling me like and you know what's funny about this church, because he was saying like, you would think this church is some type of secret church. I'm gonna get the name from him about it when I join his Discord, because I want to ask about it, because I want to research it more. This church is not even, he's like, this is not like no secret church like that. He's like, you guys pass these churches a lot.
That's crazy.
He's like, and I'm like, because I'm thinking this is in another country.
It's not Mormon. No, it's not Mormon.
No, it's not Mormon.
Okay.
It's like a cult thing. Like it's like you need to know somebody who joins it, but it's not like secret or illegal. He's like, this shit is right here in America. So he's like, he's like, we be talking about, things going on in other sides of the world, but he's like, we need to pay attention to what's going on in our own yard sometimes, because he's like, some of these radical, nasty ideologies are right here.
I'm shocked. I'm like, honestly, I think what this conflict is doing is opening a lot of eyes that wouldn't have been open before, because for a while a lot of people have been blinded and kind of have been like timid around this stuff. But like now that even the left is getting crazier with this stuff, and they're doing all this without actual evidence. In fact, far left, I don't want to get the far left is doing all stuff, and they're not putting facts or evidence in this. You're gonna start turning people away, and crazy enough, you're gonna get people who are actually gonna start researching these things to know what the hell is going on. And once they research this stuff, a lot of people, especially if you're like gung-ho Islam, let's do this, a lot of people are not going to be fucking with that, bro. I just need y'all to be honest. They're going to realize the truth of this stuff, because that's what led me to start realizing, oh, wait, the Palestinian people were celebrating when 9/11 happened. Oh, that's wild. Wait, you were celebrating and dancing in the streets, handing out cookies and treats when American lives were being slaughtered. But now it's happening to you guys, and you want Americans to care. So that's when I was starting like, oh, okay, that's interesting. That is definitely hypocritical. I can't rock with that, right? But I wouldn't have known that, Donna. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have known that if first of all, I've been getting DMs, and the next show I'm gonna do, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shorten this up into like a 5 or 10 minute clip. All right, so I know it's a 5-hour conversation, okay, but I'm gonna shorten it up, and you guys can go refer to the longer context. But again, it's one of those things when you really look at it, you got to call us out. You have to call this out, because you have to be honest with it too. Because if you guys are not honest, you're gonna push people to do research, and when they do research, they're not gonna like what they see, right? Because then when they see one thing and they see you guys promoting another thing, they're gonna be like, okay, someone here has lost the plot. And that's what you guys are not seeing, right? And that was my thing. At first, I was like, all right, let me look at this stuff. And I started looking at it, and I'm like, okay. And I started asking myself questions. Okay, what did Palestine do when we had our own 9/11 equivalent with buildings going down? Typing it in, I'm seeing these guys hand out candy. I've seen them celebrate. I'm like, oh, okay. So I know for a fact, if the roles were reversed, they wouldn't have this level of sympathy for us. Matter of fact, they wouldn't expect or be expected to have this level of sympathy for us. So why are we expected to have this level of sympathy against them, or for them? I don't think that's. I think that we should just focus on America, focus on the corrupt politicians. Fuck all this other bullshit, because when you look at the situation going on there, they're funding their own destruction. All this stuff is done through America, Israel, Qatar, Hamas. America, Israel, Qatar, Hamas. America, Israel, Qatar, Hamas. That's it. So when you're looking at this stuff, you're saying, oh, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, and you want us to cry about it. I don't care anymore. I'm gone. And this is what you're going to have the mindset of a lot of people. You're going to start losing them and saying, oh, the more they start researching it, because again, I got called an Islamophobe. This was even before this video. This was like in the chat I did criticizing Tate before. And I was getting messages, or not Tate, Hassan, right? I was getting messages saying, oh, you're an Islamophobe. Like, how dare you, like, say this about Islam? I wasn't even talking about Islam. I was criticizing Hassan. So this is how crazy it got, right? And, it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, if I'm such an Islamophobe, where did I get it wrong? Okay. And that's what led me to all of this shit. And all this done is just harden my beliefs that I shouldn't care about the situation to begin with, because these niggas are all crazy. So I don't give a fuck, right? So that's what it is. And the more you idiots do this stuff, the people who used to care, or at least did it because they didn't really know what was going on, once they find out what's going on, they'll have the same attitude as me. Guaranteed. Especially, and you mark my words, Donna, they're going to start doing this. The far left are going to start basically slowly hinting, because I'm seeing this already, but it hasn't hit mainstream yet to the point where it's a problem. I'm already seeing this where little pockets of people are now revisiting what Hitler did to the Jews and actually questioning if Hitler was wrong. Or not wrong, if it was right. I'm sorry. They're not questioning if it was wrong, because that's a no doubt. Killing millions of Jews, that's wrong. Putting them in concentration camp, that's wrong. But now I'm seeing people online are now saying, oh, maybe Hitler was right, because look what the Jews are doing now. And that's going to be their justification. The same people calling everybody a Nazi that didn't agree with them, have now taken the mask off officially and become Nazis themselves. It's going to happen. And that's the scary thing in America. What are we going to do as a government once this happens? What are we going to do or say? Because we're already on board with a lot of these Palestinian guys, right? What are we going to say when they start saying, okay, you know what? Hitler wasn't so bad. And we know we got a bunch of Nazis in America and they're in the police department. So
you should see what's happening in Canada right now. In my own city of Montreal, the amount of anti-Semitism that is on the rise. And this is supposed to be a liberal and free city. And I'm like, well, you know, I hate, but I love when situations like this happen, because it really does show that the left is just as racist as the right, like the far left, I should say. And they just hide it better. But when they get to take that mask off, you see, oh, you all are just as ugly as the far right. The thing that you criticize is the thing that you are.
Hassan edits. I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about the far left. They're gonna be the ones embracing Hitler. I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm not talking about that at all. The people I'm seeing right now with these videotapes, and they're not even saying anything. They're just put up some random stat about Hitler and what he did, and then they're looking around like they know something you don't. It's like, what is this stat supposed to be? Like, it's supposed, are you trying to indicate that Hitler was right in what he did based off of what you're seeing right now happen in Palestine? I'm seeing that right there, and I haven't seen. Maybe I got to go on TikTok and flip through a lot of these guys. Right, I haven't seen them outwardly say Hitler's right, but you're seeing these content pop up now where people are saying, oh, well, let's revisit Hitler's actions. Was it really as bad as a lot of the Western media was saying it is, right? Or was that the Jew propaganda?
It's funny because you said it last time, and I'm seeing it more and more. It's funny because wasn't it just a few months ago they were canceling Kanye, Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko, and now they're them now?
Yes, they have become that. This is what I keep saying. These guys are so fucking fake. Oh my god, they're unbelievably fake, bro. It's like you calling out Nick Fuentes. Y'all got him tarred and feathered out of town, only for a couple months later to adopt the same talking points. Nick Fuentes right now would be proud of the far left and what they've become, right? So Hassan, I'm not talking about Muslims at all. I'm not. We're talking about the far left and their embracing of Hitler. Right? We're seeing that happen. These guys, we're saying because of this Israel versus Palestine situation is why they're doing that. I don't see any Muslims so far supporting Hitler right now, but I do see them doing a bunch, not majority of Muslims, but some of the ones I've seen marching around here, they're doing some serious anti-Semitic stuff, which is alarming, and people should talk about it. Porsche 911 fan, shout out to you for a $5 super chat. Porsche 911 says, thank you so very much, Duke, for having this conversation. You honestly have no idea how long I've been waiting for this one. Yeah, no, I'm glad we had this conversation. That's why I'm going to do a shorter clip. I was going to make this a short live, but then all these guys were calling me a Islamophobe and a Zionist in the chat, and I wanted to have a call-in show so they can challenge me on it, and none of them showed up. So I guess you guys, your criticism are invalid now. You just sound like a bunch of bozos who don't have any arguments because you couldn't even bring it up to the person you are trying to, argue against. That's crazy. The floor has been open we're almost 5 hours into the stream. No one has called up. It just shows you a lot of these guys who are saying it, they don't have answers themselves. And you could go to excuse me, I don't want to talk to an Islamophobe. I haven't said anything that we consider to be hateful towards Muslims or towards Islam. I haven't said that. I even what I've gone through with Islam itself and Muslims, I don't hate Muslims at all. I have no ill will because it's too much to harbor hate and all this stuff like that. Now, people in Nigeria, it's a different story because they consistently are getting persecuted, right? So that's a different story. But for me, I moved on with it. I love Muslims. I know what it is. I don't hate the people. I just criticize their religion, and all religions I think are fair game. So again, I'm not criticizing Muslims here, or I mean we are, but I'm not criticizing them in a way that you would call Islamophobia. I think it's just crazy, and the people who are perpetuating that, you guys are just proving your ignorance, and this is why no one is going to listen to you. You guys are going to continue ostracizing yourself from whatever community you find yourself a part of, because again, not everybody's as radical or should think the way you want them to think. But yeah, Porsche 911 fan, I'm glad I'm covering it, because again, this is the type of stuff you get a bunch of pushback. We're seeing that in the media right now. Anybody who talks about the situation, right, there's some pushback. It's almost like there's certain people that don't want you to talk about a certain group of people, and it's just funny because they use that as an attack against the opposite side. Oh, the Jews, they don't want you to talk about them or you get canceled. I've witnessed personally the exact same thing right now with a bunch of people who don't like what I'm saying about, Hamas. If you can't criticize Hamas, you have a problem. It's not has nothing to do with me. It's all you and what you're going through.
And look, I like nobody, like, even with the stuff I'm saying, like, because like there are people attacking me in the chat, like, I don't hate Muslims either. I just reference the history, and the facts are the facts. I think all we want, like people like you and me and most people, is just for Muslims to acknowledge what they're doing or what their religion preaches, that a lot of it does need to update because a lot of it is just wrong. A lot of it is problematic. You can't ask for all this acceptance, but then you'll call other people demonic, other people evil, persecute other people, or you're in other countries starting stuff with other people. Like, all we're asking you to do is just acknowledge your side of it. That's all we're asking.
Absolutely. And they won't. They won't. They will never. I'm even seeing. I'm even seeing that now. Some people in the chat, they would never acknowledge that. I have never. I have not once. Especially except for some people I've seen. What's her name again? Was it Janet? Janet called in, right? Yeah, I respect the hell out of that because she called in. Janet, yeah, that was Janet, right? Janet's in Nigeria. She called in. She had criticism. We talked about it, right? You call in and let's have a conversation. But if you out here just name calling from the sidelines and you don't want to, voice your opinion, then you don't know what you're talking about. Either put in the chat what was wrong and what was said, or you come on and have that conversation. But sitting here throwing insults and labeling people as some kind of phobic or isms or whatever the fuck it is, you've lost the argument. Matter of fact, it's an indication you probably don't have an argument. Super Planetano Man, shout out to you for the $5 super chat, says, you can't say the left are doing Nazi apologia. Bibi Netanyahu said Hitler didn't want to kill the Jews. He blamed the Palestinian Mufti. I think Bibi Netanyahu is a radical himself. I think he needs to get up out of there. I think he's a little radical himself. I won't be surprised there were some Jews who are in support of, certain things that Hitler did. Matter of fact, there were even Jews that put other Jews in concentration camps during the Nazi days. So there's always apologists in every circuit, like, because they're, again, in those societies, there's certain people who have a certain privilege and they don't want to see the privilege go away. So they'll side with the dominant power against their own people just to keep that level of power they have, even if it's not much. And it happens all the time. So I'm not surprised. You're absolutely right. Bibi Netanyahu is a piece of shit himself. I'll say that 100%. I think a lot of these leaders are secretly like Nazi weirdos, to be honest with you, bro. Do you see the Canadian government accidentally bringing a Nazi and celebrate?
That wasn't no accident. Stop it.
Like, again, right? They want to call it an accident, but they literally sat there and saluted and clapped for a Nazi. Right now, everyone's backpedaling and saying, "Well, we didn't know he was a Nazi." How? So you mean your security is that lax? So I can make up something, and then you can classify me as like some kind of hero. You don't know what my background is. I could be anybody. So you tell me y'all don't do research over there in your government? You see what I'm saying?
They do, but whenever they're caught on something, they like to do this because Canada, we have this whole like perception of, oh, we're just so innocent to the world. So as soon as they get caught, they do this. Oh my God, we didn't know. You really think Trudeau and all his people didn't know? Come on now. Mm-hmm. And especially when they're in cahoots with the American government and the American government be telling them every freaking thing. They knew. They just didn't care. But I mean, this is the same government that did work with Nazis, for MK Ultra.
We took a lot of their scientists too to develop the bombs that we dropped on Japan. So I mean, again, when it comes to Nazis, this country has a very interesting history with Nazis. So the more I think about it, I am not surprised the amount of anti-Semitism that I'm seeing coming from the supposedly progressive Western establishments. It's like the modern era post World War II was founded on a lot of those ideologies. Even the propaganda machine was brought to you by Nazis. Okay, the way the media talks now, instead of being informative, they're just being, a propagandist now. It was all tactics from Nazi Germany. There was a guy who was the archetype. He was like the archetype of propaganda for the Nazis, and he did a goddamn good job of it.
Even your SIN number, even that is inspired from that. Your SIN number. Mm-hmm. A lot of the numbers that we have and stuff, that's inspired by that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. If honestly the Germans would have won World War II, America would probably have some heavy Nazi influence. I mean, we already kind of have that right now, and they lost the war, right? Imagine if there'd be a lot of heavy Nazi influence in America alone. So that's why I'm not surprised seeing the rise of anti-Semitism amongst like moderate Americans, or not moderate, but like, you can call them moderate if you want, but it's not surprising to me. Porsche 911 fan, shout out to you for the $2 super chat. It says, please don't take the stream down. I'm not taking it down unless like somebody tries to, unless Pierce Morgan flags my video. I'm not taking it down. The only time I took down a live stream, wasn't that one where I was getting that weird message on StreamYard where we're saying, hey, YouTube found some copyrighted content or something like that. You'll get that notification on the screen here, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if they're gonna take that down, because usually they'll either block the stream or then they'll just flag me afterwards. So this one I didn't see any warning signs, so I don't see the stream going down.
Honestly, like, they need to create a better app for streaming besides StreamYard. Somebody needs to create something better.
They do. It's OBS, and I want to use that, but it's just so much stuff to do where you got to create little scenes and bring them up for what you want to do, and it's like even getting super chats to be readable it's a difficult thing with OBS. So I'm gonna try it, but yeah, the camera apparently sucks with this one. Thank you, Janet. I appreciate it. Don't worry, we're gonna work on it. They want me to pay $25 more so I can get the HD stuff, and I'm like, that's robbery. I'm already paying you guys $50 a month. Like, and then they want me to pay because I'm running out of storage space, so they want me to pay for that too. I'm like, you guys are crazy. StreamYard, I might just end up cutting the plug, bro.
Yeah, they're just
nickel and diamond with no value over here. Come on now.
They're just doing too much. They got, whenever an app sees it's a monopoly, they just get spoiled. Like, they need somebody to just knock them off the monopoly. But yeah, that's all I really wanted to say to you. I'm gonna let you go.
Shout out to you. We're gonna what we're gonna do is that this is gonna be a really long stream. We're gonna play a little bit more. Actually, we'll probably play a little bit more, or maybe not, because I think I'm gonna make this a reaction video, to be honest with y'all, chat. Because I'm trying to get into the flow of these reaction videos again, because next year you're going to see a lot more shorter videos from me, especially as I start to get a little bit more time, because I have a project that's launching fall of next year. It's a project I've been working on, because you guys don't know I'm a programmer, so I develop apps in my free time. Well, not even free time, but it's just what I do. So I got one that's actually getting ready to be moved in production, so I'm really excited for that. It's 3 years in the making, so it's almost done. That's been taking up most of my time, so now we're just finishing up the tests and whatnot that needs to be done, and then once we get it over to production, I wipe my hands off of it, and then we'll see what it does once it's in there, and then I'll have more time to edit more videos, things like that, and do more call-in streams. Because what I want to do is I want to bring the call-in streams back, but I don't want to have it be like a 5-hour stream that people have to like wade through and sift through and whatnot, right? I want it to be like a shorter bite-sized version of it, and then if you want to go deeper with the longer streams, then you can go do that, and those streams will have conversations like this, which I appreciate, by the way, Donna. But do you have anything else to have anything else to say, by the way?
Well, I'm gonna just say this. I know a lot of Muslims like to deflect and say it's not all Muslims and like we all get that. But when we're having these conversations, can we have an honest conversation from history, from what's going on? Because, saying that we do call stuff out is not enough. We have to actually see the call outs and actually, see the change. And like, let's try to have more of these conversations, because I think they're just really productive in general.
Oh yeah, ain't nobody gonna scare me off of doing. I don't care if you think I'm an Islamophobe. What you're doing is making me not even care about your opinion all that well. You sound like a freaking one of these red pillars that, oh, you're just a hater whenever you criticize.
Or you're a feminist.
Or you're a feminist or whatever. It's like, huh? What? Nah, bro, that's not it. Matter of fact, you're just pushing me away from whatever, because now I don't want to listen to you. How are you gonna start off with an insult and expect me to listen to what you have to say?
It just shows,
Oh, we lost you for a second. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, it just shuts the conversation down from both sides, because
really
nobody wants to hear them being called a name. But I'm glad.
Oh, what happened? Maybe something happened with the network or something like that. But yeah, I appreciate what Don. Oh, Don. Oh, there you go. I was gonna say, what happened?
Oh, I don't know. You refreshed for me. I don't know. It wasn't me. Like, you refreshed. I don't know what happened, but
maybe that was me. Was that me? I felt like. Hold on. Let me check the other stream. Can y'all testing? Can y'all hear me? Testing. Is my screen frozen? Because I won't even know.
No, you're moving now. It's just that you did like a refresh.
Oh, okay. Cool. But I'm back now, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're back. I just hope that. I just hope that I'm glad we're having these conversations. I'm glad that, there's more young Black men like you that are having these conversations, especially about things that are going on, in Africa and other parts of the world. And I really do like the conversations you have on your channel, and I hope you do keep them up, because I do like binge watching your streams,
I appreciate that. It
after
means
the
a lot to
fact.
me.
Yeah, and
I
I
be
do
like,
like
who watches this shit, bro? All I do is sit there and talk shit. Like that's why I'm so appreciative of and, like, people who are here. Like, if you guys are, I'm very very appreciative. Like, I like some of these fans, like these audience, and the way they treat their these platforms, and the way they treat their audience is just crazy. Because like they just I've seen these guys just abuse their audience. You go to Hassan right now, you look at how he just yells at people that try to correct him, and it's like, yo, you can't do it. You're labeling people, all this stuff like that. And these guys give him money. They're the reason why he's able to buy a $3 million house, but yet he's gonna just turn on a shit on him like that. I think it's crazy, right? So again, yeah, you're absolutely right. You gotta
Yeah,
be
and I
able
like
to.
that you don't take extremes, and I like that you talk from, like, despite all you've been through, you talk from a very healthy perspective, which is honestly rare to find in the Black YouTube space.
Yeah.
So I really do like hearing, like, your opinions, even if we don't always agree on everything.
I don't
Which,
expect you guys to agree with me. I want y'all to
yeah,
call me out, but you have to, like, even like this. If you call me out, we got to have this conversation to let me know. That's why I appreciate Janet. Janet said, Jay, listen, I got some disagreements. We talked it out. Turns out we have a lot of agreements. There's just certain things that, we don't agree on. That's the thing. But I like those conversations. I want to have more of that. But if you're going to sit here and just label me a name with no freaking context, you're mistaken. I'm
yeah.
not going to listen to you.
I really like that you have, and I hope you do have more of, like, these religious conversations, especially what's going on in Africa, because I just like, it's so refreshing hearing, like, another person who's from, like, the Caribbean or Africa just finally be honest of what's going on in a lot of foreign Black countries.
Yeah.
It's refreshing, because, like, when you're, like, the only person alone, like, that says it, it just feels like you're being gaslit when everybody around you is, like, pretending like, oh my God, that's not happening. Where? Like,
That's
no,
why I don't hang out with them. Like, that's why, like, the Muslim friend I got, they're open to this conversation, right? Like, everyone I got, you have to be open with me, otherwise you get like, like, people don't realize it's very easy for me to cut people off. Like, like, if you, that's how, like, because once you get older, right, and you probably are realizing now, you start realizing there are a bunch of fake people out there, even though they
yeah.
might seem like they'll ride with you now and then, but you don't really know the real reason or the real motivation of why they're riding with you, right? So that's the main thing, and at any point in time they could snap, right? So that's why it's just one of those things where, okay, you watch people and how they behave, but it's like, yo, you can get cut off like that. It's not, listen, again, this is not here to try to rally you guys behind an agenda or rally you guys behind some kind of talking point or whatnot or anything like that. I don't have any products or any courses or anything like that. I've done none of that, right? It's more or less just to speak my mind, and second of all, just to let people know exactly what's going on. If you have a problem with what I'm saying, okay, you need to have a problem with the sources that are coming from, because a lot of sources, people are saying, okay, they agree that's what's happening. Like that idiot that said, oh, there's no proof Hamas was killing babies and civilians. Prove it.
How? They put the proof out there themselves.
How can
They
you have a
said
conversation with someone like that?
that's just delusion. But that's why I say cognitive dissonance and psychosis is apparently big in a lot of people. But I'm just, I'm just glad that you have the conversations. And, like, I really do like your channel, and I'm gonna try to catch more of your lives as they're happening. But sometimes I do be leaving in the middle of the live, because sometimes people just be saying stuff that's so crazy and it just annoys me, and I'm like, no, I need a break. Because I'm like, when I see the like, even today, the gaslighting that went on in this chat, I'm just like, so
It's just
now we're
saying.
just gonna deny documented history. Okay, I'm done. Like, I was just like,
It's and you honestly know why a lot of people are afraid to have honest conversations about that is because a lot of people will go in and gaslight, and a lot of people, they're afraid of criticisms, right? They're afraid of being labeled something else. But y'all don't realize we've been through Fresh and Fit trolls, Andrew Tate tards, and all these different type of trolling that did nothing else to try to gaslight us. All we did was stick with the facts. And what happened this year, 2023, everything we said would happen a year ago before has been unfolding, and actually even better than we expected to happen, right? All these cancellations, demonetization, everything we talked about that happened then is happening now. And the people back then, they were telling us we were wrong, Fresh and Fit, we're going to be there forever, all these different
and
channels,
even the
right?
stuff about Zerka.
And all this stuff, where are they now, right? Because again, listen, when I say this stuff, I'm not saying it because I'm a hater. I'm just, it's like common sense, right? You can see the behavior of people and what they're saying. You're like, oh yeah, that's not going to end well, right? And we can clearly see that. So it's not like because listen, if I was just being a hater and saying all those things, there are a lot of things I could have been wrong on when it comes to these guys, but I haven't. Every single thing I've been saying about these guys has been coming to pass. And again, it's not that, because people will say, "Oh, Duke, you called this. This is happening now. You call this. You call that." They're telling me, it's like, you're saying, I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't have like a magical thing into the future. I just have common sense, because it ain't that common no more. You see what people are doing, and you say, "This is the logical outcome of that behavior, guaranteed," right? And then when it happens, all these guys are shocked. Oh my God, you're clutching at pearls. Like, well, why? Why are you acting so brand new right now? We were telling you the whole time, but you laughed at us. And that's what's going to happen fast forward in the future. That's why I always stand 10 toes down and what I believe in, because it's like, listen, it's based off of what I'm reading, the facts I'm seeing. So what you are telling me, it's not going to change nothing.
and like this annoys me so much. And like, you know, not to single our community out, because all people do it, but Black people do this the most. It's like purposeful, like playing dumb shit. It gets on my nerves. And then they'll turn around later and be like, wait, that happened? And I'm like, yes, nigga, it did happen. We were all there. We were all telling you, like, what are you talking about? We all saw it happen. Like, what are you talking about? And like, but like, I just don't like how, like, sometimes people just play dumb and dense on purpose, just so that they could be silly. Even with, like, you know, the Zerka stuff, the Sneeko stuff, the Andrew Tate stuff, the Fresh and Fit stuff, like all the stuff you predicted, people just come in the comments, play dumb,
but
and then later they see it.
What ends up doing is they end up looking very, very bad, especially in the future too. Like, for instance, we even put it on this example with the Israel stuff, right? Hassan, right? He's the one being criticized by Willie Mack right now. Show's coming up. But he's getting criticized right now because of a lot of things he got wrong, right? And right now he has to eat those words. And even people who are following, they have to acknowledge that, yo, Hassan, you were wrong. You said 800 people died in the hospital. You said that without any evidence whatsoever. And come to find out, it wasn't even Israel that did it. It was Hamas, and it was a misfire, right? None of that. No coming out and say, okay, I got it wrong or anything like that. No, in fact, when he came out and apologized, he basically said, oh, but it was a half-ass bullshit, right? So again, when you guys think that you're arguing and playing stupid on purpose because you're caping for your team right now, yeah, right now it may sound nice, but further down the line, you're just gonna be made a fool of, because now when Israel's uncovering all the stuff, they're finding the underground tunnels, the facilities they've been using. They're finding all these resources these guys have been repurposing for weapons that they could have been using for the people. All right, so it turns out that what some of these people were saying and the accusations against Hamas was true, but the people over here in the Western countries, they were denying it so hard to the point now you guys look silly. There are the tunnels down there and all these things that were repurposed for weapon use to attack other people, right? It's all been found now. What are you guys going to say? Oh, open air prison apartheid, the same usual talking points and gimmicks that you guys resort to. You're not going to win an argument with that. Matter of fact, when history looks back on this day, you will all be looked at as idiots. Like, it just is what it is. Mm-hmm. But anyways, you got anything else? Shout out to you. I really appreciate your input, by the way. This was very brilliant. I learned a lot too.
Oh, thanks. And I like really like hearing you have these conversations, that I'm just going to keep saying, you know, stand in your square, because you're going to be right soon, because honestly, the left is going to have to acknowledge soon that what you all are is extremists and radicalizers, just like the right. But I'm gonna let you go
2024 is going to happen. No, you're absolutely right. But a shout out to you, hey guys. Donna, I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of people were really supporting you in the chat, Donna. You were spitting facts. Even Janet, pretty much everyone that came up so far, you guys were spitting facts. Like, you guys seem like pretty rational. That's why I'm proud of you guys, because you guys aren't radicalized or any of these things. So that makes me feel confident that I don't have a bunch of people who are, you know, radicalized and just going around here. Maybe you get some of these few people in the chats and whatnot, but you know, it's not one of those crazy things, right? But yeah, you're absolutely correct. Like, what do you guys listen? I'm not gonna change my opinion, because at the end of the day, it's one of those things where I will be proven right. Just like we were in chat. Remember those of you guys who are day one OGs, y'all know this. Remember when we were criticized for calling out these people, and I was telling y'all, listen, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's gonna happen, right? We're called haters, clout chasers, you name everything in the book. And when it finally happened, who's having the last laugh? We are. We're the ones who are having the last laugh. We're the ones who are saying, hey, see, told you. Oh, now they got canceled. Now they got canceled. Oh, now they got canceled. Oh, shit, look at this. Right. That's why we sit here. We got joy. We got nothing but joy. Right. We got nothing but joy because we knew what we said was right. So again, if you guys are getting mad at us right now, we're not trying to be mean. We're not trying to be hurtful or hateful or anything like that. We're just calling a spade a spade. That's why I'm not gonna be unwavering from my opinions. If you guys don't like it, I'm not saying you guys chat wise, but the people who are here now who have gone mysteriously when I put the calling link up, you guys are all gone. But the guys who are here and then left when I put the calling link, okay, you guys, I don't care what you guys are saying. At the end of the day, you guys are not going to be looked on favorably for your positions right now. That's why I'm standing 10 toes down. It's not going to change. You're not going to amount of bullying or calling me a Islamophobe or calling me a Zionist is going to deter me. If that makes me a Islamophobe, okay, I guess everybody's an Islamophobe now. And that's the pathway you guys are going. You will lose. It's not going to be very fruitful for you. Mesocarib, shout out to you for the $10 super chat. Mesocarib says religions similar because people are limited by brain abilities to create non-humanoid beings, gods, i.e., things we've never seen before. Noted the note. You mean note D lame sci-fi monsters in movies virtually always anthropomorphic looking. Facts. I know what you mean because when they talk about gods being created in their own image and whatnot, I noticed this in the Abrahamic faith too between Christianity and Islam, right? Because Islam, when they describe Allah, I think Allah has like 2 right hands and like 1 left hand or certain things like so when they describe or even God, us being created in God's own image, right? We're it's almost humanoid, right? And the way for a while I've been trying to rationalize that. I'm like, well, how do people come to these opinions on these gods and what they would look like? Because how would you even begin to question? Like, I'm thinking of God, right? You have a God of a universe. How can you even sit there and begin to imagine what that being would look like? You wouldn't be able to imagine what that being would look like. That's why I always question. I'm like, yo, believe it or not, comic books help me understand the Christian version of God, right? Or at least being made in your own image, right? Because I'm like, okay, if God is God, God can't be just the God of Earth, right? Because clearly there are other planets out there, right? So is God the same God for other planets out there? And also, are other planets and humans, are they humanoid? Or does God look different to them, right? And then the way I was trying, because it started to create a problem in my mind. I'm like, okay, how do you rationalize this? Because we can't be the only ones out there, and we can't. The God can't just be the God of humans, because then if he's the God of humans, then he's not the greatest God ever that created everything. He's just a God that created Earth, and we're running with. So what if God, or the concept of God, is like Galactus? Y'all know Galactus in the comment section, or not the comment section, the comic books, where when he goes to a human world, he looks like a human. When he goes to a Kree world, he looks like a Kree, right? When he goes to all these other alien worlds, he's about to devour. And Galactics, I'm talking comics here. I'm a nerd sometimes. So maybe y'all don't know what I'm talking about, right? But when Galactus visits these planets, right, because he's basically like this crazy supernatural being, right? He reflects their position. So that was the longest way I kind of rationalized a lot of the God in Abrahamic faiths. So maybe, the God is kind of like Galactus, right? So being created in his own image, or first of all, how do we know God is a he, right? So we keep saying that. So again, what would that look like? So it's the stuff that always confused me when it came to this stuff. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Mezzo. Like they're all similar because everyone's so limited. Yeah, God is obviously kind of look like me because we're the only image we have. We're only image we have, because we would have no concept of what an all-powerful being would look like. We just don't. It's crazy to me to think that human beings can sit there and try to understand the mind of a being that powerful. It's just hubris. It's just it's sad and pathetic at the same time, because like the best answer would be you don't know. Leave it at that. But that's not what we get. We get people who demand that they know exactly what's going on, and it's honestly sad. But yeah, Mezzo Group, you're right. Oh, we got some more super chats here. Oh, Mezzo Kareem with another $10 super chat. Oh, get the W's in right now. Mezzo Kareem says LTD imagination. We also have he said limited imagination. We also crave structure and meaning in life. Absolutely, right? Especially when ancient civilizations, how people were wilding out and doing crazy things back then because there were barely any rules. So exactly, people would need a way to standardize things and say, hey, maybe doing that and attacking villages and taking the women from there, maybe we should say that's wrong. And a good concept of good and bad, and even to explain away events back then that could have been considered supernatural. Like, for instance, simple as something as a thunderstorm, right? They, instead of explaining that, hey, there's certain things that happen in place before you get thunder and then lightning, right? instead of explaining that, they didn't know that at that time, right? They didn't know how science and, you know, thunders of storm. They didn't know the science of all that shit, right? So instead, they would use the God to explain it, kind of like how we use God to explain gaps in our knowledge right now, right? For modern religious people. So I think it's the same way back then, where they thought of, okay, I can't explain this shit. It must be God. And look at this volcano explaining. There's probably a God underneath that volcano, and he's pissed at us because we did something wrong. So you're absolutely right. It was a way to try to encourage people to basically, you know, act accordingly. Otherwise, let me tell you something. Human beings, if we were truly free, the world would be a chaotic place. There has to be some element of control, because if human beings were free, people would be doing all kinds of wild stuff out here that will not be acceptable. So you need some kind of rule of law. But you're absolutely right. It says, even if we face a virtual extinction event, humans will form religions all over again with the same limited ideas of godhood. And I like what you said, limited ideas, because when we look at God in a lot of these books, he's very limited in what he can or can't do, right? Which I find very, very interesting. And if he's not limited, right, there are a bunch of contradictions to what was going on, right? So, for instance, when we're talking about the Tower of Babylon and how that was being built, right? So God apparently during that time disappeared. It was for years, for we don't know how long it was, but he disappeared. And then when he came back, he saw this tower that was being built. Well, that doesn't make any sense, because God is all powerful and all knowing. He should, and was it omniscient? He should have been there while they were building the thing, right? He should have already known that these humans were building these towers to try to talk to God. So he should have been nipped it at the butt, but he waited and then came back. And the book said he was gone, and he came back, and then all of a sudden he saw what the humans were doing, and then, you know, destroyed the tower, right? So again, it's just one of those things of, okay, that doesn't make any sense to me, because if he was gone and came back, that means he left. That means he's not omnipresent. So I don't understand it. So again, there's just certain things that, you know, you're absolutely right. We if the world was to end right now, we would create religion to kind of make sense of it, right? And I think that, again, that's why even though I don't like religion per se, I understand the deep mentality it's coming from when it comes to human beings, right? I deeply understand that. Mezel Karib again. Holy shit, with the $5 super chat. Let's get that W in there for Mezel Karib. Says there is so much Nazi influence because in the good old days, US, CIA, NASA hired talented, he says talented, not killed Nazis instead of putting them in prison. Yeah. Yeah, and the ones that weren't as talented, we started hunting them around to go ahead and parade them in courts, right? While the U.S. is trying to say, hey, justice for Jews, we got Nazis in our country under secret supervision who are building bombs and propaganda machines that we're using till this day. America has a very intimate relationship with Nazis. That's why you cannot be surprised with the rise of anti-Semitism you're seeing in the West, because it's also part of it. Because we can blame the far left as much as we can, but this country after World War II has a deep intimacy with Nazis. It's just the truth. You want to deny that? Okay, I can tell you right now, the propaganda machines we're using on today's American civilians, how we're propagandizing our civilians, was the exact same way that happened in Nazi Germany. All the promotions and stuff like that, we're seeing this unfold. So it never really ended. We're just seeing a continuation of it right now in certain elements. So yeah, the CIA is definitely big on it. NASA, no, that's interesting, because I heard some things, but I gotta look into that. But NASA is very interesting, right? It would make a lot of sense of them being in there. Oh, that's right, because NASA was involved with the rockets. They were involved with the rocket developments and things like that too. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, that totally makes sense. Yeah, it's weird. When you look at this stuff, man, and when you see people not putting things together in just a way they can like see it from a macro scale, it's really sad, and it just shows you we're actually doomed to keep repeating this stuff, right? So again, that's what we got right here. Chat, listen, I'm best of shit I've spent for the day, dude. Please don't spend anymore. Please don't spend anymore. Listen, you don't have to spend here, man. I appreciate you all doing this. That's why I'm like, I get super excited, because like, again, I'm just the guys talking out here, so I don't expect any of this stuff, but I appreciate it at the same time. But if you don't, please don't, if you don't have to. I literally just do this because I actually love being out here with y'all. But I hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving too as well. That was interesting. My Thanksgiving was pretty busy. I hope you all was good. good. You spend time with your families, because there are people out here who could wish they can do that, say the same for theirs, and it's not possible. So we gotta, be appreciative that we're here, and a lot of people aren't. Right? We gotta appreciate of that and remind ourselves, where we are, so we don't forget, because it's easy to forget, and we're seeing that happen right now. Never, ever, ever forget where the hell you come from, right? You just don't want to do that, because that can lead to a lot of problems. All right. So, and especially when it comes to 9/11, y'all should never forget what happened, because now we see the result of that. A bunch of Gen Zers thinking Osama bin Laden, the architect of 9/11, is somehow a war hero. Oh my God. But again, before this what do you call it? This live stream goes to like 6 hours. Okay, we're gonna slowly end it right here. Shout out to you for sticking with us for this long. This is a crazy ass long ass live stream. Okay, so those of you guys who are gonna be in the comment section talking about Duke, seriously, a 5-hour live stream, Duke? Don't worry. Okay, I said in this video there's gonna be a shorter reaction video coming out. It's literally gonna be like barely 10 minutes long. Okay, don't worry about it. This is just a longer form discussion, but we're testing new things out with the content. Okay, because I want to do more call-in shows, but I also want shows that are shorter, right? So I want to start playing with that going into 2024. So I almost skipped I think I skipped the super chat here. Let me make sure I made everything. Hold up. All right, I think I got everything. So yeah, I think going into 2024, though, I think this is where the left is going to be exposed greatly. The far left, not the left, because I think we've gotten that pretty much squared away. 2024 is where they're going to be exposed greatly, and you'll see that happening over time. Because again, Republicans are going to take over. It's going to happen in 2024. If you don't believe me, okay, just call me a clown, whatever it is, until it happens. But when the Republicans take over, you'll start to see a lot of people express what they really want to express when they're seeing what the left's going on. You'll even see it throughout the election cycle too, as well. They will start labeling the left as unhinged, especially as more and more this nonsense starts to come out. You will see a pretty tough radicalization of the American right in response to how radicalized the American left has become. So yeah, it's a sad situation all around, but again, it's another day in freaking Western democracy. Go figure, right? But chat, I appreciate you being here today. You could be anywhere in the world right now, but you're spending time with dukendon. I appreciate that. Go ahead and hit the like, subscribe, bell notification, or if you think I'm one of these Islamophobes, go ahead and hit the unsubscribe, but hit the like button on your way out, or the dislike button. It doesn't matter. It's still engagement anyways. And I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.